Charlie's collectible show. We're here in Georgia for an amazing Lorcana tournament. You know, Charlie's has deep roots in the Lorcana community. It's where Lorcana history is made. It's been won by greats like Zansiad. It's where Brendan DeCandio put Diggy Diggy Hole on the map. It's where Lucas Serrano took down Thunder Burdett on the way to the finals, and where just recently we saw Brooms making a splash in the finals, and then that got carried on to Worlds. It's going to be an amazing day. I can't wait to show you all what's inside.
Yeah, I can't believe we're here. It's happening, and set 9 is officially starting, so let's just go inside.
Let's go take a look. All right.
Liam, we're here. This is the room where it happens. You've been here before. This is my first time, but what can we expect here?
This is the Charlie's. I mean, this place is amazing. Not only do they have a tournament set up, a big snack shack, which we'll show you in a second, but there's all sorts of vendors with goods and products of all kinds here. It's a really fun place to hang out and shop if you're in the area, and it's a great venue to hold a Lorcana tournament in.
Yeah, I think my wallet's a little scared, but luckily we'll be in the booth. They have good taste. Stitch is here, okay? So, gotta love that.
This is the snack shack. This is where players and commentators refuel throughout the day with energy drinks and all sorts of goodies and stuff from overseas. It's kind of cool. And here we go.
And this is where it's crazy, because when you're outside, you're like, oh, it's just a little card shop. But no, this is just a small corner of this giant, giant labyrinthine venue.
It has all the things, all the plushies. There's Bluey. Look at these Huey, Dewey, like
Huey,
Disney
Dewey, and Louie, and Uncle Donald.
hanging out together. Look at this, Mickey.
Yeah, I have blinders on. I'm walking past. No, I have to stay in the venue.
It's dangerous for our wallets. This is the start, just the start of the play area. Look, we're gonna have almost 500 players here today. That's a lot of people. So what you're seeing right here is just a bit of where players will be playing today.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is it? No, there's more, which is kind of the theme here today is, but wait, there's more. So.
It's wave to the broadcast team over there. They're busy.
But speaking of busy.
Speaking of busy, here are the judges getting set up, getting ready.
The best in the business. And more. But wait. They judge you, but in a good way. But we also have more tables. You might say, oh, so that's it, right? No.
No.
There's more.
No. Let's take a look upstairs.
I hope you brought your walking shoes. And shout out to our cameraman.
Whoa.
We made it.
More tables, more judges.
Yeah, the judges, the tables, and even more.
And this is the top area.
And this will be where our featured players are. Shout out to the wonderful crew at 20 Lore for putting all this together. It looks just like this. It looks like this, but they're a little bit more stressed than this.
Katie, what's in here?
Here, this is where the magic is made for the commentating team. We're gonna be in this room here today. So you might remember this stream from the other side, but this is our view. And we're gonna do our best to bring you the greatest stream possible.
It's gonna be amazing. Hang out with us all day today. There's gonna be some amazing Lorcana. There's almost 500 people. It's an incredible event. We can't wait to see you in the booth.
Absolutely.
Now the big question is the audio working this morning?
I mean, we're about to find out. Chat never lets us down, but good
That is
morning.
true. Good morning.
We're doing it. It's
We're
here.
doing it. We're live. It's day 2 of Charlie's Collectible Show. It's what a day yesterday.
Yeah, it was very exciting. I mean, people who love deck lists, brackets, things, we were all eating good. It's all very exciting, and we are officially deep into set 9. It's happening. We're here. It's the meta.
That's true. That's true. Last weekend felt like a taste, like people kind of figuring it out, like, all right, we're gonna play around with these cards, we can see how they do. And then today it was like, I don't know, yesterday it was like, all right, we're fully in. Players have been testing with these cards for a while, and we saw a lot.
We did. I mean, now I'm sure everyone is thinking, are they going to say it? Are they going to say it? Yes, Blurple was there.
Blurple
there was a little
around.
elephant. He was flying. What?
Yeah.
I would like.
He was present.
I would posture that he wasn't. He's not that scary. The elephant's not that scary. The elephant in the room is that there's a lot of cards around that elephant that I think are a lot more scary. I think. I did watch a little bit of the inking last night, and JDZ is very passionate about the fact that don't be afraid of that elephant. In fact, don't even put him in your deck. He said a few times. He's like, it's not even.
Man.
He's like, it's not even a must include. So we've got opinions about the elephant. So if in the chat, are you scared? Do you like him, friend or foe, or just neutral?
Yeah, here's the thing. Since the elephant came up, I sort of agree with both sides. The thing about Dumbo is he's not a broken card on his own necessarily. The problem with him is an unchecked Dumbo in a deck full of evasives wins you the game. And if your opponent's running Dumbos and they have that must answer card and you don't, it just percentage-wise, it just gives them a much better chance of winning that game because if a Dumbo's on the board with, Iago and a couple other, evasive characters, like, you have to answer him. You just have to. And, yeah, he's not broken necessarily on his own, but in this Blurple deck, he sure is menacing. And,
A
I don't know.
menacing baby
I'd
elephant.
rather have him than not. Yeah,
Yeah,
menacing baby elephant. They always make, like, the most offensive cards, like, gameplay-wise, like, the sweetest, like, Bucky, It's like, how could you be upset about this cute little squirrel?
I would posture he's very similar to Rapunzel. Like Rapunzel, when you see her on the board, you don't go, oh, but very powerful. I mean, that card consistently draws 2 to 3 cards, or did back. Well, in Infinity, she's going to keep doing it.
That's true.
And Dumbo's out there drawing several cards, and it's something where it's a good card to have. And I think it's like Rapunzel is kind of like a must include. You'd very rarely ever see an Amber deck list without that card. Now, will Dumbo reach that echelon? I think that's going to determine whether that is a card that people should truly be like, it's broken. If people cannot imagine a deck without it, I think that's when you're saying that's a broken card. So we shall see. We saw a player that was on stream yesterday, World Class Cards, Kendall, piloted Blurple yesterday, but he was very, very notable because he couldn't get his hand on Dumbos and brought Blurple to a tournament and did pretty okay. I can't remember how he did. Do you remember how he finished on that?
I don't remember how I
But it was notable enough for
well.
chat to note it.
Yeah, that's right.
And so you don't always need an elephant, but it's nice to have.
So speaking of yesterday, let's catch our audience up into where we are. This is Charlie's Collectible Show. Yesterday, we started with 478 players, I believe, close to 500, big field, and we had all sorts of notable players here. I'm going to go down my list. I mean, we had all sorts of World's players and qualifiers, like Xancia, Diego Sass, Mo Shamblin, Sailor, Clariseer, Humble, RMB, Dale Bellado, Ed Shoes, Zach Bivens, Mark Miller, Hector Herrera, a former CCS champion, just to name a few of the notable names here. So it was a stacked field, everybody kind of digging into Fabled. A lot of these players have been testing for like a month now, and it was really exciting to see this level of play here in week 2 of Fabled. Very exciting event. We did 7 of our 9 Swiss rounds yesterday, and then we're going to do the final 2 Swiss rounds, rounds 8 and 9 this morning. That will lead to a top cut to the top 16, and those players will play it out for the ultimate prize, which is some money and stuff, but a champion playmat, which is beautiful, which I think is the real prize.
A chance to win so much Dumbo potential. You can buy so many Dumbos, guys.
So many Dumbos. And a chance to be a part of Charlie's lore and history.
Which is a big thing now, right?
It is a big thing now, because this event has a storied history. We have some amazing players who've won it, and to be a Charlie's Collectible Show champion here, 478 player event, is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and I mean, as you were talking, I was doing a little bit of math. I can't help myself, Liam. It's my favorite thing. So we talk about, we have 2 more rounds. It's not over. Cut the top 16 from 450. That's nothing to sneeze at. There's a lot of people out there that are going to be moving to a different tournament. I believe there is a revival happening today, possibly.
Yes, there's a second event, yep.
Yeah, I like calling it a revival because it sounds like we're happening. Don't worry, it's happening. But there are still 3 players that are undefeated. They've been cruising around, feeling very, very good. Then we have, so that's at 21 points. Then we have 2 players at 19 points. And then there's a thick amount of people, a total of 19 people sitting at 18 points. And so we talk about X and 1 is kind of what people call it. X and 2, X and 1. So are people who are X and 2, which means you've had 2 losses, still able to win? The answer is possibly. I mean, I looked at Ink Ink standings yesterday, and a person who had 2 losses was able to make it into the top 16, and they converted. It was Skylar of Team Maelstrom was able to get 16th with X and 2, and won their top 16 round against the first seed last night. So what does that mean? It means that if you have 2 losses, keep playing out there. There's lots of players that are like, should I come back? And the answer is yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a bubble for sure.
Yes, it's a bubble,
but there's a shot.
But when it pops, you might pop
so
on top.
You're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
So and then you can convert, because once you get to the top cut, it's fresh start, right? You just have to win. Just keep winning, don't lose.
Just keep winning.
Yeah.
Just
so
keep winning.
all the players I talked
Just
about,
keep
those
winning,
24 players, they only have either 0 or 1 loss. But there's tons of people out there with 2 losses that just need to keep winning. And also, the bracket, it all depends on who you lost against, who you won against. So there's lots of mysterious things out of your control. But the thing that's in your control is just don't give up.
Don't give up. Now, so I do see a question in the chat about Blurple. I will answer that question specifically in a moment.
It's a long one.
but we do want to say, there is Blurple aplenty. I haven't seen the official stats yet, but I would estimate it's like 30%, maybe 30 to 35%.
That's what
of the
Zan
meta.
estimated. He said
Really?
he said even if it's a tier 1 deck, it would be about 33% of the meta. It won't be more than that.
Yeah.
which makes sense. I mean, I know people are like, it's probably 100%, right? But no, it's not. And we have some deck lists we saw yesterday that weren't.
That's right. So we do have, on that note, there are some non-Blurple decks that are still competing for the top cut. Katie, what are some of the decks that we saw that are still in contention that are not Blurple, which we could see in the top cut?
Well, one that we saw that was incredibly exciting was how we ended the day. You know, we had people in the chat be like, no, Blurple. I mean, I like how I'm making chat saying, listen, you're allowed to have opinions. You're allowed to be scared of Blurple. But we had some mirrors and people were ready for something not. So we had Zan Syed on chat. He was in the chat. No, he was on stream. And he brought a deck that he's playing with his podcast co-host, Jeremy. It is Emerald Sapphire. So that is a deck that I don't know if it's necessarily a counter pick, but it does work quite well. And you might say, is it items? Because as we saw items at Worlds, no, it is a action kind of based ones. It's doing lots of fun things. It's got Baymax, Universal Shift. It's got Clarabelle. It's got all sorts of fun little jibbits and jabbits. And it's very exciting to see because people, the question here is saying, you know, what's going to be a deck that makes it on tier 1? Is that one of them? We have 3 that we know of that are doing quite well. Joseph Quigley of Enter the Battlefield, and then Zan, and as I mentioned, Jeremy, are all piloting that in combination.
That's true, and that's a great point. That is one of the, I think, the surprises of this event. There's certain color combinations that were on our radar, and Blue-Green or Emerald Sapphire was a deck that was very popular, or fairly popular in the last meta. We did see versions of it at Worlds, but it was this items build, and with some of the cards that we lost, people thought it might not be super viable, and that particular version, it turns out, isn't. But these players bringing it in here with more of a control variant, they're doing just a little bit of discard, a lot of bounce, and it pairs very, very well. It's a late game deck. It's a later game control deck. It's a little bit top heavy, but against a slower meta with Blurple being the dominant deck, it actually did very well. And I think the conversion rate that you're going to see, and that is the percentage of this deck in the meta on day 1 versus the conversion into day 2, how many of those show up in the top 16, is going to be very, very good. And so that in a Blurple heavy meta, that is one deck that people should look at if your local meta is seeing a heavy dose of this blue-purple combination.
Yeah, and I highly recommend listening to the interview with Zan because it was fascinating. I asked him, I said, well, how did you test this? He's like, I tested it the night before, and I never tested it against Blurple. And so it's interesting, right, that it's like, it's good against Blurple. He's like, well, I thought it would be. But that's something that I think we take for granted of these players that are some of the top players in the country. They practice so much that sometimes they can use that big old brain to do kind of mental gymnastics that maybe me and you at home cannot do. So I know that some people are like, well, I don't want to build a deck. It's net decking, as people call it. But you have to understand that these people's brains, they've thought about this a little bit more than us. And the result is we saw some other very exciting decks. We talked about the Sapphire Emerald of it, but were there any other ink combinations you're like, I'm excited that's here today?
Honestly, for other ink combinations, I didn't see any others that I was super surprised
that
by.
one was exciting. We did see a blue steel yesterday, though. On the
okay, that's true. That's fair. There was a couple blue steel decks, actually. A couple very, very good players running blue steel and actually doing very, very well with it.
Yeah, which is exciting, right? I mean, it's obviously there's not as any other ink colors that you saw that's like, oh, it's everywhere. But the fact that it's there keeps the other decks on its toes. It means that if you show up with a, we keep saying Blurple of Amethyst Sapphire deck, it doesn't mean you're just, well, and then I show up to the top 16 and I kind of am good for the rest of the day. They have to constantly weave through these other decks that are out there. We had deck text done with Tupaloop yesterday, one of the other casters here, and we saw Corey on the Sapphire Steel. We saw Thiago on Amethyst Steel, which Amethyst Steel is very illusions heavy. It's so illusions heavy that we see Treasure Guardian being ran in there, a card that maybe wouldn't make sense unless it just became Illusion Land. Yeah,
that's true. And so that's another thing worth mentioning. There is some variety within these colors, and Purple Steel is one, or Amethyst Steel, which there's some really fun variants here. Not only is Treasure Guardian seeing a lot of play because of these illusions, but I know a deck that's currently only sitting on 1 loss, so a good chance of making it into the top cut, and they're running the Jafar, I forget, the Aspiring Ruler or whatever.
He has a lot of cards. Let's say that Jafar's made a lot of cards in this game.
And I'm forgetting the actual name, but it's the dual color Amethyst Steel one who cares about illusions and is doing very, very well with it. And so some of these Amethyst Steel decks have leaned pretty heavily into that illusion synergy, and it's kind of fun to see because it's the first time I've seen people bring that out in a competitive setting.
But, I mean, it sounds like we're getting notification that it is almost time.
Oh, are we ready? Are we at the table? Oh, we're at the table.
Yeah,
all right, let's
I
go.
know.
Let's
Listen,
go.
we were so excited,
Sorry, chat.
but it's happening. It's happening. The factory of magic is happening
Stop
out there.
stop talking, Liam. Like that's.
Well, the thing is we'll keep talking, but over a game.
That's true.
But I'm excited to see who we have. This is always my favorite part because it's like a blind box, and we have. Okay, guys, listen.
Okay,
don't know how
look,
to tell you this.
okay, look. There's a lot of blurple.
I don't know how to tell you this. We told you there would be a mirror yesterday, probably. But in the background, who's that you see behind Lux Nicola?
Oh, that's true. I see an Ed Chu.
I do. I see Ed Chu, which is exciting, right? It's exciting. This room is insane. I will say, because we look at the screen and there's two players that are having quite the run here. We have Ivan, who is undefeated. We have Lux from Luxury Gaming, Nicola here. But then behind, you're like, oh, is that just the North American champion, Ed Chu, and also Fort Worth champion and second runner-up for Worlds? Yeah. It's a very crazy room out there.
It is. Now, as we get going here, one thing I want to say is if you're looking at Blurple, how to play Blurple, it's going to be all over this meta. Pay attention to this game. To go 7-0 in this field means that Ivan has gone through some very, very talented players, and same with Lux and Cola. So these are two players who know how to pilot this deck, and this mirror is going to be one that we see all over this meta. And so watch how these players play this mirror. It's going to be fun to watch. There are some mirrors that are a pain to watch. Blurple is actually one that I find kind of fun. So one note here, I do want to mention Basil again. Those who watched yesterday know I raved about this card. It's seeing a lot of competitive play. This is a card that you stick on the board on turn 1, and it is going to sit there for like 4, 5, 6 turns until Ivan finds the right moment to leverage his support ability to give him a very favorable trade. So it's a really great card, and if you're not doing anything else on turn 1, a really, really fun card to stick because it gives you this tool that you can use later in the game.
Yeah, and I think that support is so exciting because it's something you didn't see a lot sets 1 through 8 on the top tables. We didn't see support being used, and now support matters more than ever. It's challenge time. You gotta we got the DLCs coming, which are challenge, and you gotta get ready to challenge at the challenge. And Basil will help, and like you said, he hangs around, and it's kind of like Diablo, Pegasus, Pascal are all cards. They're not really a problem until they become a huge problem because you ignored them. And as we see here, we now have a Tipo and a Genie who would love a Basil on their side if he was there. They pair excellently with a support character.
They absolutely do. Speaking of Basil, another one going in the inkwell there for Ivan. Both players actually, okay, I was about to say both players kind of on script here, but this is the first indication that perhaps we're not. Dumbo, fantastic card in this meta. We all talk about how wonderful he is. You don't necessarily want to see him on curve. You'd love to be able to play him on turns 5, 6, 7 when you can immediately utilize your other evasive characters to draw cards. So playing him on curve is not necessarily the best spot for him. Kind of indicating to me that Ivan doesn't have his ideal draw, even though he's been on script so far.
I will note that, I mean, one of the things I mentioned, JDZ had said he doesn't necessarily care for that elephant. That's because he said on turn 4, imagine how nice it would be to have this big old Scrooge McDuck who's a 5/5 dropping because, you know, Scrooge doesn't do a lot. He is what we call a vanilla card. There's nothing fancy happening in that ability box, but he can definitely do some beatdown. But Dumbo is there, and as we see on the other side, Lux Nicola saying, well, I can just draw cards by playing Genies. And he's got 2 Genies on board and a Tipo, which it presents a much higher lore count than we see on Ivan's side.
Yeah, and here we go. That Dumbo there exerting itself, paying 1 ink to draw a card. Again, indication that Ivan's kind of digging here, that Dumbo will be vulnerable to the crackback there with those Genies. Ivan drawing a card here. Now we'll see an ink.
And
it
I will
is
note,
Hypnotic Strength.
oh, and there's the second Dumbo.
Another Dumbo.
He says, listen, I got Dumbos, guys. I don't know. You guys say you want to decide if Dumbo's good or not. Well, here's 2. And we're going to see here because, I mean, ultimately, the biggest thing that you need to do with this deck that I've noticed is you need to get to 7 ink. And that's when you start having a lot of flexibility. You start getting those upper end answers. And you need to keep drawing cards. And Dumbo is there to do that. Genie is great, but he draws cards once. But here's another powerhouse of this cell, and that is Elsa Fifth Spirit, who comes in and kind of helps change the math to your favor. But as you notice, not a lot of big challengers on the board. We got two 2/2s, and then a 1/2, and then Elsa who swings for 2. So that's when suddenly Basil becomes a superstar.
That's really true. And so as I talked about Basil earlier, let's just do a counterfactual here and pretend that Lux, who did not have a turn 1 drop, I don't think had a turn 1 play, let's say that Basil was played on the board. This is the moment you're going to see it used, where rather than double challenging into that Dumbo, Basil would be questing for 1, giving challenger to that Elsa, who challenges in and cleans up that Dumbo, and Genie there is available to quest for 2 lore. And so that Basil on turn 1 here represents a 2 lore difference if it had stuck on turn 1, which really shows how valuable this card can be, particularly in these mirrors when you're using these two strength evasive characters that you're going to play on turns 4 and 5 to challenge.
Yeah, and that's another reason we talk about the play draw disparity, which means kind of how much does it matter to go first or go second. And it also is something where even without the Basil of it all, then suddenly a Genie on turn 4 followed by an Elsa on turn 5 is devastating if you had played a Genie on turn 2. So really these things, these little math, this isn't a big deck of sluggers, which is why you see things like TikTok being added to these decks, is because these are very, very little weak strength characters, but we add in these kind of beefy characters. But Basil's a way to say, listen, I don't have anything yet, but I have this little mouse that'll help. So he's a very interesting card, and it's very cool to see some of these kind of common cards that people don't talk about suddenly kind of weasel their way into the meta and become a meta definer, and almost a must include, because you have to get through these mirror matches. If you're playing this deck, get ready for mirrors.
Yep.
In fact, if you're ready playing any deck, get ready to play this deck. Unfortunately, it sounds like I did get notification that the other match we see behind Haymaker, who's coming down from Canada, and Ed Chu, which you guys might have heard of him. He's done some really good stuff. We saw Magic Mirror. We got the mirror matches. The mirror matches. Okay, I
production
love
here is
yeah, I love that very, very much. That is not AI, folks. That is a person who's got the good funnies. And yeah, so now we are seeing the mirror. No matter what, Blurple's coming up on top on these two matches. And I also see here Hades, because we're trying to get to that top end. That's where this deck really thrives. Turn 1 and 2, sometimes you might hear us not say a lot. It's because there's not a ton going on those turns. But then you get into turn 5, 6, and you're like, oh my goodness. And you've got things like Hades Infernal Schemer, Elsa Fifth Spirit, Elsa a Spirit of Winter, a set 1 beauty that came back for set 9, which is very, very exciting. And it's just a lot of punishing things that can happen here on that top end of the curve. But unfortunately, Ivan's kind of been limping to get to that. He hasn't had a ton of ramping, and he's just had Dumbo. And I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. And he's got a Bell, which you can move damage from any character. Doesn't have to be your own, which is nice.
That's true. Okay, I was waiting for that damage. I was like, where did that damage go? So you can move up to 3 counters. Ivan there sliding 1 counter over from that Elsa. And then we're going to challenge with the Dumbo, clean up that Elsa. So Dumbo is not often used for board control, but there he goes, flying in and banishing that Elsa there. So I have to do it sometimes. Lux clearly in the beatdown role this match. Ivan trying to kind of prevent him from running away with this game. Good bit of great sequence there. Belle showing why she's seeing a lot of play in this meta. We lost most of our unconditional. Could he have had no damage on the Dumbo? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean no damage. I mean I think if he would have challenged and moved the damage, he would have been able to have 2 damage. So it's sequencing. That is
true. It's a good call. Yep. Yeah, challenging first. And it's possible, and sometimes this happens when players are not thinking through their entire turn, like in sequence, and you're making the decisions one at a time. So yes, probably the play to challenge with a Dumbo presented itself to him after doing that. But yes, clearly a play that could have been made there a little more efficiently.
But yeah, I mean, gosh, when you play these matches, it's so easy to look at your hand and go, this is what I absolutely need to do. And then you do it, and then you're like, oh, there's an order. But you have to look at what Ivan's able to do here. Ivan was in definitely the back foot for a couple turns here. But this is the power of this deck, is you have to be calm. You can maybe make a little sequencing thing, because as long as he knows what cards he has in his hand, and he knew that he has this Bell, this Hades, and he's like, I just got to navigate through this. So I'm not, is it most ideal? Ooh. Guys, I don't know what you just saw on the board. Everybody,
we've had an Enchanted Dumbo in this deck. Look at it in his hand, and now
tax bracket has just gone up.
Enchanted Elsa coming into play. Beautiful set 1 card. Of course, it will exert both of Ivan's characters. They will not be able to ready at the start of Ivan's turn. This card has been in and out of the meta since set 1, and very, very popular now again. Not only is she great on the top end, and in a deck that has ramp, you're going to get to that 8 ink most of the time, but also a great shift target with that Elsa the Fifth Spirit. So beautiful card, and used to beautiful effect here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great card. It's been like a hit the whole time, right? Because we had the Enchanted, but I will say I pulled both a regular and a foil version of the Spirit of Winter from set 9, and she just keeps getting better with age.
Yep.
It is a beautiful card, but we've got more things coming. We got our third Dumbo.
Third Dumbo.
Yeah, Dumbo's just stampeding through here, but this is when this card can be good, because like you said, on curve, not great. It is not something you want to be doing on turn 4. But now that he's in there, we don't have any other evasives, but I mean, he's just nice to get out there to be able to possibly get more cards. We've seen another card sneak its way into the meta that we haven't seen before. Second Star to the Right lets you draw 5 cards, where if you can sing, so more bodies on the board, more singers, it gives the ability to sing that 10-cost Sing Together song, which can give you 5 cards and then absolutely steal the win through just split the first amount of answers in your hand.
Yeah, we'll see. No evasives on Ivan's side of the board to use that Dumbo, but importantly, no evasives on Lux's side of the board either at the moment. So at the very least, Dumbo represents, if you're using it for nothing else, 1 card per turn, which Lux cannot answer. And unless you have a Dumbo of your own, and there we see that beautiful enchanted Dumbo come down. Katie, this is one of the most beautiful cards in the game.
It's upsetting. I can't
I'm not gonna
express
lie.
to you every set I say I don't need any more enchanteds. We're done. And then I pulled one enchanted from the set and I looked at it and went, oh no, because they upped it in every single way. They are so beautiful. They've got the little gold foiling. So and then look at it, and it's so dangerous when it looks good. And it's a good card. That's like the most dangerous thing. And we've got 2 enchanteds here that look good and are good cards.
That's true. Paired side by side.
Yes.
This is what a beautiful board state over there. Ivan now using his Dumbo to draw a card, taking a stock of things. You'll want to answer that Dumbo over on Lux's side of the board if possible. Speaking of answering, Belle will challenge into Elsa there, a little princess on queen challenge. And Iago, Spectral Parrot giant Spectral Parrot coming down on Ivan's side of the board. So we'll get an evasive character that can answer Lux's Dumbo if it chooses to exert itself. And Lux now for the response. And this is what we're going to see in these mirrors. It's really like punch, counter punch. It's either player, dropping bombs on their side of the board, whether it's, Hades or Elsa Spirit of Winter or Dumbos, and just inviting your opponent to respond. It's just haymakers going back and forth. And that's really what you're going to see on turn 7 and beyond in this particular match. So it's a lot of fun to watch because everything hinges on, little decisions. We talked about that sequencing decision earlier. Making sure that you make the optimal choice in every single turn to efficiently remove your opponent's characters is super important. And then the other card we mentioned it earlier, the second star to the right. Somebody asked yesterday in the chat, what is the mirror breaker in this matchup? What card, if you get it to stick, really allows you to run away with the game? And an unchecked Dumbo can do it, but really, second star to the right is the one. You'll oftentimes see in this match the first player that manages to establish a board state and to sing second star to draw those 5 cards and then immediately answer their opponent's board with the remaining ink is the one who will win the game. We haven't seen a second star to the right here yet, but in terms of mirror breakers, that is the card that I would point to as the one that really allows you to run away with these mirror matches.
And speaking of which, we see another card here that kind of creeped its way into being. It was a card that was very hyped last set. Reign of Jafar, people are like, Into the Unknown, this is going to mean a lot, but it didn't mean so much in a world where there was tons of board wipes. But now that we have a challenge-heavy meta where you need to quest, you need to challenge, you need to go quicker, people are turning their cards sideways much more, and suddenly Into the Unknown becomes much more powerful. This card, it does require that the card that you're targeting must be exerted, but with Elsa Fifth Spirit and people trying to get as much value, even these Dumbos, they must turn sideways in order for you to get that value. Suddenly Into the Unknown comes in, and it is key removal to get rid of these puzzle pieces you use to get that win with this deck.
Yeah, the number of Elsa Fifth Spirits we saw into immediately singing Into the Unknown yesterday was a lot. And that's one of the reasons that this color combo is so appealing right now in this meta. This is one of the best removal tools left in the game. And because it's color locked into Amethyst Sapphire, it means that, it makes purple good. In a world where we're running Let It Go or another single color removal card that does the same thing, let's say in Sapphire, it opens up possibilities to pair with other colors. But when one of your best removal tools, Into the Unknown, is locked into Blurple, and then you have Hades and blue, it just means that this color combination is just going to see a lot of favor.
Exactly. And whoa.
Oh, another enchanted Dumbo. My goodness.
Luxury Gaming says, we are luxurious. Pinky's out. We have enchanted Dumbos and Elsas. You say you can't get maybe that's the trick, right? People can't get their hands on Dumbos. Maybe you got to go for the enchanted Dumbos.
That's true.
Those are the ones that's like, listen, guys, just up your open your wallet a little wider, and suddenly there's Dumbos everywhere. I'm not sure. I haven't looked. But now the game, it's so interesting, right? We've been playing for about 15 minutes here, and we are still at 5-2 because that's what mirrors can happen, right? You have the same answers, the same questions, and you must keep responding to your opponent. So here we keep kind of chipping along here, which Ivan was having a rough start, and it kind of looks like deja vu. It was a lot of Dumbos and not a lot happening, and suddenly it's a lot of Dumbos and not a lot happening. But as we know, there are some cards that change this math quickly. Hades and we just talked about it.
Spirit of Winter?
The card that draws 5 cards.
Oh, second star.
Second star could change everything because, right, all he needs is answers. And once he has answers, that's the thing that can be very important against this deck is you feel like they're out, right? They have 1 card on board, 2 cards on board, and then they have 1 card in hand. What are they going to do? And they're like, well, I'm going to draw 5 cards. You're like, oh, okay. Well, that'll do it. It's like they restart the game at the very end of the game. But we see him digging for answers here by playing Sail. This is a card that you normally see on turn 2, but you can do it later because honestly, as we mentioned, you need to keep drawing cards because you're looking for answers.
So we'll see. I've been thinking through here, clearly looking for some cards. Probably love to find another Hades at this point. Again, second star, if we can get the bodies for it. We have 5. It is the Spirit of Winter. We're going to exert that Dumbo and challenge into the Dumbo. So it's a Dumbo for Dumbo here, not wanting Lux to gain any extra value out of that. He does have the Elsa that he could use with it next turn. So we have Elephant on Elephant challenge there. Back over to Lux.
I will note that I talked to some players last night, and they did mention that this meta is tricky because you have everything is done. The margins are thin. You cannot make little errors because it is a very quick meta. This is not a quick meta here because there are 2 control decks. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Blurple is just control, which means it's designed to make sure that you're making sure the other opponent can't really do what they want to do. You're keeping the game very stable. So this is not a good example of a game that goes super quickly. However, whoa. What is that?
That's Robin Hood,
I just stopped me
Unrivaled
in my
Archer.
tracks. I can't finish this thought because our Robin Hood, who is from set 1 and said, you know what, I'm going to come back here in set 9, just entered the board. So this card has Feed the Poor. When you play this character, if an opponent has more cards in their hand, you draw a card. And Good Shot during your turn, this character gains Evasive, which are 2 very effective things put together here against this kind of deck. And why are those 2 things good together?
I mean, so one, having evasive is always great. You can pair it with your Dumbo. You can challenge into your opponent's evasive threats. And also getting that extra card draw out of it's very, very good. And look at this. I will say we talked about second star to the right, how important it is, how it is a mirror breaker. Lux here, not able to establish a board to sing it, but having gotten 10 ink in play, is going to play it for its full cost, taking the whole turn, 10 ink, to draw 5 cards seems good.
Seems good.
But the cost to not singing it is that's all you're doing, and you're passing it back over to Ivan, who has a big board state over there. Luckily for Lux, there's no Dumbo to leverage all those evasive characters over there. But now Ivan kind of free to quest out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 10. And Lux now, with that grip of cards, is going to have to answer. We do see he has an Elsa, so that'll help a little bit. What else? What other answers we have? A Hypnotic Strength. That'll enable some good challenges there. That Robin Hood looks mighty tempting with that Elsa.
Now, this is when I think that, guys, there's this a whale of a tail named Monstro, where I go, what are we thinking about that, guys? Because whale, his name is Monstro. He can come in and just he has Rush. He can do a beatdown. And if you just drew 5 cards, maybe you choose and discard a card. You ready it. He can't quest again this turn, but he can be used with Dumbo. He can be used to challenge in. I'm wondering if this is a card, if we see more mirrors, we will see more Monstros, because he would be nice on a wide board to get rid of these littler guys, lean into this Elsa, get into Tipo, and you just drew a bunch of cards. You don't need all those cards. What are your thoughts? Do you think this might be teched in as we see these long, grindy mirror matches keep going?
We saw like 1 or 2 in deck lists yesterday, but not a huge presence. But in a mirror match like this, Monstro, great card. The one downside to Monstro is he doesn't have evasive, and a lot of the cards
he's
that
a
you're dealing
feather.
with-
He
needs a feather.
He's a
to make
magic
him
feather.
fly.
Yeah, that is a card that I heard them talk about. And that's actually that was the combo is you need the Dumbo's magic feather, because as you see, Dumbo is clutching tightly to a little feather, and Monstro can't reach unless he gets that. So unfortunately, that is a combo where it requires one more piece here. But there's not a lot of item removal. There's not a lot of items in general. Is that a Japanese? That's Elusa. So congratulations, Elsa. That's a Japanese enchanted here, coming out on the board and keeping her own self. It's an Elsa on Elsa violence here, and Elsa will not ready, and neither will Robin Hood. You can exert or keep something exerted.
So a little bit of control from Lux on his side of the board. That Elsa does come down to exert 2 characters. And then we also saw a fun little play with Hypnotic Strength, a card that's become pretty popular. The challenge ability is great, but it also is a very efficient way to banish illusion characters. And Lux using that earlier in the turn to banish that Iago Giant Spectral Parrot by choosing it to give it Challenger, which immediately triggers its Vanish ability. Ivan there, remembering that he can't ready his characters, doing a little shuffle, and only left with the Basil, which he can use here. And all of a sudden, the board state swung pretty significantly.
Yeah. We call this a swinging meta, and that is because it swings back and forth. That momentum, all it takes is one turn. And as we've seen, if you have a lot of cards in your hand, and you have songs, and you have You put those two things together, you were able to go wide again. You're able to do some mischief. And now we do see things swing back. So Ivan, he's not on his back foot entirely yet, but we have seen these players respond in turn over and over again. And quite frankly, I'd be a little tilted if my opponent keeps putting down these beautiful, beautiful cards here. I'd be like, well, I can't. I'm blinded. But maybe they do have an anti-glare I saw above the match, so maybe that does help to keep away the blindingness of these enchanteds. But here we go. We got another Elsa coming in here. This is the Elsa Fistbeer, which is the one that exerts upon entering, and she has Rush. And now we have a Basil and Elsa, the classic pairing we talked about. So now she can do some pretty nefarious things, but what will she do?
I've been thinking things through. There are some lines available. I mean, the obvious one, if you want to get rid of that Elsa, you can use the support ability to challenge there. Looks like that will be the play here. Basil questing for 1 will give support to Elsa. Elsa now with 4 strength will challenge into the other Elsa, banishing it and taking 2 damage in return. And again, that's what Basil does in this meta. He seems pretty innocuous as a 2-1, but being able to gift 2 strength to any other character, any turn you choose is pretty powerful in a meta that relies on challenges for its removal.
Definitely.
Back over to Lux here, and man, this game is going
pendulum.
long.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's kind of funny, right? Because we said it's a quick meta, except in this kind of matchup. Because I mean, Brent used a great job. He said it's a rock paper scissors meta where we have control, aggro, mid range, and that's basically talking about what time this deck is its strongest. And these are 2 control decks. They don't do really anything in the beginning. In the middle of the deck, they have a few answers, but once they get to this top end, it's just answers all the way down, answers and problems. And so both decks are saying, I have a problem, do you have an answer? And they're like, I have a problem, do you have an answer? And they have to get through 3 games. Now they could technically tie. Neither of these players probably want that. You get 3 points in your bracket. If you win, you get 1 point if it's a tie. Now some people do what's called an intentional draw, which is an intentional tie. So it's not the end of the world, but I would imagine both these players would like to win. But here we go. More momentum change.
Heck of a
Yeah, that
control
was
turn
quite
here
a control turn.
for Bell Accomplished Mystic. He's going to come down, going to slide 3 damage counters over from that Elsa, who just challenged the Robin Hood, and then Hades coming down on top. And the story of this turn, honestly, is second star to the right. We talked earlier about how it is a meta breaker, and what you ended up having here is a scenario where Lux knew that he just needed to clear Ivan's board with 5 additional cards on top of Ivan's, card draw or over Ivan's card draw. Like once you clear that board, you just have so many more answers in your hand, and you're just going to watch Ivan here run out of gas, where Lux has managed to recharge his hand with that second star. So that is the mirror breaker. It is second star to the right. Another Hades coming down here. Just Lux managing to get all of the answers because of that card. And at this point, the game is, I think, well out of hand. Lux just now visions of the future, finding another card that he can use for a little bit of control. I think he may have even taken another second star to the right there. Yes, he did off the visions, and we're going to sing it again here.
Yeah, Sing Together is wild. All it takes is just a little Tipo and an Elsa that you've had on the board for a while, and then you get 5 cards. It's like a whole new world, which has been rotated out, but, just minus 2 cards, and it's insane.
Yeah, and another Basil there just for good measure, and that's it. Ivan's going to scoop here. It's just way too much. It is second star to the right. That is the mirror breaker in this match. If you are playing a Blurple mirror, one of your sub games is get the characters on the board to stick so I can sing second star to the right. If it's swingy and it's going back and forth and I can't get those characters on, get to 10 ink as fast as possible, play that card, and that's how you run away with this game. But my goodness, everything seemed like back and forth, kind of even, punch, counter punch, until that one turn where Lux just managed to just put it all on the board with the resources to do a Bell and a Hades in the same turn. That was the haymaker.
Exactly. I mean, which is funny because right behind you is Haymaker, also playing Blurple. We got it, guys. Listen, we got jokes. But I mean, we talk about Dumbo doesn't matter. I mean, Dumbo draws 1 card, 2 cards at a time. Second star to the right just goes, we got Elsa that costs 8. We got Hades who costs 7. Those cards, it's Sing Together, which is a mechanic we saw for set 4 the first time, set 8, so Ursula's Return and Reign of Jafar. And I did ask, I was like, is it because that's the sets with the prowess, what's it called, Illumineers Quest? And the answer was yes. It was designed to be used in multiplayer. But when you have this many strong, giant, beefy characters, you don't need another friend. You have all the friends you need on your board, and they can sing these very, very expensive cards like it's nothing. Yeah. Cheap work. 2 characters, sure. I'll get you 5 cards right now.
Yeah, no, it's good. There's another, as we get into game 2 here, there's another interesting note I want to talk about this matchup. We're casting a game yesterday and talking about the advantages of the why do one over the other if you have a choice. And Sing Together is such a powerful card in this deck right now. And being that it's one of the sub games is get to that Sing Together condition as soon as possible. Sticking a Tipo on turn 2 is actually really good. Because kind of like Basil, he hangs out on the board. But if you're on curve on this deck and you're managing to play Genie on turn 3 after you ramp with Tipo, and then you're playing that Elsa on turn 4, Tipo gives you that 10 with those 2 cards, where otherwise you'd be 1 short. And so a great curve in this deck, if you're looking to hit that Sing Together as soon as possible and you have the space to do it, is to stick that Tipo. So Sail the Azurite Sea, a great card. And in previous metas where you had cards like Let the Storm Rage On running around, Tipo didn't feel terribly good because you just give your opponent a free target for that card. But in a world without Storm, sticking Tipo on turn 2 is very, very good because it gives you that just that little bit of extra to get to that Sing Together condition.
Yeah, and it's incredible, right, to see some of these cards. Another Sing Together song that we saw sneak into the meta yesterday was Heads Held High, another song that is pretty expensive. I believe it is 6 cost.
6, yeah.
Which is not insane, but it is insane when you think it has to be paired with a third Sing Together song, which is Under the Sea. So having these singers, these bodies on board that can sing songs, which anyone can sing a song, that's the beauty of Disney Lorcana. But Sing Together is a truly interesting mechanic because we didn't see it a ton. Be Prepared was famously a solo. Friends on the Other Side, solo. It was a whole new world of solo, but now suddenly it's like, hey guys, let's get the chorus together. And it's very fun to see, and it definitely changes the math of these games.
There is one card that cannot sing songs.
Oh. Cannot. Is it Ursula or Ariel that has no voice?
Ariel and Human
Yeah,
Legs.
yeah. That was just set one, and she's like, I can't sing. So that's true. Everybody except her.
Everybody but that one card.
But the flavor of it.
But the flavor is so good.
Oh, and there we see the basil. My goodness, guys.
Basil,
Sorry.
Basil.
Somewhere Baker just got chills up his spine when
Right?
he said basil. But Basil just came in, and Ivan said, I heard what you guys said, and I heard I need this Basil on turn 1.
Yeah, but watch this Basil. Watch how long this Basil is going to sit there and do nothing until it is used on turn like 5 or 6. And here we go with the Tipo. So we talked about the importance of establishing a board presence early. It's the Basil and the Tipo. Basil's going to get a cheeky little free quest in there, a little bit of lore, and back over to Lux. This is the script for this deck. It is firing on all cylinders right now.
All right, so
Oh, that's true. Okay, chat pointing out the mime also cannot talk and therefore sing.
he honestly, we were waiting for him to speak up about it, but we didn't hear anything.
Yeah, that's true.
So
He was raising his hand. We just didn't hear it.
Yeah, exactly, guys. We're staring at this game here, but it's T-pose everywhere. I've never seen such a thing. It's a preponderance of T-pose here. We got T-pose in the inkwell, T-pose across from each other, and that is because we talk about turn 2 ramp. That is because on turn 2, you're playing Sail, you're playing T-pose. It's honestly a turn that we don't talk about a lot because it's so predictable on Sapphire decks. You're like, well, you're going to do one of 2 things. What you're going to do? When they don't do it, we gasp. But that's how you know it's interesting, is if we don't say anything on turn 2, it probably means they did it. If they don't, we do a huge gasp. But here we go. We have the Tipo, and now we see 2 boards, a tale of 2 boards, one that had a Basil and one that didn't. And I imagine one is feeling a little bit more excited than the other.
There's that Genie on turn 4. This is the script for this deck. We're right on cue here. Ivan gonna quest for that Tipo. Invite the challenge and response. But it's another free quest. So squeaking out a little bit of lore here.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right? Like the last few turns of the other game, we're like, this is happening, and this is why we call this a control deck, or rather, it's going to be powerful on the top end because the first few turns are just simply not that interesting, but they matter so much because they're the foundation of the house that the other turns live on. Now, you can what they call turn a corner. This is the kind of deck where you have to have patience. It's very, very similar to Ruby Sapphire items and rather every Ruby Sapphire deck that was there in set 8, where you have to be patient. It sometimes looks like you're losing. You look at it, you're like, oh, there's no way back from this. But then they hang in.
It is. I was about to say.
Well, there we go. It's
if
the thing
this
we
deck
talked
is on
about.
script, like if this deck it's the Elsa on turn 5.
Yes, we talked about
and
this.
Here's the Basil that we talked about on turn 5. It's going to quest, give support to the Elsa, and challenge in the Genie. Again, that Basil just going to sit there until turn 4 or 5 until it's needed.
Yes. Yeah.
This deck. Ivan, if you script this deck out, it is Basil, Tipo, Genie, Elsa.
The gang's all here.
It is right on cue.
And
this is this deck as it wants to run.
And it's so beautiful and scary because we talk about classic curves, and my goodness, it curved out here spectacularly. Now I don't think Lux Nicola would think it's as interesting or cool as we just found it, but it is exciting when we talk about theoretically this is what's supposed to happen. And he said, "I'll show you. Don't worry, guys. I'll do the class here." And now we have Elsa sitting there with 2 damage. You know, it'd be really good with that. I think a bell accomplish mystic would pair so nicely with this, but that would be too crazy. If he plays a bell,
If Ivan has the bell, that is like this deck doing all the things.
yeah, right, because that is truly doing quite literally all the tricks on the curve. But honestly, I love a game 3. I love both players being able to do what they want to do. And I don't know here. I mean, we look at Nicola's hand. Those are not things you want to see. We see Ivan. He's been doing a lot of things, but he hasn't been drawing a lot of cards.
So we do have interesting note here on the Basil though. So if Lux manages to put a Basil on board turn 1, it would still be sitting here. Lux does have the Elsa, which I think we're going to see here. Here it is, Elsa 5th Spirit's going to come in. And right now, unfortunately, Elsa just not enough strength to remove anything other than the Basil or the Tipo. But if you pair it with a Basil that you have on the board on turn 1, now you can challenge into that Elsa or you can challenge into that Genie and remove it. So in the mirror, again, the importance of sticking a Basil on turn 1, if you can, it's huge because it makes these turns a lot more impactful with these 2 strength questers. So a card, again, that you know we didn't see much of, but now in this meta
Must include.
is a must include and critically important in this deck. It seems silly that the 2/1 support character is so important, but it really makes a difference.
It does. So but as we know, once you get to this turn, you can do everything perfectly, but you simply must draw cards very soon. So I said, like, accomplishments would be cool, should be cool, but I feel like at this point it's like, okay, we've done a lot. Do we have second starter the right? We have the bodies here to sing it. We need something though to get some cards back in Ivan's hand. Otherwise, he runs out of gas, and suddenly Nicola is going, well, this feels good. But this is a good place to start. He is able to draw a card off of Elsa and or Genie, and that will help keep him in the game here. And that's when Dumbo is great. We talked about, hey, Dumbo on turn 4. That is not when you want Dumbo to be on the board. You want Dumbo to come in a little bit later, have some bodies that can already exert, and suddenly it's a lot better. But Dumbo sitting there vulnerable can be absolutely Elsa'd into the sun if he is not played at the time where you can take advantage of him the turn you play him.
Yeah, this sequence in Ivan's deck is textbook for Blurple. This is exactly how you want to play this. It's the Genie followed by the Elsa, and then to your point, Katie, this is exactly where you want Dumbo. You have the 2 evasives on the board that you've established. You've done the control, and now you can draw 2 cards off your evasive characters. This is this deck script running perfectly.
Yeah, and I'm excited because Ivan had a lot of improvisational playing last turn. And so this turn, he's like, you know what? I want to show you. I have the cards. They're much nicer now. They've put it together. And he's sitting here at 9. And the tricky thing with this deck, the reason I talk about Monstro and Magic Feather together is not because I think that's a great play. That's a super expensive and upsetting play to spend a lot of time on. However, we don't have a lot of we call it board wipes. We used to have Be Prepared. That was the classic, the #1 board wipe people talked about because what it does is it wipes the board. We had Sisu, we had options, but now we don't really have an option. This deck never really has that options except for putting things together. But we do see Hypnotic Strength buffing up, buffing up this Elsa, making her a Challenger 4 and drawing a card. So he's still got answers.
That's true. Great turn here. Hypnotic Strength, another card seeing a lot of favor right now. That Challenger 2 being used to great effect to banish that Elsa. And then we're going to use an Into the Unknown to send that Genie to the Inkwell here. So some good control from Lux, stemming things a little bit. And now we're just down to that Dumbo, which can draw cards over on Ivan's side of the board. So a great turn there. A great response. But now Ivan has drawn a couple cards off that Dumbo. He has recharged his hand a little bit. We'll see how he rebuilds his board. But if you're gonna stay in the game, that's how you do it.
Yeah, so this is a lot of board management here. Like I said, we don't have those wide board wipes. We do have to earn every piece here. It does look like we have an Elsa, a Tipo, a Dumbo, just little guys. Don't be scared, guys. Now we did talk about this Elsa. She has a shift. She's a shift target. We don't think about her a lot because generally speaking, this deck has a lot of resources and they don't have to do shifting if they don't want to. So you generally don't always see any kind of shifting going on, but that is an option. It could do a huge tempo play to tap down a character. So we'll see, but this deck generally wants to go wider. It's not wanting to kind of stack on top of each other, I've noticed. But here we go. They're thinking through their options. Not a ton of cards in hand, but that Dumbo, like you said, did help refill the hand a bit.
Yeah, we'll use that here. Draw 1 card. Unless Lux has an answer, that Dumbo should be free. But no, we're going to challenge. Nope.
Wow. So We went ahead
Oh, a
and
little scoop there. Okay. So at this point, Lux apparently saying, I don't have the answers in hand.
wow. And that's a sign of a player that's played this game quite a bit, right?
Yep. So that ended a lot quicker than we thought. But at this point, in their rounds are still going to time. That first match took a long time. And knowing that in this mirror, games can go long, game 3 could go long, why spend the extra time on game 2 if you know the writing's on the wall and you don't have an out? Scoop, and let's go to game 3. So Lux happy to go into game 3 on the play here. And we'll see game 3 in this mirror.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. And this is also a tale of 2 pile shuffle methods. We have 8 versus 4. I'm a 6er. I love to do 6 piles, which now I'm like, who knows? How many piles do you like to do when you do a nice pile shuffle before the real
Now
shuffle?
I'm questioning myself. I'm definitely more than 4. I think I'm
4
also
seems-
on 6.
Yeah, I like 6 because it's 10, and then I know I have 60. But this is, I mean, to be fair, this method, I use it to count. This is not a true way to randomize your deck. It's kind of the thing most people do before. But if you're counting, I'm like 4 and 8 is crazy business. But all these players, they all have their little things they do. They're like, I always play with white sleeves. I always do this. We have someone in the chat saying 9.
9. That is 9 is 9 is an option. Yeah, I think it's more a ritual. I feel like it's more like a ritual that some players do.
Yeah,
that's
there's so many
self-inflicted.
things like that. You'll notice people like, I always tap like this. I always do this. And people, I saw J Bombs, who is a friend of whatever show you're on. He likes to put his locations up and down. Everybody does little things. But yes, I'm with you all on 6 piles. Thank you. That is the correct answer.
That
And
is
I
the
don't
correct
like
number
to
of
say
piles.
that, but it's like I think that's right.
Yeah.
If the point is to count, then 8 and 4 is crazy. You're doing math here, guys.
So, as we get underway here, I do want to talk about the importance of play draw, especially in this matchup. Critically important in this matchup, and it all comes down to really the Genie Elsa turn, whoever has the response role. And the reason I want to talk about why that matters is because going into in a Blurple heavy meta, if you're expecting a lot of mirrors in the top cut, the higher seed really matters because it does. In these tournaments, whoever has the higher seed in day 2 or in the top cut allows that person to choose play or draw first. What's interesting about that to me is Ivan sitting on 7, 0, and 0 most likely could have drawn into the top cut. But choosing to play this out here, most likely trying to pursue that top seed, which is an indicator that, to me, that Ivan is really thinking about trying to leverage that first seed, that play
Incredible.
advantage
Yeah.
all the way through the finals. So you like to see it. Zach Bivens is famous for never drawing and pursuing the top cut, and he's used that to great effect in numerous tournaments. So just a fun note here. And talking about scripts, there we are. That Basil on turn 1 on Ivan's side of the board. Lux did not have a turn 1 play. So again, I love talking about the mouse. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah,
to
he's
advantage
not a
there.
rat. It's the great mouse detective. I once was like, is he a mouse or a rat? Guys, the movie's called Great. Well, how did I forget that? But here we go. We talk about turn 1. Oh, so we have turn 2, Basil. If you can't have turn
Hey,
1,
Might as well. You got
perhaps
that
a
extra
ram-
ink off the sail? Let's do it.
Yeah, and that is the turn 2 is just as important as turn 1, and will he hit it? Yes. So now we've got a little bit better here. We've got Basil needs a friend support. You got to have friends with, and Tebow's a great buddy to have. Draw a card, ramp, do all the things. In this case, he is going to go ahead and challenge or quest here, which is interesting. It's kind of, we call this you're basically not baiting, but you're trying to see, like, either way it's good for him, right? You're either going to sacrifice this character or I got a lore.
So the Basil is more important generally for the player on the play because it's going to enable that early swing where Lux is going to be the first one to get to an Elsa to force the exertion, and so we'll be able to use that Basil to great effect on that turn. So being on the draw, Ivan more than happy to see Lux trade with that Basil. So it's really a free quest because Lux is not likely to give that up because he's going to get the better advantage being able to use that Basil first. So fun little cheeky quest from Ivan there, squeezing out that extra lore, knowing that he's not likely to receive a response.
Yeah, and I am sitting here. The melee results are coming in. I am so excited between this round. I know, guys, we got some blurples. I saw someone mention Thiago. He is on Amethyst Steel, and I wanted to let you guys know that we did do a deck tech on him yesterday. So if you wanted to, between rounds or after the end of the day, if you want to see some Thiago content, we did a deck tech with him where Tupaloop went through and talked about his deck. So that is on the video on demand from yesterday. But here we go. We're moving along. We got answers here. So it's a tale of 2 boards. One that had a sale for turn 2 and the other one that had Tipo, and now we get to see, will that matter? And it might not, because we just saw Elsa come in, and like we said, being on the play means that Elsa comes in first, and whoever has the Elsa first is feeling quite good. And here we go. Support Elsa's now at 4-4. Goodbye, Genie. Which
Basil. I'm
Basil,
talking
guys.
about them all day.
Hey, guys,
Talking
Basil
about 'em all day.
prices are going up from 3 cents to 6 now.
Yeah, get your foils now. Don't take financial advice from
Yeah,
me.
but if you're thinking about it, if you're for Christmas this year, maybe some Basils. All right. So yeah, that kind of shows, and I love. We talk about like, hey, this is a play draw meta where you need to be on the play, and yes, be on the play matters a lot right now, especially with control out the window. However, this is a good illustration of why it can matter quite a bit, and that's because whoever has the Elsa and the Basil first is feeling good. Now, it's not too late for Elsa and
That's
Basil
true.
together on this other side.
That's true. Here's Basil being used again. Elsa and Basil. You love to see it. Elsa's going to get that extra 2, going to challenge that Genie, remove it. And that Tipo, more than happy to take out the Basil there. And again, the importance of sticking the Tipo on turn 2 as opposed to using Sail. That Tipo being available now to remove that Basil, otherwise it would still be in play. So again, especially in these mirrors, you want to Basil on turn 1, and you want that Tipo rather than a Sail on turn 2, because that extra body, very, very important in moments like these.
Absolutely. So we're kind of back to round 1, right? We're just swinging back and forth, saying, "I have a problem. Do you have an answer? I have a answer. Do you have a problem?" And it keeps going back and forth. So now we have an Elsa here who is still doing what she can, a Genie drawing cards, and it's really now it's just a tale of card draw and having ink. And as far as ink goes, neither player has been ramping spectacularly, but both players seem to have a pretty healthy amount of cards. Well, no, Ivan might only have 2. They shuffle quite fast.
They do. Ivan really wants to establish some sort of evasive here. Dumbo on Lux's side of the board this turn would be very bad. So we want to get something on the board. There's the Genie. Not enough to remove a Dumbo on its own, but with a Hypnotic Strength or leveraging that Basil, it can do a little bit of damage. So just has to play defense by getting an evasive out. This feels pretty good. We'll draw a card off that. Let's see if we will ink something else here. There's a Spectral Parrot going down. It will pass back over. So not a terrible turn. We are in Hades' turn, though, however, so it'd feel really bad to see a Hades come out here and remove that Genie. It would really allow Lux to run away with things. Let's see. This is a big turn.
Yeah, and I think we'll be saying that maybe every turn this is a big turn because, man, these games have such powerful upper ends here. So let's see.
I do see the Dumbo in Lux's hand.
And that is really great. That pairs excellently with these 2 evasives.
Let's see if we see that. We have the Hades and the Dumbo, so 2 options here. You can go straight removal by banishing that Genie and gaining a little bit of board presence, or if you want to pursue card draw right now, you can drop that Dumbo, draw twice. I imagine, conservatively that the Hades feels like the play, but we might want to save it. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. So here we go. We see a foil TikTok going down. Now, we mentioned earlier about characters that don't have a lot of beefy arms, and we're going to go ahead and ink and do Hades. It's not time yet. It's not time yet to use the Dumbo because he says, listen, if you don't have any evasives, I'm not so afraid. Basil cannot sing into the unknown on his own. He's just a 2 cost, and Jones is 3 cost. So he's basically saying, Ivan, you don't have a lot of cards. You have to pick what answer you're going to use right now. And that Dumbo, he's hedging his bets, so he's going to be able to get some advantage off Dumbo next turn no matter what.
Yeah, great play though, clearing up Ivan's side of the board. Ivan now it's gonna be a little bit of a task to draw back in here. Let's see. I mean, a Hades in response is something. It gives you some board presence, allows you to remove a big threat. There it is. There's that Hades. We'll banish that Genie, that 2 lore quester, get it off the board,
That's just
establishing
one
a
of the
bit of a
2.
board presence.
He doesn't know he has a Dumbo, so it's like kind of interesting, right? Like he's able to get rid of 1, and it matters, right? Because that's 2 cards versus 1. But here we go. He passes over, or no, he doesn't. Well, yeah, he did. He just hasn't ready Elsa yet. He's got a lot of things to ready, guys. He's got a lot of ink.
Yeah, looking at ink, we have 8 there. Again, 10 ink is what allows you to play that 2nd star if you're not going to sing it.
Oh, but he's got a bell too, so he technically could essentially heal. It's not healing, but it's moving damage, which is kind of a 2-for-1, right? Removal plus healing. It does look like the match in the background is wrapping up, so I am interested to see. No matter what, we know Blurpool's winning both of these matches. That is the good news, folks. But behind you might see a familiar face of Ed, just kind of casually in the background. No big deal.
There's that Bell Accomplished Mystic coming in, as you pointed out, Katie. We're going to slide some damage counters around. I imagine that Basil is not long for this game. There it is. We're going to move 3 over. Now, here's the thing. You do not have to move all 3 damage counters. You can move up to 3, so you can move 1 over. But why wouldn't you move all 3 from your character? Healing it up to 1.
We saw in Flinger Dingers, which is a terrible name for a deck that's interesting. Ruby, Amethyst, sometimes they save it. They save it for later, but to your point, right, if you're healing. But in this deck, you always move all of it. Unless you have lots of bells. It's difficult to say. Maybe always except for that time I forgot. But yeah, now it's still, that's swinging. It's still happening. The pendulum, it feels like we're watching a giant pendulum, for lack of a better word, go back and forth. And here we go. Here's that Scrooge that
Big old Scrooge
two.
and a Dumbo.
Yeah. Which
Okay.
we're back in, baby.
Yeah.
We got a big body here. Now the problem is, you might notice only one of these characters have evasive. The other two are very firmly on the ground and not able to reach
No.
that Elsa. So,
But here's what you've done though.
yes.
You've set up a scenario where if you manage to remove one of these characters with, let's say, a Hades, you still have the second star Sing. Again, that is the mirror breaker here. So you want to get to a point where you establish 10 cost worth of characters on the board, and that opens up that second star if you draw it. Now let's, even if Lux manages to go a little bit wider with the board, push his lore total a little bit higher, Ivan being able to Sing second star to the right with like 9 ink available to immediately play a Hades or a couple Into the Unknowns or some other answers can really swing the game. So Hades, I mean, you have to remove Hades at this point if you want to prevent that line. Let's see if that's available.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. And it's basically, that's why card draw matters so much, because you have to have the right answer when you need it. And if you draw 5 cards, you have a much higher chance of getting the answers. But here we go. We got the Dumbo here who's like, hey, Elsa, you want to draw some cards? And she says, yeah, I do. Or no, yes, she does. She does. Okay, that was exerting here. So there we go. Inking a Madam Elephant, the last of the bounce package. Oh, the double Dumbo.
My goodness, how beautiful.
How beautiful, but scary.
I just love those. So 2 Dumbos now on the side of the board. A little bit scary. 1 Dumbo, 2 Dumbos, kind of the same. But back over to Ivan. Inviting response. So not a devastating turn there.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
a little window for Ivan here.
It's prepping. It's a prepping turn where it's like you have to have the answer, or it could become quite devastating.
I mean, you really want a second star to the right here.
It is exactly true. So, can either of these players get to the second star to the right? You just follow, or you take the morning star straight on through morning.
There it is. He does
Here
have
we
the
go.
second star to the right. Okay. So you're going to sing that. You're going to draw 5 cards.
Five
You have all your
cards.
ink available. All right. So now, hopefully, drawing into another Hades. You'd love to be able to play that immediately. Some other control. That it feels like a pretty big turn or pretty big card there. Let's see what he does with it now.
Yeah, he says, "What do I do with all these 5 cards that I just drew?" And Nicola's going, "I'd like to see what you're doing too, because that's 5 answers here."
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not quite. I mean, you'd love to do like a Into the Unknown paired with the Hades, like 2 removal, but not quite enough ink for that. Although you could sing it. But again, Elsa's not a great target. So what's the maximum amount of removal you can do here?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the math and saying, "What do I got here? What else can I do?"
All right. Giant Spectre Parrot. We're going to play a couple cards, it looks like. Oh, really thinking this through. This is so tight. This is why you scoop early in game 2, so you have the time for this in game 3.
Exactly. Exactly. That's how you know. I mean, when you see someone scoop and they're at 4 lore or something like that, it's because these players know. They know they need to get to game 3. Ivan, like you said, is trying to get that top seed. Nicola also needs this win. He has a draw, so he doesn't have any losses yet, but a loss will make it where he has to absolutely perform this next round. So here we go. He is going to go ahead and put down.
Let's see. I see a Dumbo in his. We have the Elsa. I see that there on the top. Definitely a card he's considering. So what's he going to pair it with? You can pair that with a Hypnotic Strength. And this is so on Lux's side of the board. This is why you play 2 Dumbos in a turn. So if one's removed, you have that available. So 5 will exert one of those Dumbos. It's Dumbo insurance as
right. I have a Dumbo, but another Dumbo.
Hypnotic Strength. Draw you a card. Probably give that Elsa a challenger.
Yeah.
Guessing that Dumbo, that first one is not long for this game.
And we talked a lot about Basil, how he's so important, but Hypnotic Strength is kind of a backup Basil with the card draw. Anytime it says draw a card, I think people have called it the 3 best words in Disney Lorcana. And here we go. She's now a 4/4, coming right on over to that other Elsa.
That Elsa. So Elsa represents card draw on her own, paired with that Dumbo. So if you can't remove the Dumbo by itself, well, there's the Into the Unknown coming in, being sung by Dumbo to remove that other Dumbo. So we'll be left with 1, but that Elsa now not available to draw cards. What a turn. And again, second star to the right is the mirror breaker in this match. But now on Lux's side of the board, look at that ink there that he's managed to develop. So he can sing it. He can also play it. We're going to visions of the future. I'm imagining he's looking for a second star of his own. We'd be happy to see it off the top here. Let's take a look. Does he find it?
He's the second star.
Well, the first for him.
That's true, right? The second star. But do we see? Is that a Donald Duck? We have a Donald Duck Flatfoot detective here.
I think that's an Into the Unknown we kept. I'm not positive. But man, he'd love to find one of his own.
Yeah. So he goes in.
Really wants to answer this board state. I mean, answering that Dumbo feels pretty critical at this point. At the very least, getting the Elsa off the board.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's rough, though, right? Because even if he picks one target, he's got a lot of problems here on his side. Now, he will go ahead and say, one more card. Let's see what else we can get here. Let's roll the dice on what we get. So, or no. No. Yeah.
Yep, drew a card. Doing the lore there. Something that has been forgotten. Don't forget the lore trigger, people.
It does. I mean, honestly, I just did. I was like, well, you get a card. The lore is quite nice. That is a nice benefit. Anytime you gain a lore, it's nice. You win by getting to 20. I hear that is a huge strat in this meta is getting to 20 lore. But here we go. There's the Into the Unknown and sending Dumbo right into the Shadow Realm of the Inkwell. And yeah, so we've got, man, that Dumbo is beautiful. I am now kind of stressed out because I've stared at it enough where it's imprinted on me. And I would like that. Now here we go. We had Into the Unknown, and now we have second Into the Unknown as a treat. My goodness. So now we're sending Hades into the Unknown. The third one. If there's a third one, you have to get the high note. I'm so sorry, Liam. I've set you up for something tragic.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah. But here we go. That was quite the cleanup. Now we're just left with a Scrooge who is very firmly, his little duck feet are planted on the ground, and an Elsa who needs somebody to make her a little bit better as a card. And that was very, very powerful turn on Nicholas' side.
Yeah, back and forth here. And again, another second star would be nice, but not enough to sing it now at this point. So we see this is what these matches do. They swing back and forth. There's so many control options with Belle, with Elsa, with Into the Unknown, with Hades, that in this late game here, it's all about drawing cards, like hammering your opponent's board, and at some point, it's just going to be too much for the other person to overcome. Let's see if Ivan has the answers here. Fortunately for Lux, managed to push himself all the way to 13, definitely in the driver's seat. We'll start with a Genie, draw a card here, establish that evasive on the board, looking for other answers. Just thinking this through. I mean, Ivan is definitely taking his time each turn here to make sure he considers every single line.
And are we at turns? So just so you guys know, once we go, I don't think so, because there's not a dice on the board. But what'll happen if you go to time, you get 5 turns to resolve. Now, in this case, he says, let's not get there. Let's just go ahead and finish up this game. And he sings Into the Unknown onto that Dumbo, who was exerted. And then it's challenge time. He says, I'll clean up your board the old-fashioned way.
Yep, just a straight-up challenge. It's always... Everything has evasive in this deck, so when you see a non-evasive character over there vulnerable, it's sometimes surprising. So Scrooge McDuck, fun card, vanilla, just a 5/5 body for 4, just a huge body with 2 lore. Used to great effect there. Let's see, and speaking of which, another Scrooge McDuck and an Yzma played at the perfect time. Yzma, a card, you can exert her if you have less than 3 cards to draw up to 3 cards, so if she sticks around, represents at least 2 or 3 cards on Ivan's turn. Fantastic play there, played at the optimal time. And wow, what an impressive board state all of a sudden. It went from Lux looking like he was in the driver's seat to all of a sudden having to respond here to Ivan's wide board state. Let's see if he has the answers.
And here we go. He's like, well, I could maybe try to get the answer by drawing a card here off this Hypnotic Strength.
We'll draw another card, give challenger to Hades there. Just might not.
It's interesting, right? He's at 13 and Ivan's at 2. So he doesn't necessarily, oh, wow, he's got his third Into the Unknown, which unfortunately that means Liam will have to hit the high note. But it's rough because that's not enough to win this game, is just getting rid of one thing. That is, like now, oh my goodness. So he will go ahead and use it on Elsa, which could be shifted and is evasive. So he'll go ahead and do that. Hades will challenge into the Scrooge McDuck, which is kind of a crazy challenge. But then we put in the last card, which is a Donald Duck Flat-Footed Detective, which helps you increase your inkwell. When he comes into play, you do get to ink a card, the top card of your deck. But it is rough. Now it is up to the top card of that deck to get Nicola back in this game.
We did clean up a little bit here, and as you pointed out, Ivan's still away off from 20, but leaving that Yzma on the board there, though, choosing to banish instead the evasive Elsa, perhaps worried about a Dumbo, and it also is a card that can pair. It's the highest cost card, so it can pair well with the Genie or the Scrooge to sing, a second star to the right. But that Yzma on her own is going to represent 3 cards, and leaving it there feels really bad when you're passing it back over. Let's see how Ivan uses her. Yeah, what a fun card. Conniving Chemist.
Yeah, I mean,
Been around for a while.
Oh, and here we go. We got Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, which, and then we see that what you mentioned here. He goes ahead and he went ahead and played it because the benefit of Yzma is you get to draw until you have 3 cards. So if there's a card in hand that goes against it. So he said, all right, I'll go ahead and play it and go ahead and get those 3 cards. Then right into a sale, which lets you draw another card. So this is definitely synergistic here.
Yeah, that Yzma, what a card to play at the perfect point in the game. Exert to draw 3 cards, just so good.
It's good, yeah. I mean, draw 3 cards, draw 5 cards. We used to have a card, you guys might have heard of it, called Friends on the Other Side. I don't need friends anymore because my friends are right here where I left them, where they're singing, they're drawing cards. We simply do not need such a silly card to sing for 3 to draw 2 cards. It's passe, if you will.
Now, Genie getting that Hypnotic Strength will be able to challenge into that. Well, could have removed it anyway, so just a little extra strength. And Bell Accomplished Mystic now coming down. Not much damage to slide around, but just another body on the board, and things are getting really out of control now over there. Ivan doing the math here, trying to figure out. No, okay, we are going to slide some over. Okay, so now the challenger on that Genie matters quite a bit. We've added 3 to the fleet-footed that Genie has challenger from the Hypnotic Strength, as he's indicating there. We'll banish that Genie. We've gotten that free 3 damage onto that Donald Duck, so great sequence there.
Yeah, and it's so rough because, I mean, this is okay. Well, that's not something you want because Donald Duck is he has wings, but that man is not evasive. He's on the ground looking for clues. And he says, I think that's all she wrote.
And that is the fist bump, not the card that he wanted to see. And Ivan, undefeated so far in 7 rounds, will be undefeated in 8 rounds, pursuing that top seed into the top cut. Fantastic sequence there. I mean, again, if you're interested in playing Blurple, or you're going to play against Blurple, and frankly, all of us are going to play against Blurple at some point this meta. What a match to showcase what this deck can do. You're seeing it on script here, and again, talking about meta breaking or not meta breaking, but
Meta defining?
mirror breaking
yes,
cards.
yeah.
The 2 I would highlight. The second star to the right in both matches, Game 2 and Game 3, the player that managed to get the second star to the right off first, and in fact, the only player to do so, wins the game. And so building up that board state is critical. And then also, I'll mention him again. It sounds silly, but playing that, gosh, and I'm blanking out on it now. Turn 1, 2-1. Support character. Basil, thanks. I've done that twice now today. But
Listen, he's a hard.
I keep thinking T-Bow.
Yeah.
But that turn 1 Basil, which really allows you that advantage in turn 4 or turn 5, especially when you're on the play, is really, really critical. So Basil turn 1, getting that T-Bow turn 2, and then the first player to get to second star to the right, especially in these mirrors, will win the game. And I hope you like Blurple mirrors, because we're probably going to see a few more in the top cut.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to tell you guys this, but we watched. This was a mirror match. It was a mirror match. Behind the mirror match was another match of Amethyst Sapphire. But the good news that means is we knew which one was going to win. It was Amethyst Sapphire. But we did see in the other match it was Ed versus Haymaker, which is Ed is a player that is illustrious, has won a few things, and Haymaker was playing, and Haymaker was able to win. So,
okay.
So we have some very exciting things I was watching come in. We have Humble and Theagox. I know some people said, I'd like to see Theagox play, or Thiago. He probably won't. He ID'd, so we cannot see him play if he's cruising into the top bracket here. But players that did play, we had Dylan Crowley, who played and was able to secure a very nice 24 points with his win, adding to his margin there. Now Zan, unfortunately, he was on Emerald Sapphire, and he did take a loss, but his buddy, Jeremy, who's a podcast co-host, is on the same deck list and won. So now he is 7-1. So there are other decks out there, guys. They're doing things. It wasn't in that match, but they're out there, okay? Believe.
Yeah. We should definitely. So Jeremy will have to play, and perhaps we can get that on stream next, because if you didn't see the Emerald Sapphire list yesterday, it's a lot of fun. It's not Blurple, and it kind of eats Blurple. So we'll try to get that for you all, at least on one of the tables, if Jeremy chooses to play and not ID. And I don't think he can draw in, so I think I'll have to play.
Yeah,
so that is a list to be on everyone's radar. How did Nick do with his Amber Steel deck? Do we know?
Let's see. Nick.
scrolling here. It's kind of scary. I don't see him.
Yeah, part of the problem with doing this always is melee names versus people's real names.
Yeah.
Is sometimes you gotta bounce
I
it
know.
around.
They're like, I'm Curly Q Joe. And I'm like, Curly Q Joe?
Yeah.
Well, your name's Nick.
So-
But yes, I mean, we already have. That round kind of went a little bit longer. So round 9 or 8 standings are already up. So as far as players, there's several players that have been. Oh, no. Let's see. Yeah, that was round 8. So, yeah, we've got that coming in here. And, yeah, we've got Diego, Ivan, who we just saw, and Humble and Dylan sitting very comfortably near the top here. And now it's the decision of, okay, are these players going to play this last round? And the answer is it's a lot of people at 18 points. And what does that mean? 18 points can then get to 21 points. So then we look at the top of the math here, and there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 people sitting at 22 points, and then about 10 or so 21 points, a 20 point, and then 19. So everybody needs to probably play. A lot of people need to keep staying in here because it's a top 16 cut. So as far as who's going to get the first seed, that's kind of a foregone conclusion. It's going to be kind of crowded at the top. But that middle section, keep playing. And I'm excited to see who we get here in this next featured match. If it's blue or blue, I'm a little afraid. Chat might be a little scary.
There'll probably be one at least.
There probably
one.
one. Listen, guys. Listen,
But-
we can't go back. There's been 8 rounds so far. This is gonna be round 9. What happens after round 9? Top cut. So we're cutting to top 16. Correct?
Yeah. Do we have an interview or anything this, or did that round go super long? Pretty long.
Yeah. So I think we're
super
going
long
right
round.
in, and
Okay. All right. Don't go anywhere. Like round 9 is coming up literally in just a moment. We're going to do a quick change over here. So we're going to go to Be Right Back, but we will be literally right back.
yeah, it looks like people.
Welcome back to the booth. I told you we would be right back. We're going to slide Brent over so he's in frame.
I'm going to slide in.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's do
And
that,
I'm joined this morning by Brent McKay. If you watched yesterday, did I say your last name right?
It's Mukai, but I'm fine with it.
I knew it was wrong as soon as I said it because I say it right all the time. But for
Your
some reason,
aura
the first time on
changed.
camera, I was like, I'm going to mess this up. So I'm here with Brent. If you watched yesterday, Brent was here with us doing some amazing commentary. Brent, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. We're getting to the nitty gritty, right? We're
Yeah.
going to round 9. The last round of Swiss, before we go into the top cut, the excitement could not be at a higher level. There's multiple events firing today. I mean, the people outside having a good time. We were chatting with a few people as they were coming through this morning. I mean, everybody seems real excited. So it's hard not to match the energy of what's in the room. How
That's
are
true.
you feeling, man?
I mean, great. I love doing this. I love being here. I love chatting with all of you out there, and I love being here in the booth with you. So, but to your point, yeah, the energy out there is great on day 2 at these events, and especially here at Charlie's. There's all sorts of side events going on. There's a women's tournament going on out there this morning, a kids tournament going on for a scholarship. And then we call it a revival event, but there's another 5K for people who aren't playing in the main event today. So there's just a lot going on, and just and these always feel like I don't know, family gatherings too. Everybody knows each other. It's a lot of fun.
Agreed. I mean, what more could you ask for? Lorcana, I mean, I was just talking about it, right? Lorcana, usually when I'm walking in the door, people are friendly. We're fist bumping each other. At least at the local game stores I've been frequenting, and even ones that I'm stepping into for the first time. Like, I usually see a familiar face. Like, it's just a fun community, and it's cool to be a part of. I've played. There's a guy that I'm friends with that was an ex-Yu-Gi-Oh player. And he didn't. We were playing, and I was playing it for the first time, and I just turned and I go, "Bro, you're scary." And he just laughs. He goes, "What?" I'm like, "You haven't said a word. We've been playing for like 10 minutes. You haven't said a single thing. You're just pointing at cards and pointing at stuff."
He's like, "This is serious."
And I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's the friendliest guy, but like, yeah, sometimes the like intense vibes can sometimes make me go, "Whoa, there's too much aura in the room," right?
Yeah.
Never at a Lorcana tournament, people are shaking hands, they're friendly, they're smiling. Even we were watching Ed in a Blurple matchup. Yeah, and the two players, it's 6-1, right? Everything's on the line. One of them messes up like the damage counter. They're both laughing about it, right? Like, things are chill. People are cool. And it's what a fun weekend this is. I'm so honored to be here. CCS, I've been watching for a long time, man. So it means the world to me to be here.
I love having you here. This is wonderful. To your point, like one fun moment I didn't mention yesterday, just kind of the vibes. Round 1, we got to see Clara Sear play yesterday, and I watched as she sat down across from her opponent. Her opponent said, "I'm super nervous. I've never played on camera before," and I'm like, he was like visibly was like very, very nervous about this round. And Clara, like his opponent, sat there and talked him through and said, "Hey, it's gonna be fine. We're just playing a game. We're just hanging out," and went through the motions to like calm him down and assure him that it was gonna be like a fun game. And this is a competitive event. That was round 1 of a big event, and she's sitting there trying to help her opponent cope with the moment. And it was really kind of a special moment to me, and it embodied, I think, what this game is all about.
Absolutely, and I know Clara well. She's the one who halted my Vegas DLC dreams
did she?
on camera.
Oh, man.
That was the be prepared moment that I had was against Clara.
One of the best Lorcana games I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you.
You should go watch it. Watch the clip. It was amazing.
Yeah, and what a charming personality Clara is. I mean, she was kind enough to talk to me after the match, and we were just joking around and chilling the whole time. So definitely happy to see her here. Happy to see so many people here. So
yeah, agreed. Also happy to see some Lorcana. Are we close to the next? We're good. Let's go to the table.
We're good. Yeah, let's throw it over.
Oh, here we go. We are shuffling up. And look at this.
Whoa.
You all wanted no Blurple, and we're getting you 2 non-Blurple decks. It is Joe Quigley on his Emerald Sapphire list against Nicholas on his very, very fast Amber Steel list. We're going to see this go quick. Nicholas has been running over people all day. What a fun match.
Yeah.
What do you think?
This Mulan combo into the discarding the Lilo, I think is just one of the most brilliant because it gives you the option, right? From the next turn on, after you have enough ink, you can keep playing that Lilo back into play exerted. And the question is, what kind of build is Joe Quigley on here? Emerald Sapphire might be a little bit slower. We've seen different variations of it. I guess we'll see exactly how slow it is. But yeah, Nicholas has the opportunity here against Sapphire, a color that loves to ramp, loves to take their time getting to their bigger threats. And we'll just take it to the face of Joe, and we'll basically be putting out 2 questers and above from here on out. Tipo's going to come down, and I mean, you threaten taking out the Mulan, but you're still ramping, right? Nicholas has the opportunity to just run away with this, especially being on the play. Have you seen this matchup even yet?
No, not at all. In fact, I haven't gotten to see Nicholas play it, and I'm kind of excited. I was talking to him the other night about his deck, and one of the things with aggro decks in this format, I was talking to people who were like, yeah, I want to go, I want to go fast. I want to go quickly. One of the things Nicholas told me that in his game plan is if he's in a deck with heavy control, and so he's been giving some space to quest here. He's racing ahead early, but
Yeah.
one of the things that he likes to do is just build up a super wide board state,
Yeah.
and then win in 2 turns. He said, I want to quest for 12, and then I want to quest for 8, and I want to win the game. So part of his game plan here is just to build up a wide board state of 2 lore questers and say basically to Joe, hey, if you don't have Under the Sea and you can't play it early, I'm going to win this game just like that.
Absolutely. And with that penny coming down, I'm assuming that he gave the resist to Mulan so that Tipo is going to be basically doing nothing here. Joe Quigley using 1 ink to play the Bobby Zemirsky, a new card from Fabled, will be able to cycle through in the same way that Mulan does, but tells me that Joe is looking for an answer here. Cycling through the cards, trying to figure out what the best play is going to be. Meanwhile, I mean, Nicholas, I don't know if you saw in his hand, he's got the Tiana, and that's going to be absolutely
Oh, my
backbreaking.
goodness.
Because Joe, for the most part, for these early turns before you can get the Under the Sea off, I mean, he's only got 2 characters on board, right, is going to provide so much support to all of the characters that are going to want to quest. And look at this. I mean, we're already at 7 lore on board. Nicholas on turn 3 is essentially going to get to, turn 4 rather, is essentially going to get to 11 if nothing is done here. And what can be done?
I mean, Under the Sea. That's really it. Joe
That's the only
Quigley's
thing.
game plan in this match is get to Under the Sea as fast as possible. And you either do that 2 ways. You build up a board state or you ink as fast as possible. And he's managed to ramp twice now. Tipo putting an extra ink in the inkwell and then Pleakley turning one of his characters there into ink as well, sending Bobby off to the inkwell. And so he's up to 5 now. He's going to get there quick, but look at how impressive this is. Look at all of that. And now Tiana, a fantastic card. She's become very popular recently, been around since set 6, but when a character of yours is challenged while this character is exerted, the challenging character gets -3 strength unless that player plays 3. So not even challenging now
Right.
won't do it for Joe Quigley.
And the key word here is exerted. So this Tiana, while upright, is doing nothing right now. It's going to be a turn away before, but I mean, Nicholas already being at 11. If Joe doesn't find an answer this turn, this game could be over very quickly. As far as I know, Emerald Sapphire does not really have a way to deal with, much like Pirate's Life and taking away lore, right? So,
Yeah.
other than Radigan's Trap, but it doesn't look like he's playing an items build. That would for sure probably be too slow. Yeah, this is going to be a make or break turn, I think, for Joe.
And math here is just not good for Joe. I mean, because Nicholas has managed to put himself right at 9 lore. Joe has to answer, or 11 lore with 9 on the board. Joe has to answer something,
Right.
or else this is game. There is a play in which he, rather than having to deal with the board, if Nicholas is 1 lore short, Joe can spend this turn ramping again, perhaps with another Tipo, and then get to 8 ink on his next turn, allowing him to play Under the Sea and get out of this mess. But because Nicholas is threatening game on board, Joe has to spend resources responding to something,
Right.
and is not able to pursue that line. And again, as you pointed out, Tiana doing nothing, so Joe will be able to challenge into that, remove Penny, and now
The Tipo will... why didn't Tipo remove that Mulan? Oh, maybe because we need to sing it.
perhaps
we
we're
need-
saving
Yeah.
Under the Sea, Joe, for, so that it's still not enough, though.
Oh, and if I'm Nicholas, that's the smartest play because now Under the Sea won't affect Lawrence.
Yeah, that's true. That is insurance.
This is,
This is just tough. 18, that Lawrence represents game if we can't deal with it as well. My goodness, just so fast.
and Joe Quigley already inked his heads held high, which would subtract 3 strength, right, from that Lawrence and then turn it into a game. But this is heads up from Nicholas. Once that Tipo doesn't go into the Mulan, we know that Joe is saying, okay, well, I have the Under the Sea. I'm going to use all my characters to sing it. And now Joe using back-to-back 4 ink here for Sail the Azurite Sea. We're drawing cards, we're cycling through, but I don't think there's anything he can do about that Lawrence. Nicholas played this absolutely textbook.
Yeah, that Lawrence is really, really the backbreaker here. I mean, you have answers for everything else except for Lawrence. And Joe here, we see the ink scooping up, just not able to do anything. Wow.
Wow.
You know, Brent, like at the start of this meta, I think people feared that this was going to be the meta, that because Be Prepared was gone, that it was just going to be all fast racing aggro decks. Amber Steel was just going to run over everyone. And I'll be surprised. We have not seen very much of it here today. Nicholas, I think, is the only one carrying this really fast aggro Amber Steel deck into the top tables today. Blurple is just so dominant, but it is fascinating to see what this deck can do. And I don't know, I'm impressed.
Me too. I mean, showcasing also because a lot of people, I think, to the untrained eye would say, Amber Steel, you just turn sideways, you win, you get a big board, you win. But him throwing out that Lawrence was absolutely critical, because if you don't, you're giving Joe extra turns to start setting things up, to start finding some answers. And I mean, yeah, there is definitely a skill expression when you are playing these Amber Steel aggro decks. Don't let the quickness of the deck fool you. You definitely have to be a great player in order to see the lines and know what the threats are. Joe Quigley, we're going to see how this deck works and how this matchup happens on the play for Joe. And I'm excited for that because, yeah, I mean, I don't want this game to be over in 8 minutes.
No, no, and now, so for Nicholas and Joe, in this matchup here, it seems like it's very one-sided. What's going to happen is Under the Sea is like the critical card in this match. And for Joe, it's like, how do I get to that card as quickly as possible, either with the characters on board or the ink total to play it. And if that happens, Nicholas has a very hard time closing out the game then, because Joe gets to the point where he has end game answers, probably Hades running around in there, and he can start to answer things, and not a ton of card draw in these Amber Steel decks, and a lot of that's conditional. So, excuse me. So as is typical in aggro matchups, like, it seems very one-sided, but it's a very tense, like, 4 or 5 turns as Joe tries to pursue that one card that he needs. If he finds it, the game completely changes and Joe can run away with this. But it's also why the play draw here is so important, and Nicholas winning the die roll and being able to go first on game 1 is critical for him.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I've been talking to some Blurple buddies who have been playing it since the beginning of this format. I say since the beginning, since last week, and they were saying that in their testing, actually Amber Steel, they have a lot of answers for, as long as they can get to their 4, get down their Scrooge McDuck, get down a couple, early things like Basil. So yeah, definitely Amber Steel, not the crazy monster that we thought it would be at the beginning of the format. Clarabelle is going to come down here. And what?
Oh, no turn 1. Okay.
No turn 1 for Nicholas. Yeah, this is going to be.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you please.
No, I was going to say, so one of the turn 1 plays that we often see in these aggro decks is that Daisy. Daisy has not seen as much play in this meta as she has been. In a format with limited card draw, it feels like giving her opponents cards is bad. So last turn we saw Nicholas play the Mulan. This game, no turn 1 play. It's possible Daisy's not being in here, and perhaps he's not as heavy in turn 1 as you often see. But there's Nala, a beautiful card from the new set. This was not on, I think, a lot of people's radars as one of the top cards in the set, but seeing a lot of play all of a sudden. She is an 0-2, and when she has no damage, she gets +1 lore and resist 1. So she's a 3 lore quester with resist 1 out of the gate.
A lot of people saying this is the card that's going to replace the Piglet captain, right? The pirate Piglet. Now we have Nala, and a lot of people are saying that they think that Nala is better. Even though it is uninkable, you get the 3. Even when she has damage on her, you still have the 2 lore, right? Tiana's going to come down, and we're going to be able to draw off of this Donald Duck. Each player is going to be able to take an additional draw here. Speaking of, not wanting to give your opponents too much draw, Joe is saying, I don't really care. And I'm assuming that in this Emerald Sapphire build, Joe might have the one card that everybody fears in the Emerald Sapphire, which is Bend to My Will, right? Discard all of the cards in your hand, which makes this Donald even more powerful, because you give your opponent some advantage, you give yourself some advantage, but you get to 7 ink, and now your opponent's advantage has been lost.
That's true. Actually, another fun card. A lot of people are playing this with the Basil, who forces your opponent to discard a card upon quest. So in the later game, you gift your opponent a card at the start of your turn, and then you immediately make him discard it with the Basil. Clarabelle shift coming in. Here's another reason why you might want to give your opponents cards. Sure, refill their hand, because at the end of your turn, you're going to get to draw cards up to your opponent's hand size. And we see here Joe immediately using that Clarabelle to draw 3 cards at the end of his turn. So here's a card for you. I will get one in return. And back over to Nicholas here, whose board state is not quite as impressive as we saw last game. We'll see if he has that the lady here. He'd love to be able to play that in turn 3.
I don't see it in hand. I do see 4 uninkables, though. It looks like he has 2 additional Tianas and 2 additional Nalas. 2 Nalas, I assume, are coming down here. Yep, kind of gotta. And you don't even want to quest out the Nala. I mean, this is. Well, I don't want to call it too early, man, but this game looks kind of over.
Well, it's Under the Sea or bust for Joe Quigley. This is what we talked about. Like, Nicholas is going to build up a board state of like 8 to 10 lore, 12 lore even,
Yeah.
and then he's going to win the game in 2 turns, just by massive questing. So at this point, Under the Sea is what you're looking for. If you do it, you take over the game. Let's see if Joe manages to find it. There's Bobby. That if there's a card that'll help you find it, Bobby's one of them. It allows you to filter, cycle a little bit.
Right, but even then, I mean, Joe has an option here to just keep dropping some powerful 2-questers, and doesn't he? Or am I mistaking something here? He's going to dig a little
deeper here. And if
Okay.
you're looking for a card, this is one way to do it, because this card digs deep.
7 cards deep. You're going to be able to keep 2 of them. It is like the Visions of the Future, but just a little bit better, just a little bit deeper.
So let's see. He's looking. I assume that if there was an Under the Sea in that mix, he would snap grab it. Maybe he already has it. I don't know. Inviting Nicholas to go a little bit wider before using it. I can't see what's in there. I see a Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman.
Yeah, he's keeping the cards close to the chest here.
Keeping the plays close to the vest.
Absolutely.
So we do have 2 cards. Sometimes having hand cams, there's a fun note. Like from a caster perspective, sometimes having hand cams is really nice because you can forecast stuff. Sometimes it's really fun, though, to have that mystery.
Exactly.
And kind of see, learn what they're going to do as they do it.
And then you get to guess. It's like you're playing a fun guessing game, right? He's establishing a wide board. Is Joe here? If he does not have that Under the Sea, though, oh my gosh, I don't think he does.
We're looking.
But now we're going 12 cards deep. There's no way that you don't find it 12 cards deep, right?
Yeah, or you're looking for your second,
He just snatched something immediately. Right? Like, if you go that quick, it's got to be Under the Sea.
It might be. Maybe you're looking for your second or your third. Who knows? Because it's the way you prevent your opponent from running away. So back over to Nicholas here. Nicholas again. I think what Nicholas wants to do is drop 12 to 14. Although he's got it. He's thinking about this. We are going to have a judge call here while we think things through. But you got to think about this because you want to set up your win condition, which is 12. About 10 or 12 lore on the board. You swing for everything, and you force your opponent to respond, and then you can win the game in a couple turns. But if you see your opponent look through 12 cards, and they most likely have Under the Sea, you're going to have to rebuild your board. And so it's this really this tense position where you're like, do I pursue my win con and say, if you got it, you got it? Or do I hedge my bets, quest for 8 here, force my opponent to challenge into me, and then rebuild my board? I think... it's a tough call.
Right. The judge call, it looks like, is based off of the Clarabelle on if it's a may or not, and if Joe, I think, might have missed that play. It looks like what Chad is saying here. So, yeah, we're getting down several of the Tianas. We're going to get the Nalas. We're going to all right,
a little bit of that removal that's left. And then we do have the Daisy. Okay,
Yep,
so Daisy coming down here later. And look at all of that lore on the board.
That's 9 lore.
This is it. So this is that play. And I think that this is the right play. You say, hey, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, I win the match. He's gotten rid of the highest challenging quester there, Joe, with the card from Donald Duck. Joe with the second card here. Let's see. The question is, does he have Under the Sea?
4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, he's counting on 7, right? You got it. You got to just hard. It's getting a hard cast here. And now I think Nicholas.
There it is, Under the Sea. Yeah, he knows it's coming. There it is. All the cards to the bottom of the deck. Now, of course, I think I forget who gets to order them. Who gets to order these here in any order? Okay, so
I believe that Joe gets to order
right.
it.
And he just said shuffle them up. I don't care.
Of their of their players' decks in any order. So it's just any order. They shuffle it up. Joe kind of making our movement like,
whatever,
really
I don't care.
Yeah.
Shuffle it up, I don't care.
As long as they're all on the bottom of the deck, I don't really care.
Not on the board. So
yeah.
Now answering the Rhino here, Power Hamster in that ball there, super threatening. And just Hades now. And this is the point. This deck, Joe's deck, has all of the answers, and there's absolutely no way. Sometimes you as a caster, you like to say, there's an out, it's slim. There's no way back in this game for Nicholas at this point.
Yeah.
Absolutely none.
All you can do is scoop, move on to the next one, start thinking about what you want to be drawing in for and what you want to be altering, I guess, right? That's the game, though. That's the game of these aggro decks. Either you win fast or you gas out, you lose fast.
Yep. And Nicholas's game plan here, again, against a lot of these decks, especially against like Blurple. So one of the reasons that Nicholas has managed to eat Blurple is because of this style of aggro play that he talked about where, I'm not necessarily doing the thing you often see where it's Daisy on turn 1, quest for 2, and then another high lore quester, and then quest again. because you invite things like Hypnotic Strength and that support Basil to answer you when paired with the Tipo, all that. No. What Nicholas does, because there's no wide board removal in Blurple, is build up that board state, which we saw with like 3 Nalas and then a Lady and a couple others, get to like 12 lore, quest with everything, and then win the game in a couple turns. When you're running against a deck with Under the Sea, that doesn't work so well.
Right. This is maybe one of his toughest matchups this set, right? Amber Steel aggro. You don't want to see the board wipe, and really the only board wipe, aside from maybe Monstro, which not quite a board wipe, right? Like, he's going to be Under the Sea.
Yep. It is Under the Sea. And I think that's why this color combination found such favor among several top players here. As we mentioned, Zansiad running this color pair, Joe Quigley clearly running this color pair, very talented player, and then Jeremy, Zan's testing partner, podcast partner, also running this color pair. It's because this deck has top end, which can beat Blurple, do a little discard action. There's some other things that make it a little bit oppressive in that matchup. But then the Under the Sea is the answer to the aggro as well. So in a meta where you're expecting some very aggressive low to the ground decks, and you're also expecting Blurple, this deck can kind of navigate both fairly well.
Yeah. I mean, in the rock, paper, scissors matchup, we were saying sometimes you bring Spock.
Sometimes you bring Spock.
Emerald Sapphire looking like the Spock deck. You heard it here first, folks.
Yep, trademark Spock deck.
Liam, I mean, it was it feels like, and it feels like for Amber Steel aggro, at a certain point, it's going to be who can win the die roll, right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of, and it gets a little high rolly that way. But Nicholas is on the play. What can Joe do? Is there anything Joe can do other than making sure that he gets and the Under the Sea and hard alters for it, right? Like, is that the only thing that you do?
Yeah, I mean, you have to get Under the Sea, and it's very critical to establish bodies on the board as well. Like, you really want that Basil on turn 1, Tipo on turn 2. Then perhaps a Pleakley on turn 3 to get you that extra ink. Like, it's either double ramp with the Pleakley and the Tipo if possible, or just get something on the board to be able to answer something to keep your opponent at 16 or 18 lore. Not having that turn 1 play doesn't feel really good either. Like, you'd love to have that support Basil on the board if possible, because now even already it's getting out of control. Daisy, we are going to find the Tipo there. Extra cards are good, but that lore, ugh.
Absolutely. People in chat saying, Corey Frogion, in fact, saying a lot of steel decks are cutting the Pete's, the Pete Games referee that would turn off actions for your opponent for a turn. And I get it, because this is not a song action heavy meta, but it would have actually won him the game there if he had thrown down that Pete, and there was nothing that Joe could do if he couldn't play that Under the Sea. However, how many Emerald Sapphire decks are you really teching for?
That's the thing. You're not teching against. It's a great point, but you're not teching against the Under the Sea. Really, you're teching against Blurple, and but it's a fair point. I look at all that lore on the board. 8 lore on the board now, already at 6.
Joe hits off the Daisy again, gets a Clarabelle in hand, and Joe has a bunch of cards in hand. The question is he going to be able to come up with an answer here?
Oh, this is so rough.
Yeah. This is a tough position to play in.
Doing the math, you can turn here you're at 4. The problem is you have to survive a couple turns here, even with the Pleakley double ramp.
Yeah.
You ink here, you ramp with the Pleakley. Now you're up to 5. Next turn you play, you're up to 6. You're still short. You need to buy another turn. But without if you had the Basil in play, right? Like, if you had the Basil on turn 1. That's why Basil's so important. Basil with the Tipo allows you to answer the Lilo, at the very least get that 2 lore off the board. Without it, it's tough.
Very, very tough, and you can see it on Joe's face. I mean, this looks like a guy who's in the midst of making a tough decision right here. That Lady from the Reign of Jafar absolutely showcasing how bonkers it can get for Amber Steel aggro when we got 4 characters out. Many of them all of them 2-questers, right?
Lady's so good.
Like, what is Joe going to do if he can't? Joe doesn't have anything with Rush here, right? And this Tipo isn't really going to be doing anything. We don't have Hypnotic Strength. What are we going to be doing? Even if you play down a support character, it's a turn away before we can even utilize it with this Tipo. This Tipo can't take out anything. And we're gaining 8 lore next turn. That means Nicholas is going to be up to 14. And how do you stop it? How do you stop it when you're still several turns away from Under the Sea? Look at him. He's nodding his head. He's trying to figure it out. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking through several turns here because, not only you'd like to be able to do something this turn. If you can't remove anything, you're setting up your next turn. Joe's thinking through his lines. What do I need to establish on the board to set me up for success the following turn? Now, you may just put 1 damage on that Lilo here. And that's what we're going to do. There you go. That's the play. Now, next turn, and Nicholas knows that at least something is available on board to remove that Lilo next turn.
Right. Pleakley coming down to maybe put the Tipo into the Inkwell. Yep.
Maybe there it
Looks
is.
like it.
And
Another
Clarabelle. Okay, so we're getting a little bit on the board here. But
very smart play to put that damage into the Lilo, because then it puts it into the Clarabelle range, right? Ooh, this Tiana's going to be a little bit of a backbreaker.
And Tiana, to be honest, Tiana doesn't even matter at this point, because you have to, if you can survive next turn, you can get to Under the Sea. And then Tiana's no good. So, like, it feels good, but Tiana, a very, very good card, but as you pointed out, Brent, has to be exerted for it to be used. So, feels good to get it on the board, but I imagine her ability will not come into play at all.
Oh, and we're only at 5 ink on Joe's side. I don't think that there's an answer here.
No.
I'm pretty sure Joe can basically just scoop here and, and dig a little deeper, goes underneath the deck here. Even if you have the Under the Sea in hand, I'm thinking through every single Emerald Sapphire card I can think about.
You need to remove something over there.
Think about it. Even if you have that Baymax and you can shift it on, right? Even
Bounce
if we're
something?
playing that way, then do you have
bounce? Do you have bounce? Do you have bounce? There's something. There's something here.
No Cloud Kickers, though.
Oh, yes!
The John
Silver coming down. No, John Silver, when it enters play, is going to give something reckless. Let's see what we choose, meaning it can't quest. So Nicholas sitting at 12, he'll be able to quest for 6. And unless there's some reach in this deck, and there's some available, like Jim Darling and some other in these colors, I don't know if Nicholas is running those. So, or Darling Deer, rather.
Right. I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. This is the math, though. Are you ready for it? Joe Quigley is still in trouble here because on board, he only has enough for Singer 7. That's not enough for Under the Sea. And in his Inkwell, he only has 6 ink. So he has to survive 2 turns. He has to somehow survive 2 turns here. That Tiana is going to have to challenge into that Clarabelle. We're going to get up to 18 here. That Clarabelle, okay, fine. Cards don't really matter. Nicholas does not have more cards in hand. We're going to play another Tiana here. And what do? We don't have any answer. As good as that John Silver was, you need to take off
one more ink.
You need to take off everything because the math just isn't mathing. We're only up to 6 ink no matter how hard Joe thinks this through. We're an ink short and we are 2 Singers short. I think this game is over. He's going into it right now. I mean, look at him. This is what I look like most days in high school as I tried to figure out. Look at Joe's position as the guy who's like, oh man, you just don't want to be here. It's a little bit of a bummer. Definitely Party Marty, TYG. I mean, what do you do? What do you do? You get this far. You go 6-2. You fight some more to end up just a bit shy
just
here.
An ink short. I'd be interested to know if he has that Under the Sea in hand. It'd just be super interesting to know. Let's see. Joe's thinking through things, but let's see. Maybe perhaps another. We're going to exert everything here, but I mean, you have to so much. There's another John Silver.
Another John Silver, but you need. We're at 18. We need to take out the whole board.
Yep.
Yeah,
and he did. Is that it there? I think that's it.
Heartbreaker.
That Under the Sea sitting right there. Just
heartbreaker. Yeah,
not enough.
Right
so
in hand.
close.
Not enough ink. Not enough. And Joe did everything he could. That's the thing. Joe played to every single out. Sometimes it just isn't enough.
I know. I'd be interested to run it back and see what would happen if that Basil was on turn 1. I don't know if it's enough, but it does enable the support with the Tipo.
Yeah.
And so that would be an interesting counterfactual. And or if that Basil sticks with the Tipo, then you have 8 to sing with John Silver.
Yep. Maybe it buys you 1 little turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. Because then you could be challenging in, and then you Is Frank Karsten in chat? He'd be able to tell us in a second.
What a fun match. Here's an interesting counterfactual.
Yeah, please. Counterfactual. I love it. That's a great term.
Reverse here, because one of the fun things about this, like you look at this match and you're like, oh my goodness, that deck is so fast, it's unbeatable, right? In that scenario. But what if, as an interesting out here, so Quigley is clearly ramping, and at one point he leverages the Tipo into the Inkwell as ink.
Yep.
And in order to ramp to like what he needs later on.
Mhm.
If he still has, I have to look back at it. If he still has enough ink to play John Silver on turn 6, the Tipo plus John Silver is enough to sing the Under the Sea.
Absolutely.
And I'd have to go back and look at the math because there's an out there if the Tipo sticks around. Of course, there was a strength that came down later, and I don't know, but
Yeah.
in any case,
I actually think you're right though. I do think that if you have the Basil down, right, to give support to that Tipo, even if you then ink the Tipo or you ink the Basil, it doesn't matter at that point either way. You've taken out because he couldn't even take anything out. So you take out a penny cleanly, we're at less lore for the next 2 turns. That's 4 lore. You know, we only get to 14. I think that there is a little bit of there is something to what you're saying here. If a Basil comes down there, yeah, you'd have to look it back. Somebody smarter than me, please. But yeah, off the top, it feels like that might have been able to make a difference, because then if you Pleakley put the Basil in the inkwell and then you still have that Tipo up with that Prince sorry, not Prince John, John Silver, that's enough to sing Under the Sea.
It's possible the strength on its own is enough to prevent that. I don't remember, but yeah, I'd have to look back. But all that is to say is you think this through, like there are scenarios and there are like small nuanced lines, like 1 or 2 cards, which would have allowed Joe to win that match.
Absolutely.
And it's possible he played it right the entire way. I think he did. He's a much better player than me. Played it right the entire way, knowing what he knew. But with 1 or 2 different cards,
if he if he knows what Nicholas has in his hand, maybe he plays that a little bit differently. He didn't know that the strength was coming. That strength play, by the way, absolutely critical, because if you don't take out that Pleakley, we have enough to sing it, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just heads up play by Nicholas to know exactly when to play, exactly what to play it on, to just cut the legs from underneath Joe and take that match. I mean, and imagine a world where he doesn't have the lady in hand and he isn't able to get 4 characters on the board. It's only 3 characters on the board for those 3-4 turns. I mean, that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
There's still so much nuance to each single decision that these players are making. And when you're playing aggro, every single decision becomes that much more important.
Well said. Well said. The game is won or lost in 4 turns.
It's inches, man. Yeah, it's inches.
Now, look, you all, I'm sure, were super excited to see not Blurple on the board. But here's the cost. Like, Joe is knocked out. So out of the 2 of the decks that were not Blurple that were in contention, you know, one of them is gone. But Nicholas, I think, still alive for the bubble with this aggressive Amber Steel deck. And I'd love to see him do some damage in the top cut. Brent, I want to, that round was fast. I'm interested if we have an interview coming up. I'm going to see. We're working on it?
Perfect.
Okay, good. We're working with production to try to bring you all some of these interviews, talk to some of these players.
But while we're waiting for that, let's set up the scene for the good people here. I mean, yesterday we came in, there's a huge crowd outside. We got 450 players in this tournament.
Huge event.
We are now about to wrap up the 9th and final round of Swiss. These players have been playing 9 full rounds. And what are we top cutting to, Liam?
That's a lot of Lorcana.
Tell the good folks. I know.
Top 16. It's a pretty severe top cut. 468 actually. I think into top 16, close to 500. Next time we're gonna break 500.
Yeah.
Come on down, Charlie's. Yeah. Oh God.
I'm excited too, Liam.
I'm throwing my Mickey pad.
Yeah. If I had something, I would throw it in solidarity with you.
Yeah. 500 players.
500. Come on.
So pretty severe. All right. Let's head to an interview. All right, so we hear there's some audio issues with the interviews. We're going to work on those because one of the benefits of being here live is getting to hear from the players.
Yeah.
Like live in the moment. So we want to make sure that we get you that. So they're working on fixing that. In the meantime, while they do that, Brent, this is your first time at Charlie's.
Yeah.
And it's your first time seeing the venue.
Uh-huh.
I was really excited yesterday that we got to spend some time exploring the space a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought we'd share, while we're waiting for the top cut, going into the top 16, they have to do deck checks, so there's a little bit of time. But we thought we'd share with you a little bit of what we saw in Charlie's yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a look. If any of you have never been to Charlie's Collectibles Show, have wondered, like I have wondered for so long, what does the rest of the venue look like? I hear it's awesome. Well, hold on to your seats, folks, because here it comes.
We're between rounds at Charlie's Collectibles Show, and we haven't got a chance to walk around much. So, Brent, you want to go shopping?
Yeah, I want to see these Enchanteds, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Got some Pokemon. Got a little Pokemon here. Some Slabberonis. Anything worth looking at? I'm not a Pokemon aficionado, man. Gorgeous looks, gorgeous looks. I am looking specifically for Lorcana. And it's tough because a lot of other cards look exactly like Lorcana. Not quite, not quite.
Brent, do you like...
You want to come down to Charlie's Collectibles Show, you like listening to music, but in an old-fashioned way. I mean, we got Booker Irvin. We got all the hits. We got Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. And my personal favorite, Epic.
Epic.
And that's what I'm hoping to pull in some Lorcana packs.
That's Miami.
The Miami Sound Machine. All right. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. Oh.
Pretty.
This Kyogre, this prestige. Dude, the Black Label 10s on CGC.
Oh, yeah.
The detail. Give me a flip. Give me a flip. Give me a turn. I mean, if you want a backflip, feel free. Man, the detail on this hat is great.
This is awesome.
So what? $100? $800? All right, Liam, we got to get out of here, man. I'm about to make a mistake.
It's beautiful.
I thought this was Hulk. What is this?
It's like, maybe?
It's like Gulk. It's like it's like the Costco Hulk.
Maybe.
It's the Kroger Hulk. Hi, I'm Brent. Charles, nice to meet you.
Are you a pop collector?
You know, I'm not. There's pop collectors, and then there's like people who just have a few. I just have a few, but I would never call myself a collector because I think that denotes like, you know, you got a wall, you got a stash.
Yeah.
Oh, you're into, what is this? Cha-Cha. Oh, you're into the Umbrella Academy? Well, I have a pop for you and a pop for somebody who likes Squid Game, right? You a pop guy at all?
I have a few, but I wouldn't call myself a collector.
Yeah.
But I do love Animal Crossing. Tom Nook is my boy.
Were you playing a lot during the pandemic?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do we go this way? Can we go back
sure.
in that way? I don't know.
Sure.
And we do magic.
Wow, this is absolutely gorgeous
And
stuff.
then
Oh, they glow!
we do glow in the dark, and we do like micro glitter and shimmer paints.
Don't bother, I'm stuck. Oh. These giant cards. A lot of anime. These are some of the most gorgeous playmats I've ever seen. This is probably my personal favorite.
So these are official like Ravensburger Lorcana playmats that Mattified has taken and put a foil treatment on. So it's really, really cool. Dodge the tree. Nerds.
Okay. Do you have Lorcana singles? Oh, yo!
Brent, there's some epic cards down.
In person
I've
before.
never seen one in person.
What do you think, man?
It's beautiful.
First
Gold
impressions?
embossing,
Yeah.
it's perfect. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
We'll show it off to the camera a little bit here. Oh man, yeah. Even as beautiful as it is on camera, it really doesn't do it justice. Like this thing, the way that the gold outline is across everything, I mean, oh.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
The Enchanteds, I'm kind of like, I mean, oh. Shout out Kendall. Aggro decks.
Aggro decks.
That's the aggro, the symbol of aggro.
Did you have a Dreamcast? Did you ever
Yeah.
play you did?
I had a Dreamcast, and I missed out because it was like, you can either get a Dreamcast now or we can wait a little bit and get a PlayStation 2. And I was like, give me the Dreamcast now. And that, they ran out of games to make for it. It was like a whole, yeah. Ooh.
I didn't know this existed.
You doing some shopping? You getting some Legos?
654. Okay. All right, so we just circled the shop. Brent, did you see anything you want to buy?
I saw too many things I want to buy. Mainly that enchanted case. I'm sure you'll cut to the B-roll here. It'll look really nice.
Possibly.
That is going to, I mean, I want to buy them all.
Yeah.
I just don't have, $9,000, unfortunately. Just
Well.
burning a hole in my pocket.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Super fun to walk around. I'm gonna go take a look at a few more things, maybe make some silly purchases.
You need to buy that Magikarp hat, I think.
Maybe the Magikarp hat.
I think it's a good look for you.
We'll go see. We'll see. All right. Oh man, what a time.
What a time to be alive, shopping around for some nerd stuff. That's my favorite, man. Oh.
I've not bought the Magikarp hat yet, in case anybody's wondering.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. They wouldn't even let you you can't wear Magikarp on stream, can you?
That's well, yeah. I would just be like, this is a generic fish.
Yeah.
Generic fish hat. It was a lot of fun. So thanks for shopping with me. It was a ton of fun.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for inviting me along.
Yeah.
Showing me around.
It was great. And I loved you nerding out over all of those shiny Lorcana cards. Speaking of shiny Lorcana cards, though, we have a deck tech for you all.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look at that as we wait for the top 16. So don't go anywhere. We're sending you right over there.
Okay.
Oh, we're almost sending you right over there.
Oh,
we're almost sending. Yeah, production's like, almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
In the meantime, I'll keep doing this.
Yeah.
One of these will be right. One of these will transition. Let's see.
Pretend we did that just right. Yeah, so one of the things, don't go anywhere. We're going to go to the top 16. For those of you who've been in these events, there's a bit of a lag because one of the things they have to do between the end of the first round, or the end of round 9 and then 16 is, of course, verify everything, but then they do deck checks. So they pull everybody's deck, they check the lists against the submitted list, make sure everything's accurate. Then they check sleeves. It's not uncommon for people to have to go switch out, 1, 2, 3 sleeves or completely re-sleeve their deck if their sleeves have received any damage during the day. And all of this has to happen before we go into the top 16. And so that's why you see that gap between the end of Swiss and the top cut. So, but the judges here are very, very good. A lot of them DLC judges, and so they do it very fast. So it won't be too long. Don't leave the stream. But in the meantime, we're going to try to fill it with some awesome content like deck techs from some of these top players.
Absolutely. In 3, 2. All right, not yet.
Yes,
it was worth a try. It was worth a shot,
We'll
man.
just keep bringing it up.
One of these times, we're going to get it right, and it's going to look beautiful. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen at home, when we finally get it? It's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I wish, without this cable, I wish I could work in a spin move. Or something like that.
You need a cape, dude.
Yeah, that's Baker's thing. I can't take Baker's thing. I don't know what my thing is.
Get a back and front cape. Show them up. Do a double cape. The rare double back cape and front cape. Is that a thing?
I don't know, but now I want it to be.
People just call it a bib, I think.
That's
Also,
fair.
Manny Quest in chat saying, "Where's the evil Kronk?" Maybe I'm the evil Kronk.
Look at this guy.
Did you
There's
think
no
of
evil
that?
here.
No.
Like he has no evil. It's all good.
There is the funny part is I've been telling people that there is a bit of a story behind why I only chose one, but I think it's funnier if I don't tell anybody, right? I think that'll be funny. Anyways, maybe now. Liam, it's getting enough time.
Let me get the magic ready.
You get your magic ready. You haven't been doing it with me. All right, we are throwing it over right. Do your best hand motion now. Oh.
All right, guys, I'm here with 2 people from Team Maelstrom, and they're running a deck today, and they're doing pretty well with it. How you guys are doing well? Are you guys doing well in the tournament?
702 drew in the top 16.
Oh,
so
nice,
feeling
top
pretty
16.
good.
I ended day 1 6-1. I lost round 8, unfortunately, to Amber Steel Aggro. It was a pretty rough matchup. But I won round 9, so I'm X2. There's potentially like one person that makes it in at X2, so I'm on the bubble right now.
Okay.
I've got pretty good tiebreakers.
That's good.
Both the people that I lost to are currently in top 16.
Oh,
so,
okay,
like,
that's really good.
I feel I feel like one of them is X01. So like that's like the best possible tiebreaker that I can get. So here's to hoping.
Yeah, for sure,
we're
guys.
playing bubble
And
play.
what's awesome is we actually have y'all's deck list over here. What are you actually playing today, and how did y'all come up with what you're going to play today?
We are playing Blurple, no surprise. The community kind of already knows that this deck is cracked.
Very good.
We are on some different card choices.
I was looking at we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah. How did the deck come to be? Like, I know y'all said y'all kind of like made some tweaks or changed 9 cards or something like that.
We went back and forth on one of our 1-drops. There's one of them has a lower floor, one of them has a higher ceiling. We went back and forth. He was on higher ceiling, I was on lower floor. I convinced him that the lower floor was just a better play.
Yeah.
80% of the time.
It's a safer pick.
It's just a safer pick. It's going to deal more damage 80% of the time. And a fever dream, like he woke up at like 7 a.m. yesterday.
He's like, oh God, I got something.
And he was like, I don't want to play this card. Let's play this one. And I was like, convince me on it. And he said 3 words, and I was like, I'm in.
Okay,
It was a little more than 3 words.
More than 3 words. I gotta know.
Develop your brain.
Oh, okay.
At the time, I was kind of tilted. I was like, I'll just do whatever you do. Fine.
Okay.
And it turned out to be the most cracked change we've
We
made.
changed 9 cards. Like, we did testing leading up to this event and then tested all the night before the event.
Yeah.
And like I just woke up and was like, let's just change 9 cards in the deck, which is like that's like a pretty sizable change.
It is.
Normally if you do something like that like an hour before the event, like you usually falter. But like I think the develop your brain overvision.
So do you think those 9 cards you changed kind of helped out y'all through the day and made the change?
Every change we made was hyper relevant the entire day.
Okay. And we're actually going to see that deck list right now. Let's go see y'all's deck list. I'm excited for it. All right, so normally you're playing like a normal Blurple, right?
Yeah,
but
so
what do you want to kind of see 1 through 3? You know, you kind of want to.
So we'll kind of go with our 1-drops. Like typically you see 6 to 8 1-drops in the character lineup. Typically Rafiki as Royal Guard is kind of the change that we made. We went to Rafiki from Royal Guard.
Got you.
That's the card we were talking about.
So we took out the Royal Guards. We went Rafiki. Why did we go Rafiki?
So he said, I said 3 words to him, and that kind of convinced him. It says it banishes Calhoun.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. No, that's valid.
So the cool thing about the strength plus Royal Guard or Rafiki is strength on one of those cards clears daisies and rhinos, which is something we're really worried about.
Yes.
But on average, the Rafiki will always deal 3.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Royal Guard will deal 3 or more. So like we didn't want to get ourselves in situations where we just had a worse card 80% of the time. We just went with the Rafiki.
But sometimes Royal Guard clears an opposing Hades when you second star to the right. And like that was my contention for wanting to run the Royal Guard.
Yeah, he did it once and was like, oh, I'm just going to switch. I was like, I'm not convinced.
You'll also run a package of 4 Hypnotic Strength. Like usually people play like 2 or maybe like 3. I've never seen anybody play 4.
Mistake. So like you also see over here with the Iagos. It's an illusion. So like at worst it's just 2 ink, banish your card, and draw a card.
Okay.
So it's just can be a very swingy card.
So it's a kill card and also can kill an Iago, like kind of like that. You know, it can boost somebody to small. Okay.
Yeah, especially if you're like, there are some purple steel lists also playing more illusions with the Treasure Guardian lineup.
For sure, yeah, I've seen that.
So like it just becomes 4 copies of Dragonfire essentially.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. You actually got a Baymax in here too. How has that been working out pretty well?
This card has been absolutely insane all day. This is
really.
I'll let R&B talk about it.
Do you know how much it took me to convince my team to play Baymaxes like this weekend and last weekend? Like, so here's the thing. I love Baymax. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite cards in Disney Lorcana. It never got a chance to shine because of the fact that like Brawl and Big Sisu existed prior to rotation.
For sure.
And like I always loved this card. I always wanted to play this card. I was like, man, this card just like steals the tempo when you're on the draw and just allows you to like continue to challenge into your opponent's board while also like equalizing the lore pressure by like he goes for 6 almost every single time. Which 6 lore for 1 card is
pretty good actually.
That's insane.
It's really good.
If you watch my feature match, like I made a lot of use out of this card, and it just made the mirror match not close. It was just so good all the time.
Also too, y'all got a package of 4 bells.
Yes.
Like that's different. Like a lot of people play 2, maybe 3. I've never seen 4.
No,
Y'all
but-
said, hey, we're gonna play 4 of these.
4 bell, 4 else.
Yeah,
like any purple deck.
With as much like this format without the existence of a board wipe or just a finishing removal overall is very challenge heavy.
For sure.
So being able to challenge into the opposing board and then turn that damage into
Turn that tide, yeah.
another removal spell.
For sure.
Also, it costs 5, which is very relevant for a card like Second Star to the right.
Yes.
So being able to like play Elsa on turn 4, banish their thing, play Bell on turn 5, banish another thing, and then sing second star to the right is a very huge tempo swing that not a lot of decks can come back from.
Almost none of them.
Yeah, literal 0.
My last round opponent was a Blurple Mirror, and I 2-0'd them because I did exactly that, where I went, like, on the play, I went Genie, Elsa, take out your Genie, play Baymax, or no, play Bell, removed his Basil, and then the next turn I sang second star, and he conceded.
That's just a blowout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is indeed a blowout.
they don't even watch you.
There's nothing I can do. I had like 5 dudes in play. He had 1.
I do kind of want to talk about this card really quick.
Oh, no,
'cause
go
this
ahead.
This was the biggest.
This is the brain.
change.
Yeah, gotcha.
If you look at this list, shout out Zenulos. He played essentially this exact 60 at Inky. And did pretty well. He went XO at the last weekend as well.
Yep.
The only card different was these were Finders Keepers and these were Visions of the Future. We like this over Visions. Like again, this is Ryan all day at 6 a.m. yesterday. We had the 1 is relevant because you have a lot of times you end the turn with 1 ink unspent. So it's always good to just filter.
I have seen that.
You're gonna cast this card 80% more than you cast Visions because Visions is only
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly better.
Yeah.
No, but I to your point, I have seen a lot of people play something out and they have 1 mana open. They could have used that to play develop.
Yeah.
And that makes sense.
It helps you find your turn 2 ramp too. Like
Yeah.
it allows so the inclusion of Develop Your Brain allows you to mulligan a little less aggressively.
For sure.
Because like if you full ship 7 with no ramp in hand and you draw like a second star, an Elsa, 2 Hades, like you're
in
chopped.
trouble. You're in
cooked.
trouble.
You're
Yeah.
cooked. So like Develop allows you to take a little more timid mulligan strategy because you have the ability to filter. Like I had games where I would mull 4 cards and keep a Develop, and I develop on 1. I didn't find the ramp in my opener. Didn't find the ramp in my like first draw step. But because I developed, my next card was exactly Sail the Azurite Sea, and it like single-handedly just won me the game.
Yeah, that also happened to me a couple times where I was able to just use Develop Your Brain and either found a better inkable card than what I had in my hand, so I got to kept all the heaters in my hand, or it just found me Sail or Tipo or some form of ramp on turn 2, which was really huge, especially in this deck. Like going first, you can kind of dodge it on. If you play it on 3, you're still fine. But going second, if you miss turn 2 ramp, it's kind of detrimental. So having extra copies of like just Develop Your Brain on turn 1, because you typically don't want to play a character on turn 1 in a lot of cases.
No,
but
yeah.
you almost always want to play a Develop.
Yeah.
So like Develop on 1, filter your draws.
Plus 1 drop in the game.
Put your T-Post to the bottom, put your Basils to the bottom.
Yeah.
Put all the cards that don't matter. Like I had to Develop Your Brain on turn 1 and it found me 2 second stars. So I was like, well, I'm glad I'm not drawing both of these.
Yeah. You don't want to be drawing both those. Yeah. You also got the same package here. Your Dumbos. How's Dumbo been working out today? Were they hard to get? Did you have trouble?
There's a reason that card is like $80.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's worth the price because I want that card to go down, but like it's worth the price. That card is insane.
Well, hold on. Let's be fair. It's worth the price given the context of the current meta because there just isn't efficient removal to answer.
For sure, okay.
I think so here's the thing. As time goes on, as we start to get more sets in this season 2 of Disney Lorcana, I think Dumble will get worse because we are going to get better removal. We're going to get more efficient removal. Once we have song-based removal that can answer it, on par, like the card will still be good. Will it be $80 good? Probably not.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Gotcha.
I think the card it's cracked for right now. Like R&B said, it might get worse, but I think the card is just very powerful. Like I've seen a lot of players this weekend, like in my opinion, play Dumbo incorrectly, where they're just slamming it on the 4th turn. I don't think that's not really something you want to do. Like you want to be able to, when you play it, get immediate value and draw a couple cards off of it. So in that context, like. Yeah, sometimes Dumbo seems bad if it's you play it on 4 and they remove it immediately.
Yeah.
But if you're able to just stick to evasive threats, like a TikTok and an Elsa or something, and then like play Dumbo, draw a bunch of cards, and like the card is just absurd.
Yeah, and you got your package of Hades, and you got your Elsas. Elsa's been working out pretty well for you today.
Elsa has been very, very good.
Single-handedly
turns the tides of the game sometimes.
Yeah. It like there was a turn where I got to shift my Elsa, freeze 2 of my opponent's things, and then sing second star to the right, and the game ended almost immediately.
Okay, if you could, so like, let's say another tournament was like next week or something like that. I'm going to PPG next week, Denver. Would you change any of the 60, or would you just go with it?
No, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, When this card was Visions, I was real low on this. With this card being Develop Your Brain, I would not
Huge
change.
difference.
I would not change a single card.
No 60. You take it again.
Multiple people have messaged me asking me if I would make changes. I would not change a single card from this list.
Okay.
I wouldn't either.
So this is the deck list you would take to another tournament next week.
Yep.
Well, guys, you heard it from them. Maelstrom, both playing Purple, doing really well in the tournament today. Good luck to you in your
Thank you,
top
appreciate
16, and I hope you do well in your bubble.
Yeah, I
So,
hope so.
guys, yeah, and that's it, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tubes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome. Jeepus. I am so excited. I don't think I ever casted in person with you.
I don't think so
We've
either.
only been in the computer, and we are in the computer, but in real life, we are kind of like in the computer from reality into here.
Yeah, now
So,
you're a real person. I'm also real. You know, we're both
not everybody
actually
knows
just
that.
here. It's crazy, right?
It is. It's very weird. They let us out. They said you can come out of your house as a little treat. But what a day! We are wrapping up round 9. What do you want to? Do you want to talk about bubbles? You wanna talk about
Sure.
So
sure.
there are 15 people who are above 22 points. You might say, Katie, why does that matter? So that means that we are going to be having 15 people that are locked in at this point. 15
Okay,
people
that's
who
a lot.
That is. A lot of people are feeling good right now. And of those 15 people, I believe 14 just said, I'm good. They didn't even play last round, which is one of the benefits. IDs people are
Yeah.
like, should it be allowed? It's a little treat. It's a little reward for being a
It's
good
a nice
player.
bonus. I mean, it's just math, right?
Yeah,
you
it
make
is.
it so that there's only a certain amount of points that are able to be gained in the last round, so you feel safe, right?
Yeah.
1 point is enough, locks you in, good to go. You get to take a break. That's the little bonus that you get for having such a good run.
Now, you might say, well, what happens if you don't ID? Well, there's a lot of people fighting for what we call the bubble. Now, the bubble is a term that refers to the amount of points that some people will get into the top cut, some people will not. So people say, I bubbled in, I bubbled out. You really all have to be at the same point. You can't be at different points and say I'm on the bubble. The bubble is truly a fixed amount of points, and in this tournament, it is 21 points. Now, it's interesting because 21 points can be achieved 2 ways. You can go 6-0-3, which means you won 6 games, you drew into 3, or you can go 7-2, and that's math again. Once again, this is just math. It's not anything. So there is one player sitting at 6-0-3, and then there's about 20 players sitting at 7-2. Now, do you know from your life, is it better in the bracket of tie breaking to be somebody who's sitting at 6-0-3 or 7-2? What do the tiebreakers generally care about? Computer, tell us.
I mean, some of it cares about, like, you'll have your opponent match win percentage, which would be the first tiebreaker then, which I think is more important. I feel like the ties would matter unless your strength of schedule, like the opponents that you had fought up to that point, were a lot stronger.
Oh, well, I mean, we don't have to guess anymore because round 9 just went up, and
Because the first breaker should have been whatever. If you scroll over just a little bit, it'll be this percentage right here, which is your opponent win percentage.
so we can say that as far as who bubbled in, I mean, it is Spicy, who we actually saw on stream yesterday. I believe Spicy did not have a Spicy deck. It was Blurple, if I remember correctly.
What was their percentage, and then the
They went
percentage right below
7-2.
them?
So they were at 65-7-6, and the one was 65-7-4.
Oof,
So
that is a rough. That is rough.
it is, and I mean, we just saw R&B being interviewed. R&B was sitting at 64-7-9. So R&B was at 18th place. So basically, 17th place was Nicholas Beelan. The 18th place was R&B, and then we have Jonathan Williams, we saw on streams, and Syed. And those are just the people who are in the top 17, 18, 19, 20. So these
that's pretty rough. I mean,
so we're waiting to get to the top, which means we're probably gonna be doing a little bit of deck check here. And you're getting some love in the chat. Maka22 says, Jeebus, you're so good at communicating. You always do an amazing job. 5 exclamation marks.
I appreciate that. So we're actually getting a pack rush. We're a little bit of downtime between when they do the actual cut, which now we know about, and if they're doing deck checks and the sort of wrangling of the players before we get to the actual top 16. We have a bit of downtime, so we're going to fill it. We're going to have a little pack rush here, a couple boosties, and we'll watch. We'll give them some commentate, on a bit of a pack rush. What do you think?
I would like to have the packs myself, but the second best thing is watching somebody else
Fair enough.
open them. So we're gonna go ahead and get that pulled up on stream. So pack rush. Oh, it's pack rushing with. Okay, so they get to open packs. All right. Well,
I know, right?
I was like, okay.
Some
well,
people's
now,
kids, like, come on.
All
All right. Yeah, this is what nepotism is. And the nepotism is that Joseph Quickly, he did a quick change, and he looks a little bit like Liam, if I'm going to be honest. And they're going to open the packs. Now we get to see, are they going to do the thing where they check to see if they enchanted, or are they going to do the full send, never look?
Oh, full send, never look.
Yeah, it is so fun, right? I've never had it happen, but I imagine it'd be fun.
It is fun.
I mean, I've played it without looking, but I'm saying I've never had the moment where.
Oh
you're like,
no,
"Heck,
when
I
you
got an
have it
enchant."
enchanted in it and you just shuffle it up. I mean,
Oh, I would never do that.
you
I would
just-
always sleeve it. I'm always sleeving. No chance.
I do sleeve my pack rush too, so that's why I kind of don't care as much. 'Cause you're also not like really aggressively shuffling pack rush. It's just some boosties, and it's not that many cards, so you don't need to really hard riffle it anyway.
Yeah.
But it's really, I think pack rush might be one of my favorite ways to do sort of like the pre-release or the release type of events.
It
You're just basically buying booster packs to play it, which you're gonna do anyway, and then it's a fun way of just getting up in there. Look at him doing full riffles. Liam's a crazy
Liam's a
person.
mad lad. He's going hee.
Actual
I
mad
have so many
lad.
enchanteds. And the last thing I'll say on the bubble is we might say, well, how many people are at 21 points? I just did the math. It is 18 points. So 18 points is where the bubble sat. Or sorry, 18 people. Sorry, 21 points is where the bubble was. 18 people had 21 points. And we did say, well, one person,
Bubble boys.
Yeah, the bubble brigade. And of those people, we said like, oh, well, how does tiebreakers work into that? So I'm looking for that 603 person to see where they landed on this bubble. I'm not finding them. But in the meantime, we are looking at our hands. Now, commentating this is always a very fun journey because, honestly, I don't know what they're going to play, and they don't know what they're going to play either because this is double blind.
Well, it looks like Liam is probably going to be favored here to start because there looks like a Sisu in hand, which is pretty solid as a turn one play.
It is. That is definitely something that you get 2 ink to start with, so you get to start basically on your third turn. So if Brent says,
What is this? Liam. Oh, brother.
Well, he's hedging his bets here,
That's true. That's true.
Oh, and Enchantress is a pretty actually great.
That is a pretty
limited
good.
card.
That is a pretty good card.
Enchantress is somebody.
Nope, right
who
on the
has-
bottom. It's
What?
gone.
You put what?
I don't know if he wants to win.
Why did he do that? Well,
Maybe we have a song in hand. And we're playing this Ursula. Nope.
all right, Rose Lantern, I believe, lets you
Rose
move
Lantern
damage.
is interesting. It is not bad.
It is, yeah, it is a tool. And honestly, Liam said, I'm here for a long time, and I want to make sure that everything works correctly. So yeah, it makes sense. And honestly, he knows the cards he has. Well, he doesn't know all of them. Honestly, he does not know the cards he has. He's saying, look, you can look at my hand and that'll help. Does it? Now we have Alice, but we have Alice with support. Now, I don't think we have enough support for it to matter. This is Mulan, who does give a little bit of support as a treat, 2 if she quests. But Alice, I believe, needs far more than 2. I think she needs 10 strength. So we are far cry from what we need here.
Is that a shiny Sisu? That might be foil.
Perchance. Wow, I rolled my R's there. But yeah, now
Else is really strong in limited. It looks like there's the give all your characters support Alice, which can also be pretty good.
all right. So let me see here.
All right. And there's a 5/5 for 5 in hand. I don't know. I thought I liked Liam's chances, but the more that I see Brent's cards, every 5/5 in these games are just incredibly powerful because you don't really know what your cards are, and it's just generally the biggest thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's one of the reasons I love limited is this game is it can be pretty complicated at times. You need to worry about sequencing. You need to worry about your curve. You need to worry about so many things. But then you play limited and you're like, I need to play the next best card. And there is more skill than that. But generally speaking, especially something like this with Pack Rush,
Rockstar Stitch. Oof.
that's pretty. Well, it's only good if it is good, and it doesn't look like he's got the stuff to make it. Because if you're playing on curve, then you generally gas out those little characters early.
That's true. That's true.
So Rockstar Stitch is great to draw cards, but you need little buddies. You need something 2 cost or less. And generally speaking, in formats like this, you don't know what you have, so you're generally going to say, "I'll play what I can." I don't know what I certainly am not planning for a Rockstar Stitch
I wouldn't.
because that is a lot you're hanging on. And I think Brent's doing that thing now where he's going, "Oh man, if I knew I had this." But either way, as far as the Melee link goes, if you guys are looking for it on Melee, I don't think I can drop a link in the chat, but it is if you search on Melee CCS 25,000 Lorcana weekend, or you search CCS 25K Lorcana, or if you go to Melee, the tournament number, if you do melee.gg/tournament/view, the number is 334-305. That's right, folks, 334-305 to find this tournament and watch the bracket in real time. I am going to kind of see, there's people I don't know what they're playing. So if you guys want to drop in the chat, people I don't know what they're playing. Dylan Crowley is sitting very comfortably at the top of the bracket. I'm not sure what that man is playing. Zach Butcher, Chad with 2 T's, Kolpos, Dylan Brown, Mitchell Rusk, Joe Mama, King Cole, and Akira. So if anybody knows who those players are playing, if you want to let me know, then that'll help us. But in the meantime, we do know I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blurples, and I have 2 bleens. You might say, Katie, what's that? Well, that is Amethyst. Oh, Dylan Brown is on blurple. I think you guys are going to be really filling in a lot of blurps. We're going to be
this. Oh, really? It censored my own.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so that's why I said once again the number to get into Melee is.
I am definitely a mod on this channel. That is ridiculous.
You're gonna get banned. You're gonna have to ban yourself, which is truly the greatest pain.
There's
you'll
no
ever
shot
know.
that I'm not a mod.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna. Oh,
I know. Listen, mods. Mods are who mods the mods is what I always say.
I
Who
mod
watches
the
the
mods.
Watchman and who mods the mods. Gotta post a number access screen like an
oh,
infomercial.
look now I'm an admin. Do what I want.
Welcome to the 20 Lore post stream. If you want to follow us on Melee, please feel free to access it on melee.gg and enter the number at the top of your screen of tournament/view. And the number is 334-305.
There you go. Now it's in there.
Or just click Jeebus.
I mod the mods.
And who judges the judges? That is Judge Phil. Judge Phil judges the judges.
True.
So that is actually the answer. Arcus Umi, friend of every show, friend of every tournament. The answer is unfortunately Phil. Or fortunately, we love Phil here. And then we have the Dumbo that is not breaking the meta. He's cute. So we're still cruising along here. Like I said, we just got somebody who is a hero to all. That hero is my Zika 14. Dylan Brown's on purple or blurple, but we still looking for Dylan Crowley, Zach Butcher, Chad, Kolpos, Mitchell Rusk, Joe Mama, King Cole, and Akira. So if anybody knows who those players are playing, you will help crowdsource data. Now I could go look and see what the paper deck lists are, but I need you guys to know I can't because I'm here right now with you. So that is why I can't. I can't do everything. Now maybe there's 450 deck lists. Let's be honest with each other, and it's paper. So shout out to the judges. Shout out to people everywhere. But if there's a judge watching this stream for some reason and stop judging, that would be good. But otherwise, yeah, we're about to get started here with the round after we do this pack rush. A shout out to Brent, Mukai, and Liam of the Illumineers for doing this little pack rush here. I'm sure they had to twist their arm and say, hey, do you want to sit down to open packs and play? Oh, yeah. We have Arkazumi saying, Katie, are you pumped to the bubble math? On cloud 9. Oh, I'm over the moon. How exciting is it to know that 18 people sat on the bubble together and then it burst? And like Venus de Milo coming out of the shell, we had a player rise like a little phoenix out of the bubble and say, I alone shall bubble in. All of you 17 other people will bubble out. How do you guys like that? Am I coming for Brent's job as a voice actor? Brent is coming for Liam's job here as the winner, sitting here very comfortably at 13 lore. Now, I do want to see if the pairings are up. I'm chatting a lot. Jeebus is doing probably the most things I've ever seen a person do at once. So
There you
shout
go.
out.
Now you can post links.
Oh, I can? You shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm going
You
to
can
be
do
like,
whatever
hey,
you want.
hey guys, this is a really
No
cool video.
more rules.
Have
The
you heard
chat is now. You can do whatever you want.
Have you heard of E-bombs? Here's a link to my favorite video. Fires a missile. So now I have too much power. But the pairings, are the pairings up for the top 16? No, but you guys can do that. That's the thing that somebody out there, not me, knows how to do the pairings for top 16. I think, so obviously the one thing I know is 1st seed and 16th seed will play against each other. So that means Spicy, who bubbled in, will be playing against Mitchell Rusk, who did not bubble in. He just got in the natty way. If anyone knows what Mitchell Rusk was playing, you could tell me.
We should be able to have all of. I'm working to get us a bracket with all the colors applied to it.
Okay.
So that we can actually look at the deck list because it is open deck list.
Okay.
for,
So that's why we're having a little break here. is 'cause we have
They're
to,
getting a little bit of a break. I assume that they're also doing deck checks. They may or may not be doing deck checks. Usually they do, but we are working on that. And if I can get a bracket so that we can just bring it up on screen and talk about it, I'm
That's always better.
I'm
than,
working on
than-
that too.
Than my
'cause,
psychotic ramble.
I mean, I like your notebook with all the stuff in it.
It's like a death note.
But
People like
it is a death note for all these poor players.
Yeah, but it's like a win note for one player.
Yeah.
Just imagine that. Like, listen, if Katie writes down these 16 names,
The last name that gets written down, that's the one that wins.
yeah, it is. It's not great odds to have 1 in 16 shot of winning, but if it's really that's all it takes is you just have to write it down. That's 6% chance that you're gonna win. So, but I am writing down the names and seeing in the meantime because it's fun to talk. I mean, you've watched many of these rounds today, both casting and doing a spectacular amount of navigation through these webs of computers. So, what has been a deck that you've been very excited to see?
I mean, I really enjoyed. We got to see an Emerald Chromicon.
Yes, Steel.
Yeah. Really, just bully Dumbo piles, And as much as the Dumbos are sort of reigning supreme over everything, it's nice to see that they do have natural enemies. There are cards out there that can take them down, and I think if somebody cracks the code on having a deck that is both able to beat really any Dumbo variant,
Any old Dumbo.
consistent enough, and then just not lose all the time to everything else, then that'll be the deck to play. We'll see if they can, if anybody can really crack that code. It does seem like all the major teams are just working on Blurple because it's just really good, and there's no reason to try and break it just yet because they haven't cannibalized their own decks enough to fight the mirrors yet, but they will eventually, and that has happened in the past with Ruby Amethyst when that was at its peak. Everybody was basically playing Ruby Amethyst set 2, set 3. Eventually, the decks become, Ruby Amethyst, good in the mirror decks that are just worse. You just sacrifice percentage points to be able to win the mirror. So then all of your other matchups that were good get a little bit worse just because you really are so desperate for just anything else to be able to beat the mirror because you're just going to run into it in a 9-round tournament. You're running into it 5 or 6 times. And if you're not a favored in those matchups, like if it's just a coin flip, you flip 6 coins, you're not going to hit heads 6 times very consistently. That's just how it works. So you have to make sure that you have some way of edging that a little bit into your favor because, again, play draw. If you're not winning die rolls all day either, now you're flipping coins and you're rolling dice all day. Like we're just like playing a different game at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely it's very reminiscent, like you said, of a set 2 where it's just you show up and be like, okay, so we're doing a mirror. Now that being said, we have far more cards than we had in set 2. Not as many as we had a moment ago. But
True.
we do have more answers, more tech. We have the technology, so people might be able to weave through. I mean, a classic example is somebody weaving through the meta, both by fortune and by prowess, was Joshua Paltry down in Atlanta. He was able to make a deck that somehow shot right through the center of the meta, but we did find out on day 2. We said, how did he do it? And the answer is he didn't play steel. So, I mean, there's things that happen. That's a strange thing to avoid steel all day, but he did it. But you can't plan on that. So you have to kind of plan on this sweet spot where you build a deck that techs for the meta. You build a deck that maybe it tries to shoot through the meta with an arrow. And then you might get lucky too. I mean, sometimes you see matchups and you're like, I remember so vividly when my first memories was a set champ and I said, hey, I've been running this Amber Steel list. You've been running Amber Steel. You got to play my I didn't. Tell me, what is your tips? How do you face this Ruby Sapphire matchup? He says, I've never played it. I didn't play it yesterday.
Yeah, just don't
do it.
Be lucky. Don't be unlucky.
And I try, but honestly, it doesn't work out that way for me very often.
It is very easy to win your good matchups and then just not lose if you don't fight your bad matchups.
Exactly.
Sometimes, I've always thought that, there's most stores have a player that just they've been playing whatever hyper aggro is the fastest hyper aggro forever. They started with Lilo's and Maleficent deck, and then they just kind of carried that through to now. Now it's kind of daisies and ladies and whatever. That deck can win every tournament. Any tournament that they go into, they could win. If you just run into your good matchups, like the decks that just are not able to beat that really hyper aggressive. I mean, you look at last round, right? We have just Sapphire, Emerald. If you don't Under the Sea on time, you're just going to perish to a bunch of 2-lore questers. Or you could be like DeCandio, King of the DeCandio Classic, and just make the best deck and then win.
DeCandio of DeCandio Classic fame. All right, so man, we are looking here. I'm looking at getting the deck list, not the deck list, because that's what people behind the scenes are doing. What I can say with 100% certainty is we have at least one Emerald Sapphire in the top. Actually, there should be two. There should be. We have Mark, Eliga, and Jeremy. So I put, oh my goodness, I put Mark as Blurple. How dare I? That's disgusting. He is playing very, very clearly Emerald Sapphire. So I will say we know we have 2 Emerald Sapphires. We know we have an Amethyst Steel. And then I know we have 5 Blurples. But I'm going to take a little guess that there's more than 5 Blurples in there.
That's a safe assumption.
Yeah.
In the dark. Any less than 4 seems ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems like,
imagine.
yeah, right. Something happened and they all passed out. They all
Yeah,
ate the same
everybody, they
Little
decided to
Caesars.
just leave. They're like, you know what, I've had enough Dumbo for forever.
DeCandio says he has this really hot tip. So this is actually an employee of Ravensburger and helps on Disney Lorcana. And he has this tip coming in live. Build the best deck.
It's just that easy.
It is. It is. It is. So shout out to DeCandio. Thank you. And we hope maybe he might be in the channel a bit longer. I've also heard that you want to quest to 20 before your opponent.
Yeah, or 25,
25,
sometimes.
Sometimes. We've never seen it. It's not happened in science or in practice or in the labs, but we know it could.
It could. It's
And
possible.
I hope they make a lore. Like I was hoping with the league kit, the lore tracker for that set would have a 25.
Just go up to 25.
Yeah, because what is Donald supposed to do? Okay.
I know. Nothing. No respect on Donald.
Yeah. And you also want to do ABQ. Always be questing. Never challenge. Never saying only quest. That's my strategy, guys.
And there's a lot of players, I think, that are really dooming about this format. They're like, well, it's all Blurple all the time if you're not buying Dumbos. You got to remember that this set just came out, for one. So players are not really experimenting in all the little pieces yet. The tech to beat the best deck has not all been explored or revealed necessarily because the DLC, is not yet. And players like to keep some of the super secret tech a little bit under wraps, but
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of, there's aggro. Have you heard about aggro? And the answer is we're looking right now. There's another tournament going on in the finals. I've noticed some of you guys are watching that, which honestly, fair. This is Pack Rush, and they're watching a finals. But it is Blurple. Yeah, sorry about that. But there's an Amber Steel, and I'm looking at this board. Let's see if it's I see Daisy. So, yes. I don't know if I see, or not Daisy, I see Lady. I see Doc. I see Jim Deere. And I think I see Daisy too, actually, and Strength. So, yeah, it looks like the answer is you can go on. You can't go through them, can't go over them, gotta go under them.
and that works, right? And that's good in it's bad into certain things and it's good into other things. And that's the thing. Any event that you go to, like we'll call it a 9-rounder, right? You are going to run into bad matchups sometimes, or you might make a run where you don't ever run into a bad matchup at all. So you just never know. You have to kind of prepare for whatever, where you can.
Yeah, the answer is try everything, but try the things that work, as stated by DeCandio. You want to try the things that try the good things.
And I don't know, one thing that I think is really cool is even if this format, let's imagine that the Dumbo Blurple pile is just 60% of the metagame, which is an absurd number on its own, which that won't happen. But if it is that much of the metagame, we're getting a new set in 2 months. Yeah. Like the new set is coming out faster than any other that's come before it. Gets them on a better schedule going forward, so that we're back to sort of the every 90 days we get a new set. And that's going to be really exciting because we're going to get like a little bit of, it's 61 days at this point. That's nothing. That in the grand scheme of things, that is, we get a couple of DLCs in there, and then boom, new tech, new tools to be able to answer this. If there's not a card that can deal with sort of this Dumbo strategy that's going on right now, I would be absolutely shocked.
Yeah.
There's just no chance that there's not something that will completely shake up how these decks play, because that is a full set. We're not talking about a reprint set. That is a full brand new set with the new format. I'm really looking forward to Whispers. I think it's going to be super, super awesome.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Detective Meta. It's incoming. And you might say, well, we didn't get Detective Mickey back. This is an important time to note that they did confirm that it is not a situation where this is the reprint set. It is a reprint heavy set, but every set can have reprints. So,
Exactly.
So we can see things, and it's tricky, right? Because we've learned long ago that the employees of Ravensburger, they will not, like, you could ask them questions and they will answer, and it's not a lie. It's kind of one of those things where they will say, like,
Everything is Bruno, and they won't talk about Bruno.
yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because, I mean, why would they spoil the fun of it? So there's been times where people are like, I have this really great idea, and I know Rochelle is sitting at her phone, sitting there, as she does, and reads what we write and goes, it's already gonna happen. And is just, like, trying to be chill about it.
I can't believe that didn't get reprinted. I'm
Yeah.
so mad about
If
it.
you guys don't do dual link blah blah blahs, and she's like, how do I? And then she just has to just take a deep breath and maybe send a cute little gif and say, great, thank you. But I know she knows so much. She knows it all.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rochelle. She's my favorite. I love. Shout out to Habibi, who's at this tournament, for being an open target of some gentle ribbing.
Somebody's got to get the hate, right? There's always hate, and it's always just flowing forever.
And I love
ever.
it because Habibi's such a good sport. He's my favorite heel. Is that he's just out there? Oh man, they're looking. Did I get an enchanted? Did you get an enchanted Wildcat?
Somebody's got to be the villain, right?
Yeah,
Always.
Yeah, Dick Burns, Habibi, they're out there. They're like, I'm ready. And it's not villain. That's crazy that
It
Lorcana
is,
villain is
right,
beloved, deeply
right.
beloved. He needs to do more heel work. We need for Lorcana villain to be like, I'm going to fist fight JDZ. Like,
Somebody's got to battle. Like, we got to get more, more arc enemy stories.
and they're still casting. So honestly, I'm going to DM JDZ and Liam and be like, hey, or not Liam, Baker, and say, hey, Baker, fight JDZ.
Throw down some gauntlets, like, for no reason.
Say, like, I have hair.
We'll drum up some drama. We got some DLC seasons coming up. We'll just start making some drama, because a lot of these teams are going to be in the same spot at the same time. We'll just, it'll be like the OG sort of rap drama where they're manufacturing it.
Oh boy, I just got handed something. It's the
These
keys
are the deck
to Kingdom.
lists.
Okay, so
So we should be able to.
this is Amethyst Seal. You might say, Katie. Okay, don't worry. So we are cruising along here. I have the top 16. We have the deck list. So together, now here's the thing. These deck lists, this deck name is Deck Sucks. All right, it doesn't.
It's got to be Dumbo deck for sure.
Dawson Crawford.
It's a Dumbo deck. Boom, called it.
I saw R&B's deck list. He actually wrote Bumbo. Big fan of Bumbo. Big if true.
Blue Dumbo.
Big if Bumbo. He knows it's a typo, but honestly, Blue Dumbo should be Bumbo or Blumbo.
Blumbo.
Blumbo. I got the Blumbo deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut back to us so that they don't just get the top of your head, so that you're aware.
Yeah.
She's just hunched over the table,
So
chicken scratching a bracket that we're.
here's the thing.
Getting all the decks.
who is, and this is important, Dawson Crawford, because we've got these. Listen, everybody's got names. I'm gonna guess Dawson Crawford is Klopos, King Cole. He's got to be Klopos or King Cole because everybody else has a name as their name, which smart. And then we have here Matthew Peddle. Is that Haymaker maybe?
Yeah. What is
Okay.
it? What is it in melee?
I think yeah. And
we'll
listen,
crack the code. It'll be
Dylan-
fine.
I know. Listen, I do feel like I'm in the Matrix. And you guys are going to see this most stressed version you'll ever see me, which is me trying to figure out who y'all are. So shout out to Dawson Crawford. All right, so we're going to go to the feature match. I'll keep clicking around, but if anybody, Dawson Crawford, will you please report? I'm guessing King Cole is Cole William. That would be weird if that was somebody else. But here we go. We're moving along. I'm seeing a lot of Amethyst Seal, folks. I'm seeing a lot of Blurple. It turns out Amethyst, pretty good. So big for people that predicted that outcome. But we're going to, in a moment, get over to the top 16, which is crazy. We only have 4 more rounds. I can't believe it. We've been here. Sorry. Oh, good. I'm off screen.
We're
So
gonna-
I guess
yeah,
at the
it's
top of
okay.
my head, I'm like, why do I have so many gray hairs? When did that happen? What are
It's,
you guys doing
it's
to
the
me?
lighting. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to shout out to Dawson Crawford. You gave me a gray hair. That wasn't there before, and then you didn't write.
And then you didn't like be very specific about what we're doing here.
Yeah, you knew. You're trying to hide your tech. It's Blurple.
It's Blurple. I told you that from the rip.
Yeah.
I saw the name. I figured it out.
But we're going ahead here. I'm going to keep clicking around. We got King Cole here on Amethyst Steel. And we don't know 100% what match we're going to get. We will know very, very shortly.
Did you get Dawson written down?
No, Dawson, I don't know.
Dawson is Spice.
Spicy? You crazy. Okay, he's Blurple. All right. Well, I guess I could have known that, right? Anyway, King Cole we've got here. All right. So next up, we have Caden
Wood on Blurple.
So
Just
Caden would.
just assume all of them are Blurple, and then if it's not, then we can change it.
So Caden could be
If
Colpos.
they have the names or the numbers written down.
Oh.
They
You
already
hacked it.
did this for you. You're welcome. I figured it out.
You hacked it.
We cracked the
We're
code.
gonna steal the
all the
Declaration
deck
of
lists,
Independence.
They had the numbers written at the top. We didn't need to be
well,
trying to
Here's the thing.
piece it together from nothing. That's okay. That
Wait,
means
this is called the Blurple Blaster. Okay, so that's Amethyst. That's Amber Steel. Oh my goodness. But still, my heart in the Blurple
That's great.
Blaster.
The Blurple Blaster.
Oh, I love that. So
See, that's what I'm saying. The decks are out there that can beat
the Blurple
Dumbo.
Blaster 3000.
Dumbo is
here.
not invincible. It is just a 3/3. It'll be fine.
All right. So Zach has Mama told me to play it, and Mama told you to play.
Blurple.
Oh, why'd your mom tell you to do that?
Need a new mom.
Oh, yeah, Mom.
I'm sorry, you're replaced.
That's why you
Bad
don't get invited to
advice.
birthday parties.
Yeah, that's bad advice. Play
Yeah,
Blurple. Come on.
My mom told me to play this. All right. So it turns out that Klopos is playing.
Blurple.
What? No, is it Blurple again?
No, it's not. It's
It's Bleen.
It's Bleen.
He's bleeding out. All right. Shout out to you, Klopos, and your Bleen.
Sorry, I just read
I know, you got
Basil and
scared.
Hades, and I'm like, well, obviously it's Blurple. What else could they be playing?
All right, man, this is so fun. This is honestly my best time. Like, this is where I am my best self, is when I'm looking at deck lists and doing data. I've got grid paper. You guys can't see it, but I come here with like little gridded paper, and I'm like, I'm gonna do some data. And like, I don't even have a computer with me, because guess what? The computer is the friends we made along the way. So lastly, we got Clarabend, and that is going to be a Bleen, right? This is Dylan. Dylan is this another Bleen?
Got Under the Sea, so yep.
Yeah, we're Bleening. Oh my goodness. So it turns out
I mean,
this is-
nothing else can really Under the Sea. It costs too much.
Yeah, and that is such an important thing to note, because this means I think this is Bleen number 5. Welcome to Bleen number 5.
So it's just Bleen and Blurple, so it's Sapphire only.
No, get out. We have some Amethyst Steel.
Wait. How much Ruby is here?
How much? Okay, well that's
Over under on 1.
0. It's 0.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
0.
it
So
is.
you.
Yeah. I mean, my line was bad. Sorry. You're right.
And then we have a Amethyst Amber Steel. We have 2 Amber Steels. So everybody.
0.5 is a bad line. It's just always 0. It's just a bait. Honestly, I think if somebody unironically does crack a Ruby deck in this format, I think it'll do very well. It will almost certainly rely on Mulan, because the Elite Archer Mulan is very good against Dumbo. If you can make it work, it is one of the few board control-y, AoE type of removal cards in the entire format, right? We have that, and we have Under the Sea. So if anybody can figure out how to do it, I think that'll do very well.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that I think people might be possibly trying, the combo of Monstro plus Magical Feather is something that could be.
Monstro and Magical Feather, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a
of,
lot of ink.
Listen, guys, but we got problems out here. We got to solve. Okay.
I'm out here looking to shift to 5. Not pay 10 to try and deal with something.
Well, people are playing 5,000 for Held High and
suppose.
Under the Sea.
Yeah, but you can sing those, I guess, kind of cheated a little bit.
Yeah, 6 plus 4 plus 7.
Hey, don't get me wrong. All right, I have shared with many people that have asked an incredible Mulan deck that has 90 Mulans in it.
All right, guys, are you ready for the late breaking information? This is so.
Do we have our incredible bracket?
No, we don't have a bracket, but
we don't have our bracket yet. It's okay, we're working on that.
Listen, guys, we're building the plane offline, and the plane is on fire. I'm just kidding. The plane is cruising. We're cruising in at the top.
The players are sitting down now.
Okay.
Am I? I don't think I'm in here. I think Liam's coming back in.
No, you were here.
Am I?
You've never done a
Forever?
round. You were doing that was Pack Rush, my friend, that you just
well,
casted. You're supposed
that's
to do
fair.
a whole.
Okay, well,
you feel
all
like
right.
you did because you're like I casted.
I
this, but-
cast a whole round. I've been here. Did some stuff. That's fine. That's just how I roll. The players are sitting down, looking at each other's decks. I believe that we're getting.
I didn't
Klopos
tell
and
people
Ivan.
I didn't tell people what it was. So as far as what the breakdown is, we have under 50% Blurple. So how about you guys all calm down? Everybody freaking out. It's under 50%.
But under 50%, that could be still 7.
It is 7.
All right.
It's still,
Okay,
it
don't
could
get
be
it twisted. It is 7.
It is exactly 7. But that is less than 50%,
Less than
my
50%.
friends.
Okay.
Less than 50% Blurple. We have 4 at Bleen. we have 3 amethyst steel and 2 amber steel. So guys, it's
That's a lot of sapphire. Ugh.
All right. Well, but also some other things.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Tipo. He's got a little chubby belly. He's just hanging it out for the whole world to see. We will have the deck lists are open deck list for the players. They are working on that. I don't know if they're digital yet.
Yeah.
That is something we'll work on a bracket so that we can show like what players are battling what first, and then we may see if we can. I don't know if all the players have this up on like Dreamborn or anything. However, we'll do what we can to get deck lists out.
Yeah, and we'll talk about the deck quite a lot as we get into this here. I'm cruising here with
And
excitement.
one of the things, I don't think Sapphire is inherently the problem. I think the problem is that when you are on the draw, one of the ways that you can claw back the initiative is with adding additional ink to the inkwell, right? So something like Tipo, something like Sail, even One Jump Ahead or Mickey Detective allows you to catch back up and go ahead on the ink, which is very important to be able to, on the draw, win games. And it allows you to play a little bit of a heavier curve, so then you're just playing generically better cards a lot of the time. You can either stay at a low ink count with something like, daisies and ladies and play the really aggressive kind of deck where you only maybe need 4 ink your whole life. Or you have to have more ink in the inkwell to be able to play better stuff.
Now,
Hey, Malfu, appreciate it.
Do you want to switch to the overhead and see what kind of weird stuff these guys?
They're reviewing the deck lists. I think they're looking up cards and stuff. We'll switch over to the overhead.
And I am working. I just didn't want people to see the top of my head as I'm like.
I mean, I liked it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe
as a
like
fan.
here's the top of my head.
Yeah.
I brushed my hair today. Maybe not tomorrow though. Tomorrow's a different day, and I'm gonna be sleepy.
I don't think you have to nuke the turn 2 ramp cards. I think you just have to make more. I mean, let's think about, for example, Hey. I'll even bring it up on screen so that we can talk about it. So the Emerald Hey is eating a rock, which is great. Obviously, you see it chomping on a rock. Very good. As a card, if we had more things like this in the game, not necessarily this card specifically, but more things in the game that cared about being like going second, being a little bit behind, so a catch-up type mechanic, then going second would matter a lot less because you could afford to have cards like this in your deck, and you wouldn't always be just down on initiative across the board, right? If we just had more of these type of cards, then you'd be great. Ruby Amethyst with second star, that's cool. I mean, I like second star because it draws 5 cards, and every time I draw 5 cards, I feel great. You know me. I love drawing cards. Yeah, and Georgia, you're just going to play Ruby Amethyst forever, but I love drawing cards. I'm not even going to say as much as the next guy. I love drawing cards more than the next guy, certainly. I will draw cards, draw my whole deck and lose, and still be happy about it because at least I died doing what I loved.
You live fast, or quest fast, die young, I always say.
So you're
or
hard,
bite us young. Quest fast,
hard
baby.
ramping it out with the big songs. I mean, that's cool, and that's something that if you can take advantage of the cards, it's great. I think Ruby needs a little bit of help. We lost a lot of the good Ruby payoffs. We do have a top 16 breakdown we're working on right now. We're getting some graphics whipped up here, so we'll be able to have those. Right now, we're going to be watching some Sapphire Mirror here, but with a little bit of a different flavor. It's going to be more or less just Emerald versus Amethyst.
Yeah.
So
we'll just, it's true. If you have if you're ever doing math, sometimes if you have 2 of something, it cancels out. In this case, the Sapphire cancels out. So now Sapphire versus Amethyst. Well, actually, no. Sapphire is Emerald versus.
it's just a Sapphire matchup. This is Emerald versus Amethyst. That's just
there we go.
assume that it's Sapphire, and then we'll just whatever the other color is. That's who's battling. So we do have all the colors, and we have a lot of the information. We're just getting it into some graphics, and then I'll be able to pull them in, and we'll get them on screen.
Yeah, we are. Let's see here. We are doing so well, guys. Now here's the thing. Edit color. Man, this is fun. I'm having fun. I'm editing. I'm talking.
It's nice. It's fun to be able to work with the computer and do stuff while you're doing it.
I know, because if I'm on stream, I'm like,
We have the deck lists. We are working to get them into something that is more visible for you so that we can have them shared. Right now, they're on pieces of paper. Most of them are barely legible, so we will.
They are handwritten by.
They're
the
primarily
people.
handwritten. As soon as we can get them into some sort of a digital format, we will get those made available.
I'm trying to like pick colors that best represent the midpoint of two colors, which honestly way harder than I thought it'd be. 'Cause how am I gonna do that?
I mean,
I don't
color theory, I guess.
Yeah, color is law. Shout out. Emerald Sapphire with the steel. That feels good. And then Amber Steel. Listen, I'm doing pretty good. No. Okay, we're good.
All right, we're getting some game here. A little bit of game, at least.
Yeah, which is exciting, right? We saw Ivan play, and that man is cool as a cucumber. He was playing from the back foot for a lot of his game, and he is very not too scared here. Oh, okay. Listen, I'll stop data making sounds of me having issues with data label. But man, this is exciting. This is one of my favorite things here is getting into this finals. We're in the top 16, so there are, like, for anybody playing at home right now, we have a total of 8 matches going on. Then we go into 4, then 2, then the finals. So we have 4 rounds left of this tournament, and it is a room. Let's just do a quick recap while they're doing their alters. We started with 450 players, and you might say, "Oh, well, you know, who was there?" Oh, I don't know. Ed, Zach Bivens, Dale, Diego Saz, like.
Everybody but DKP, basically.
Yeah, DKP was like, "Well, I'm in Germany this weekend. Sorry, guys."
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was an incredible room of heavy hitters. I mean, Team Maelstrom showed up, and I took a picture, and they were like all at the top table. Now Humble was not being humble and made it into the top. So we just had these huge conversions, huge players doing huge things, and now we are sitting here moving into the turn 1, which we got a Clarabelle into a Clarabelle, and it sounds like that means that Kolpos is really counting on some shift Clarabelle, which is fantastic against what Ivan plans to do.
And you know what's really crazy too is that there were 450, a little more than 450 certainly at CCS this weekend. Inking was also
huge.
That was, they had what, 256?
Yeah.
They capped out.
Yeah, and like very
And like, so they're also full.
Players.
So like, we have DLC level of players just rumbling across the country right now on just like a random weekend.
Yeah, just like and going out and saying, "Yeah, I'll go fly." And by the way, it's not just a random weekend. It's the weekend before PPG Denver, which is going to be a huge tournament. So people are saying, "You know what? My PTO that goes to you, my lady. I shall give it to you, Lorcana.
Give it up.
Mine
Time off. Time for battle.
I just call it the LTO, my Lorcana time off. So here we go. We've got that Basil that Liam called it a must include, which I agree with, is that if you're going into Blurple, you know there's going to be a mirror because guess what? We have not 50%, nearly 50% of the top is sitting at this kind of matchup where you're going to see a very similar matchup. So that Basil is not something that you use on turn 1, not necessarily even turn 2, but my goodness, once you get that Elsa Genie out there, suddenly Basil is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, just hitting much better breakpoints, especially in the mirror, is incredible. Like 4 willpower is on like every character. Being able to use any of your 2-4s, your 2-5, to be able to take out a Genie clean is insane when you just have to trade your 1-drop for it, assuming your 1-drop even gets banished afterwards.
Yeah, it's incredible value here, and yeah, we're gonna see here that we've got that Clarabelle, which is not the greatest value, and we have something you don't want to see, which is a Dumbo sitting here on turn 4, which we saw that Dumbo can be really, really a spectacularly helpful elephant, but he's made a lot more spectacular if you're playing him on turn 5, 6,
a little
7.
later to be able to take advantage of it right away.
Exactly.
Now, in this matchup, there's less things that get rid of it immediately. You know, in sort of your Blurple mirrors, you're going to run into an Elsa right away. You're going to run into, they just play a Genie, and then maybe they're able to challenge it right away, so your Dumbo's less valuable. In this matchup, they don't necessarily have as many like clean answers to your Dumbo right away. We may just use it to draw some cards.
Yeah.
You know, slow our board progression down, but pick up, you still gain the lore, gain an extra card. Like, that's great.
So here we keep chugging along, and Dumbo, as we've seen, I don't think this is a bannable card yet. I think obviously there is ink combos that are much more powerful than each other, but I don't think that necessarily this is something where Dumbo himself is the biggest problem in the world. So as we've seen, this Dumbo is not going to do a lot of great things. Now we see Pleakley, which I love. Pleakley, I think it's so cool to have a body that rams, because by the time by this turn whether you need that little baby, that Tipo or that Basil. So if you don't need him, guess what? It's ink. And if you do need him, then, well, maybe it's not time for Pleakley.
You might think that an uncontested Dumbo for several turns sort of seals the deal here, but I can go find the list that we have for Blurple here. For the Bleen. We have a Bend to My Will in the deck, and there's plenty of ways to find it. We have Dig a Little Deeper, Visions of the Future. Just having a bunch of cards in hand is not a guaranteed win at all against a deck that can discard their entire hand.
Yeah.
There's a world where you wait until they do something like, oh, let's exert all of our characters, try to draw 5, let them scoop up all these stupid cards. You untap, hit their whole hand, sing Under the Sea, and then boom, they got nothing left. No cards.
Yeah. So it's not over until it is over. And then Bend to My Will is a card. I remember talking to Zan, who is played Bleen this weekend, along with Jeremy, who's also in the top 16 with Kolpos here, and one other Sapphire Emerald player. And it is important to note that we said, hey, you got Bend to My Will? He said no, because it's a choice. Because Bend to Your Will, we talk about in Lorcana, there's no sideboard, but instead we have ink. It's notably not inkable. So then something like that, it can be a tech card where if you're playing against an aggro deck that just dumped their hand, you're like, yeah, Bend to My Will, and my will is nothing. My will is sad.
Historically, that's why Tipo or the Quill, things like that were still good, because you can get away a little bit more with awkward uninkables that are really expensive.
Some little tech cards. And in this case, that's a very expensive tech card.
So here's my thing about I guarantee you can quote me on this and send me a bill if I'm wrong, but I guarantee there will not be a ban before the next set comes out.
I don't think at
today's 61 days away from the next set. When are they even going to do it? There's no time to ban cards, and you're getting 200 more cards. Probably 205 to 206 is what they said, right?
Yeah.
On the Lorecast, that's a lot of cards to be able to interact with this. What if we get a card that just does puts 3 damage counters in every card?
Yeah. And guess what? I think they know at Ravensburger what cards are going to be in the set. I have a theory that they get word of what cards are going to be removed.
That's ridiculous. I don't think that's possible.
Big if true. We'll see. That's pretty crazy theories there.
They might know what other cards are coming and know that this is a temporary boon for the Blurple enjoyers. So we're getting the Hades, like we're in Haymaker territory now for the Sapphire cards, right? We're gonna start seeing some of these 7-drops coming down.
Yeah.
Yzma pretty strong at picking up extra cards. Ivan's only got 2 cards in hand.
Yes, and he needs cards.
It's tricky because there's a Clarabelle.
Oh no, you're right. So he needs cards, but he doesn't. Okay, he needs cards, but he also needs.
Want to keep the hand low enough that we're not just like giving him all the juice, but still picking them up. So like if we can pick up 3 cards a turn, ink one of them, play one, keep like 1 or 2 cards, then we're not just feeding cards to the opponent. I am getting some spoiler information a little bit that Ink was won by aggro.
See, guys, remember that time we were freaking out?
Fine. Just play Daisy and Lady, just like we thought might be problematic.
Yeah, guess what? Gotta go fast. Sonic the Hedgehog is here to tell you some meta-analysis, and turns out DeCandio's going, I told you from
If you just turn your cards sideways every turn, you win a lot more games, I think, than if you don't.
Yeah. Turn your cards sideways early and often.
Yeah, you only have to get to 20. Like, that's not even that many when everything quests for 2.
That's not even that many, guys.
That's 10 quests. That's
Nala's
it.
Like,
and then the game is over.
Guys. I wonder if he did run Nala. I'm assuming yes. That card is quite powerful.
I think Nala is quite good, yeah.
So
I mean, there's worlds where the aggro deck plays. Oh, look at that! Look at that! We get the enchanted Hades.
now I am very curious. Does anyone in the chat know if at Ink they had a spread where there was some bleen here? We have 4 bleens, which is, as you know, this sapphire emerald deck. That
I
we're
assume
watching.
that they had none because there was an aggro amethyst steel, or sorry, amber steel that just deleted all of them.
They control.
You know, they
control
they just rolled through them and they're like, done, done, done. Because if you think that bleen is good against those hyper aggro decks, it's not. It's rough.
It's rough. Well, yeah, right. And I think that's
It was
the rock paper scissors of it all.
So it was 3 amber steels and 5 blurples.
Wow.
So that is almost certainly what happened. If there's that much amber steel, is they rumbled through everybody with emerald sapphire. And you know, I do think that the emerald sapphire, where you're playing just like a 5/5 that quests for 2 basically every turn from turn 3 forever, is really good against the hyper aggro because you just beat everything to death. You can under the sea really early because your characters are just large. You know, I think if you're hitting the turn 4, turn 5 under the sea, like not only are you keeping the board a little under control with just 5/5s because it's hard for them to want to quest into that, but then you under the sea, it's a lot better, right?
Yeah.
If you miss the under the sea or you just don't have enough resources to get the characters on to actually sing it, it can be a little awkward, but
Yeah. So we're watching something here that I think is interesting to note. Enchanted Hades, pretty. But the other thing is, I listened to JDZ rant spectacularly. Those people, they casted. Those people, those fine folks, those 7 casters up in the East Coast, they casted 10 rounds yesterday. And JDZ was a little deliriously hating on Dumbo last night. And he said, I want Scrooge McDuck because, you know, if I'm in a meta where there are daisies, there are around, I want a Scrooge to just blast Daisy off the playmat and into the Shadow Realm versus having something like a Dumbo, which Dumbo cannot do anything against Daisy. So
it's just a 3/3. Like Dumbo is has real good words on it, right? It says draw a card, it says gain lore. All that stuff is nice. Does nothing against Daisy. Daisy's just gonna roll over you if you're trying to play just a 3/3 evasive as your follow up to like an aggressive start. You're just not going to win those games.
Yeah.
Against aggressive, you know, thing that quests for 2 into another thing that quests for 2 into lady, a thing that quests for 2. Like you're just gonna lose those games if you're playing. If your answer to that is Dumbo, like that's just not good enough.
Yeah. So you have to adapt to the meta. So, you know, we have to adapt to Blurple, but Blurple also has to adapt to us because everybody who's playing Blurple and PPG Denver, keep in mind, we know you are. We know you're coming. And so everyone's teching for you. So you have to tech against the tech that's going to tech for your tech.
Well, and they also have to tech for the mirror. You know,
Yes.
we look at, we didn't have 100% Blurple, right? Neither did they, but they were, what, 60%? And this is, you know, a little bit less than 50%. So that's a lot of Blurple. You are expected to run into it a couple of times then, right? That's just real.
Yeah, so we've got that Scrooge McDuck, which, you know, even if he's not against old Datey, against Daisy, still a menacing little foe here.
Quest for 2, like that's nice. They were able to use it to draw 5 cards this turn.
Yes.
Sing second star from the right, and
then it can quest. It can, after all, that duck can do it all. And that's with this duck. We also. Scrooge McDuck has 2 powerful. He was in set 7. There is the Scrooge McDuck legendary that I love seeing absolutely just be played for free and then punch the manor.
I mean, I really like that card as a way of playing. You have these like really mediocre items that you're running out that like are so low tempo, and then you're able to use that to, you know, play your Scrooge for free. That let you catch back up, you know, from your items that really didn't do anything. I like cards like that because it allows you to commit to a strategy that generally is a low tempo option. You know, most items don't add anything to the board. There's no pressure. You're not competing with what your opponent is doing. Now, this is an interesting spot here. We have Clarabelle. Our opponent has, I assume, 30 cards in hand because they just ripped a second star. if we have the discard your whole hand, do we use it now? Or do we want to give ourselves a brand new hand before hitting him with a bend of my will?
Yeah, and that's a very powerful thing is knowing, well, how many cards do I want? Now, something that we've learned is that these games are a little faster. So we used to say, like, well, make sure you check yourself before you deck yourself. And I don't think that's necessarily an issue right now, but it is something where you have to keep in mind how many cards are you drawing? How many do you want to draw? Am I drawing in a way that's going to benefit my opponent? And in this case, that Clarabelle has been hanging around, which means that, oh, we're going on a Visions quest here. So we've got Clarabelle, Hades. Oh, he says, no, that's for me. You don't get to see. It's private.
Right, I'm just going to start referring to them as Emerald or Amethyst. Those are the only decks that we have. And then if we end up running into the Amber Steel, I'm just going to call it Steel Song because I just want people to be mad. Be mad, stay mad.
No, maybe be a little. You can be. Don't stay mad. Go maybe look at the fact that it's not. It's less than 50%.
It is. That's true. That's true.
Less than 50% of the top. And like, let's see.
Are
you
there
said
even
there's
are there Dumbos in any of the other? There might be Dumbos in Amethyst Steel.
All right.
It's possible.
Let me go through here. I'll
So
look
it
and
could
see.
be more than 50% Dumbo decks, which
be. Oh,
is
no.
unfortunate if true.
All right. Well, I mean, all I need to do is find one Dumbo. So I'll do that. You can.
That's Bell. There's Dumbo
Dumbo.
right here.
Dang, all right. We
All
don't,
right, unlucky.
All right. Unlucky.
Unlucky. Okay, so half the world is Dumbos. If you don't have $400, like you just can't win.
Hey, okay, okay, guys. All right, I'm gonna get.
Wait a minute. You know, the reality is that by the time that the DLC runs around, the Dumbos are going to be cheaper because there's just going to be more product by then.
That's true. Everybody rejoice.
Like I know that stores are already getting their second wave, which is a huge portion of.
This Amethyst Steel also has Dumbo, so only one more Amethyst Steel needed to confirm that. I think we got Dumbies
just
everywhere.
like the sharks.
We
correct.
got the Bumbos. All right, so we are still cooking along here. Now these decks, it's kind of interesting, right? Because they're two control decks in a lot of ways. I mean, they're both just trying to say no, absolutely not, no. Now we have things that have tempo plays. We just saw John Silver in the hand. Have we seen Under the Sea?
Not yet. I know that there
we can
are
look at
Under
the
the
deck
Seas.
list. I
There
don't
are
know.
3.
Okay, there are in this deck list.
And there are the Heads Held High. So there is the Wombo combo.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's not really a combo. That's just such an expensive combo, and it really is kind of emergency evacuation system. So it sounds like he's been kind of prioritizing drawing cards first, and then he can always switch over to that. Now, mind you, there's going to be a point where he has 40,000 cards in his hand, so it becomes a lot easier to make those decisions when you say, "Well, I have everything."
Do you have the graphic that you made, or did you just tweet it out?
I haven't done either.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
I'll send it to the group chat. The fun
Send
little,
it to the
chat.
chat.
we're in
I'll
where
see
we
if I
send-
can. I'll see if I can get it to bring it up.
It's not. I think like poor Wesley's gonna have a heart attack because I'm like, that is not the format.
No, that's a great graphic. They don't even get to. He won't even know.
I'm cooking and talking, dude.
he's
I'm like mother. My mom got home from work and she's making dinner while she's making phone calls about the bills. Is what's happening.
Don't worry about it. He's doing something else. He won't even know what we're doing in here.
He doesn't even know.
He won't even know.
He's probably working on another thing. So let's look at this board state here. We have all the hits here, or a lot of the hits on Ivan's side. We've got this Beefy Duck. This is a 5/5 vanilla card that's not very vanilla because he can do a lot of painful things. He can sing into the unknown. He can go ahead and beat down that cow if he so chooses. And then we have our Elsa, our Royal Guard, and our Belle. So that cow is probably in danger, but I'm not sure that Kolpos cares because he has 5 cards in hand. And Ivan, let's see how many he has. It's tough to say. White sleeves are my greatest enemy. White and black sleeves are the hardest cards to see on stream.
My favorite thing is using sleeves with pictures specifically for this game because we have so many cards like that are just face down.
Yes, so you're just like, oh, you can't
and
read
it
any
is
of that.
it is way easier to keep track of like your ink and your cards in hand, but it is tricky to have that for sure. Because you definitely have to double sleeve because almost every sleeve with pictures they have a little problems with shuffling, you know.
Yeah, that's true. They're not the most easy sleeves to navigate.
Okay, so we had a little bit of an unfortunate demise for our cow here.
Well, she had to go. To be fair, that card
Had
is
to go.
something eventually, because there's a card that we have seen Ivan play to great success, which is Second Star to the Right. And if he wants a Second Star to the Right, he needs to get that cow out of here. Because Second Star to the Right, it is just a simple
10 sing together, which we've got 2 singers that can sing that just right off the bat. No sweat at all. And if we sing that, we get just 5 cards. It's like a little bit of 5 cards. Not a
Yeah,
big
we're
thing.
working on getting the deck lists available. We have them in paper. We need to get them in digital, and then we'll be able to share them out when we can.
But we do know the meta share for anybody listening. We have 7 of Blurple. We have 4 of Sapphire Emerald. We have 3 of Amethyst Steel. And we have 2 of Amber Seal. So don't be sad, guys. We got stuff going on. I will say, though, I've confirmed that all of the Amethyst Steel lists do have Dumbo. So while we have less than 50% of the list being Blurple, I can confirm with a sad, heavy heart that with a total of 10 of the decks containing Dumbo, that means that we have, I didn't do the math right, but it's not good. It's way more than 50%. And by way more, I mean 63% have Dumbo. Which, the Bumbos are soaring to new prices here. So we're going to keep clicking along here. Kolpos is not out, but it is definitely a hard one to go. He was on, this is top 16. He had the lower seed, so he did have to be on the draw here. So it's important to note that it's not over. My goodness, is that his ink? Does he have 40,000 ink?
Yes.
Okay, so he can do anything he wants. At
We've
this
been
point,
we just got our Clarabelle that was shifted into the unknown.
oh, okay.
And there's been some Hades action going
Okay,
on, a little bit of
alright.
ramp.
So they've both been ramping each other. Like it's a joint ramping.
There's been some ramping, unintentional ramping going on here a little bit.
My goodness. So yeah, I mean that's the bad news. Good news, right? Is because on these decks they have such a heavy top end. Both of them have very punishing things. We see Basil here who wants to do discard. We see John Silver who's saying, by the way, don't come over here. You got to sing or you got to challenge, or rather, do come over here. Don't quest. Come over here and fight me. John Silver is a very exciting card that came back. It was set 1 legendary. Didn't see a lot of play for a while, and then is slamming back in with his cyborg arm to say, hey, I'm here, and I am now a meta relevant card again. So we're cruising along, but this is kind of a longer match here. Now I don't believe the top 16 is going to be timed. It is something where we're not in a rush. We got to see how this plays out. These players are here for $25,000, which is what some might call a lot of money. So these players are willing to just kind of sit, play it out, and see where they end up. So the prize pool here, just for people wondering, so everybody here playing is going to get $375, which is more than that they paid. These players paid $100 to be here, and they're going to walk out with $375. But if they can make it past this, 5th through 8th seed gets $1,000. 3rd and 4th gets $2,000. 2nd place gets $3,500. And 1st place, they're going to get $7,000. So to get an invite, you do need to get 5th through 8th place invite to what? That is the Charlie's Collectible Show Invitational. And that is coming up after there's going to be 4 qualifiers, and then there'll be the Invitational in 2026.
That'll be really cool.
I'm very excited.
I don't know if I'll be invited to that, if I'm honest.
That's good to say.
Like, at least to play. Maybe to cast.
Okay, like I'm a little worried after what I said.
Yeah, I can't believe that you're not qualifying for the DeCandio Classic Invitational. That's just crazy.
Okay, good. Sure, Ashton made a better graphic here.
Oh, is there another?
Well,
is there a
the
different
top
graphic?
16. It's more. This might not actually be.
That's just who's in the top 16.
Yeah.
I got your graph. It's fine.
I got your graphic right here.
Oh, I have it. It's up.
I got your graph.
I can hear. I'll even look at this graph. I'm gonna get this up here, and then watch. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm scared. I mean, don't
Can
put it
actually
over
go
this giant board state. It's time for the heads held high under the seat combo. If I've ever seen a board
Okay,
that
you
says,
ready? This
yes.
is gonna be cool. Maybe we'll get the graphic. Boom.
Oh, I quite like that. That is so. This is honestly the best in the business, folks.
We'll get that for right now.
Folks.
For now, I can turn it on and off. I got the button. I can turn it off. I don't know if I can do it live, but good enough for government work.
Yeah. Now, this is something to note that there is a combo of cards here. Heads held high. We see that. Do we see Under the Sea? Because we got to get rid of this board state. We have to. Now, Heads Held High is a sing together song. Heads Held High will go ahead and does do one thing that you don't know because it doesn't matter. And the other thing it does, you can remove damage, which is good, but not the thing that you want here. You want to reduce the character's cost or strength by 3. Then you say, oh, what else do we have? Under the Sea. But I don't see it in their hand. I think if I see thank you.
Like we have a dig maybe, so we could look for it.
We
But
gotta-
we need to do this now.
We need to dig deeply.
We don't have a
fastly.
lot of time for not doing it right this second.
We gotta dig a little quicker to find what you need. So all that to say, it is now or quite literally never. So sorry, I'm typing. Is it time for a pachyderm and panic? But I'm feeling pretty good about that actually.
Pachyderm madness.
Pachyderm panic. That's better. It's better. Okay.
Better alliteration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what needs to happen this turn with the dig that we have is we need to have both the head held high
Yes.
as well as under the sea.
Yes.
And then ideally, we also need to make them discard their whole hand. That would be the
That would be
only
the 1, 2,
clean
3
way to take all of these problems and make them go away.
Now that is expensive. Let's go ahead and talk about the cost of that. We have a head held high, which is 6. We have under the sea, which is 7 or 8.
Let's see, it's 8.
8, and that's 8. And then we have one last is bending my will, which is 7. But you might notice over here on Kobol's side is half his deck is ink right now.
We have a lot of ink.
We have a lot of ink. Now we need the answer. So
We're leaning a little far over for me to count all the ink.
Yeah.
Ideally, we would want 15. 15 ink would be a good number. We've got, what, 5, 10, 13 maybe? Which is not quite as much as I would like. So under the sea, because we do have some characters that can sing, right? We have, we can either do, okay, so we can make this work actually, because we can play the head held high for 6 and then sing the other one. No, we can only really sing one, so we're gonna have to sing both of those. It's tricky. We needed like one more character, like a Tipo or something, would have made this a lot easier. Like that's why we're thinking it is exactly dig or head held high. I don't think that we have the ability to do both. And since there's only really one turn left of this game, I mean, it's either we hit it now or the game is just over. Yeah. I think this is the turn. You know, a lot of people talk about slow play and things like that. Like, I think it is okay to be deliberate in your play on specific turns. Like, this is a difficult turn. Now is the time to use your,
John Silver?
think about it a little bit more and then deal with it
He
later,
says,
right?
Yeah, here's the thing he's doing. He said, I thought about it, Jeebus. I'm going to do something completely. I'm going to zag.
Yeah, I thought about all the things that we could do,
And
now I'm going to execute. Here's the thing. You have to challenge back into my stuff. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, we're going to lose the Hades probably. But
Wow.
we're going to challenge a bunch.
And
You
then
have
you're-
Reckless. The most that you can quest for is 3 if they shift Elsa.
And that's really what makes the difference between a good player and like a great player is you will see the best player in the world, and notably, one of the best players in the world is DKB, and by the best player in the world, I mean he won Worlds.
It's all right. You know.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's like D+,
I casted
probably.
a match where it wasn't timed, and he took a spectacularly long time. And you might say, "Oh, does that mean he's not good?" No, obviously he's very good. But it's just
Yeah.
because if you're doing the Doctor Strange thing. If you guys have watched a Disney property, Marvel, Avengers, there's a moment where he went through every permutation of what can happen, and that's really what these players are doing. Is if I do this, will this happen? If I do this, will this happen? And you know you only have so many resources. Yeah, it's easy to hit that big red emergency eject button, but it's expensive, and you usually can only press it once, maybe 2 if you're extremely lucky. And he has 2 cards in hand, so he's not extremely lucky right now. So if you have a way to win without pressing the emergency eject button, you're going to pick that way. And now, is it enough? Because now Ivan is sitting very prettily at a 17 lead. We're still in game 1, and he's just kind of seeing what he can do without having to fire off all his cool cannons.
One of the things that's interesting here too is if Emerald has the ability to take the board over at any point, like if there's any point that we clean up the board, empty out the hand, it does not take that long to quest out for 2/2/2 and win the game. You know, every character in the deck basically quests for 2. They're all 5/5s for the most part. Hades being a 3/6, and they all jam for 2. So we have several characters in play, and they're all going very quickly with that. The Scrooge cannot quest this turn. It is Reckless from the John Silver that got played last turn. So that was one of the reasons that they're not just done here. So the Scrooge has Reckless from the second John Silver that got played. Yeah, there no marker, just has the Reckless from it. Yeah. Yep, Scrooge had Reckless.
He was feeling a little reckless.
A little reckless,
But
you know.
if you have reckless, just so you guys know, you can sing. You can use your ability. So reckless is something you have to kind of go around. Yes, somebody just pointed out. Is that Sasuke? No, it can't be. That'd be so funny if Sasuke's out there like
Sasuke.
giving me feedback.
I mean, I have done that before, where I'm in the chat and like also being the one commentating and like chatting as well.
Chatting
but,
against you, like, oh, these casters. You're like,
yeah,
anyways.
I can't believe that they're like the way that they are.
All right, we're digging, and we found another John Silver.
One of the reasons that there's no marker for it is technically markers are notes, and they're not necessarily something that you should be able to do. They're usually allowed just because it is helpful for coverage, but they are not necessary as far as the game is actually concerned. They do help on coverage a little bit, though, so that's certainly true.
Yeah, it's tricky, right?
It
Because
is.
I mean, when we're doing this, it's kind of like football. If they like one time, oh my gosh, first time I went to a football game, I'm like, oh my gosh, those lines they put on that are so spectacular and helpful. Like I knew, like obviously, like the yellow one, the first down line is not there, but like they make the grid lines look better. They do all that.
Yeah, they sauce it all up so it's better for watching.
Yeah, and then
but
you get
like
to a
none of
football
that is
game.
real.
Yeah,
You know, that's all imaginary just for coverage.
And my brain couldn't do that. My brain can't synthesize like that. And I was like, oh, I kind of like that. So, yeah, that is a nice thing. If you guys go into a football game, yeah, they don't have those graphics. But here we go.
I tried to block the ads as long as I could. I ran out of snoozes. This game has gone on for like 30 minutes already.
I know, because usually we try to do it after game one.
I did the best that I could. If they would have finished up the game, I would have definitely ran them and it would have delayed it. But
that's always the worst. Yeah. Well, it's tricky, right? Because you
Unlucky.
do have to. If you guys don't know, there's a quick little meta breakdown on Twitch. Twitch, you do have to run a ad. You're allowed to snooze it. You can only snooze it for so long. So sometimes it's difficult to time it. It is not impossible, but it is difficult. But here we go. We see Kopos turned a corner last turn, was able to do some challenging, but this time he has to come up with another answer. And I don't think he dug a little deep. I don't think he found in what he needed, which would be Under the Sea. He's had a heads held high for a few turns, but he's just not finding Under the Sea, which probably feels really bad. I'm trying to see his deck list of how many he runs. I imagine you'd want 4 since it's such a critical thing, but it's expensive. Let's see. Well, I'll keep kind of digging here while we're talking about this.
yes, it should be 5. They'll get that corrected.
Santiago. Either way. Oh, here we go. As far as how many, he runs 3 Under the Seas and 1 Bend to My Will. Interesting stuff here. So he had 1 Dig a Little Deeper. He found that, but he's like, you know what? I wish this Dig a Little Deeper was right now. Under the Sea.
I would imagine, yeah. Another John Silver.
Now, I do have coming in, if you guys are a big fan of watching Kolpos's deck and you're like, I wish I could see that deck win. Shout out to Jeremy Bertarioni, who is a podcast host with Zan Syed, who Zan also ran this list. And so Jeremy, Zan, both were on the same list. And Jeremy just won his top 16 spot to go into top 8. So shout out to, oh, did I just say Under the Sea? Has he been saving it?
He has an Under the Sea, but all the characters have been large on the other side,
But
and
doesn't
there's
have
no
head
head held high.
Oh, I thought he had that. Did he ink it? He would.
It was a dig.
I
so
thought
we're missing one half of the combo.
Which is why combos are so stressful because we don't have and you might hear people say, do you have a tutor? Tutor's a magic term where you get to go search for a specific thing. Currently, Disney Lorcana, there really hasn't been a lot of cards.
There's like 3, and most of them are not super.
Yeah, it's like
great.
you can go find a Madrigal, which, as you guys know,
or you put them on top. Like,
yeah, you
it's
get.
not.
So the problem is that you have to be so careful, and Kolpos has been very, very, very conservative with his resources from not trying to dig. But in this case, I don't know what the second card is, but he's saying, is there any way I can do this? And the answer is, not with the resources you currently have. Is that visions? If it's visions, he's got a vision.
Yeah, we had to have the Yzma be reckless, otherwise, it's just over, right? Because it quests for 2. So, the Yzma in this case is reckless, likely going to challenge into the Hades, so the different damage won't actually matter. The Hades, as a note, should have 5 because it did challenge into Scrooge. Likely they were just marking the 3 on the Scrooge and just had 3 on the dice. It's not that big of a deal. But if it comes up, then we'll make sure that it's corrected.
Yeah, so we're still cruising along here. Well, once again,
I don't believe that the Yzma can draw any cards. I think they have like 5 cards in hand. So
Yeah, it's kind of she's just there because she's good to draw cards, but like you said, it's only to draw until you have up until 3. Blurple, it's kind of an emergency escape hatch, right? Because it's here we go. So here
spell to move the damage.
Yeah. So he goes ahead and moves it to
Okay.
John Silver and then challenges in. And Kolpos, you can tell, knows what's happening because he didn't even put the dice on John Silver because he's like, don't worry, I know he's gone. And there we go. We got the board wipe, which is going to make, let's see how much ink he has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 ink. So that is enough to Under the Sea. And so he's got to top deck it. He has to top it. And that's Tipo.
Is that a Tipo?
That's Tipo. Are you kidding? So Vision, it's time.
Do we have enough with
we have
visions
13.
too?
We're at 13, right? If he 13 ink minus 15 minus, he's counting. 5, 6, 7.
I think there was another
9,
vision in the
10,
pile.
11, 12, 13. Now he has 13. We know he needs a total of 6 plus 7 is 13. So he needs to use all the ink he has. He would have to have heads held high right now. And I don't think that was what that was. It wasn't. Bobby
Could work if we could ink and then do it.
Oh my goodness. I think that's a sale.
Sail.
It's now we're out of territory. He can't do both now. Are you serious? That's so sad. 6 plus 8. Yeah, good job, guys. 7 plus 8. 7 plus 6 is very different than 6 plus 8. Some might call that 14. And he has what some might call far less than that. Now, he does have a you're welcome, but unfortunately at 18, he has to do an insane amount of work. And I don't see him being able to do that right now. But Kolpos is better at this deck than I am, and he says yes.
It is also very possible that they had only one left in the deck, and that maybe they inked one with a Tipo or something earlier. Because realistically, like we churned through a lot of the deck, but cards like that are pretty mediocre early on, and you need to make sure that you are still able to participate in the game. So a lot of times, being uninkable, anytime that you can take an opportunity to utilize it, you do. So
Yeah, it's very tricky, right? I mean, you can't have everything, and you have to. It's tricky because we know how important the heads held high Under the Sea combo is. And looking at his deck list, we know we have 3 Under the Sea, and then as far as how many heads held high, it's 2. So that's a really tricky combo, and it's tricky because you don't want to use your early hand. But at the same time, you know for a fact you're going to need those cards. So it's just very tricky. You want to build yourself up because you don't win the game. You don't get to 20 lore by doing heads held high and Under the Sea. You just don't lose the game. So it's like, when do you fire that special one and done cannon? Because you can at most do that combo twice. And if you do that combo twice, it's extremely expensive. It means that you had those cards in your hand and you were prioritizing getting those cards over another card. So it's an emergency eject button that Kolpos knows he can't be too panicky on, I think.
yeah, and the full combo, you don't have that many opportunities to use it. You know, if you run out the head held high, the Under the Sea together, clean up the board, and then they just immediately deploy 3 more threats, like,
Yep, and then it's over.
that's not helpful. You know, then we're back to square one. So you really, there's a lot of pieces that you have to navigate. And when the deck is only playing like 1 Bend to My Will, and you know, it's a 3 Under the Seas, like it has these resources to be able to clean everything up, but you need a lot of it all at the same time sometimes, and that can be really tricky.
Now, of the matches, of the 8, we have 6 that are complete. So if you guys are playing at home, we have King Cole, which I wrote his deck list is Amethyst Cole, which I don't think that's a thing, but I think that means he's on Amethyst Steel. So we have an Amethyst Steel in the top 8. We have Humble on Blurple. We have Thiago, who's on Amethyst Steel. We have Mitchell, who's on Amber Steel. And we have Jeremy Bertroni, who is on Emerald Sapphire. We have Dylan Brown, who is on Blurple. And that means, hey guys, we only have 2 Blurple so far. So now it's up to you, Kolpos, to stop another. And the other matchup is going to be
Chad versus Mark Elgo, and that is Chad, who's sitting on a Amber Steel, versus Mark, who is on Emerald Sapphire, which I would say Amber Steel is greatly favored in that matchup. Well, not greatly, but pretty.
Yeah,
Most of the time.
I would agree with that.
Assuming
yeah.
you don't get Under the Sea into Oblivion, which you can be Under the Sea pretty early with Sing Together. That's the power of Sing Together. It is open list. The lists are not
Digitized just yet.
but they get to look at it and sit, and we get to watch them look, which is kind of fun. It's kind of like watching somebody look at a recipe on the Great British Bake Off. You're like, today we're making amethyst steel. Here is the list. Mitchell has never made that before. Anyone else watch that? I like to watch that show.
I do like to watch that show.
It makes me feel so calm. I'm like, you know what? Life's not so bad if I have this. So we know in the top 8 we have at least 1 Emerald, Sapphire. We know we have 2 Blurple, 2 Amethyst Amethyst Steel, 1 Amber Steel, and now it's coming down to, will we have 1 more Blurple? So the most we can have is 3 Blurple. So we're still staying under 50%. How exciting is that?
That's cool. I mean,
Big if you are really mad about the fact that deck exists. But we're going into game 2. Ivan has showed that he has a lot of top-end answers. He can't really go wide like a deck normally can, but he can. We saw him go wide pretty firmly and pretty often with his deck. So now Kolpos is going to be on the play. He was on the draw, and he did a pretty good show out for being on the draw. But yeah. So Kolpos went on a bio break, as somebody pointed out. And honestly, it's Sarek. Sarek, are you casting right now and talking in this chat? Because I think he's. And are you bilingualing? You're saying, listen, I'm a hit both chats. It's possible, because I'm pretty sure Sarek, shout out for him doing the multi-language cast in Espanol. I believe. Sarek, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're not doing Espanol, or maybe you're just looking at this and you're just typing. And you want to do some trash talk in 2 languages, which honestly, big flex. If you're like, I'm going to do a little bit of silliness in 2 languages and 2 chats, I would like that quite a lot. So let's see here. We do have Kolpos doing a little restroom break, and the bathrooms at Charlie's is a little bit away. We have our judges here. Shout out Googly Glimmers behind. He'll put, whether you do well or bad, he might put 2 googly eyes on your forehead and say, you've been googly glimmered. And it feels bad because he's a judge and you can't do anything. It's illegal to say anything mean about a judge. So we're just kind of waiting here for this next round to start. And yeah, we're vibing. As far as vibing goes as well, I'm working on, if you guys did not hear, in the corner over there, it's kind of like the mid, it's not really the corner so much as like the lower right hand mid side. We had 7 Amethyst Sapphire. We had 4 Emerald Sapphire. We had 3 Amethyst Steel, and we had 2 Amber Steel. There were 10 decks that contained Dumbo, 8th wonder of the universe. So is it time to pachyderm panic? I don't know. Maybe.
I'm gonna see if I can get an actual bracket for us with the colors here.
Yeah, which would be cool. Now we do know in the top, we have so far 3 Blurples in the top 8. We have 2 Amethyst Steels, and we have 1 Emerald Sapphire, and we have 1 other Amber Steel. In the final matches, we have an Amethyst Steel versus an Emerald Sapphire. And then we also have this match that you are watching right now in front of your peepers, and that is Emerald Sapphire versus Amethyst Sapphire. So there can be up to 1 more Blurple in the top, which could mean you would have, there's only 2 Blurples in the top right now. So we could have up to 3 Blurples, but we could have only 2, which would be devastating to Blurple supporters everywhere. But we also could have two Emerald Sapphires, and then we could have Emerald. There's so many possibilities. Doomsdayers, don't doomsday. Don't do it because it's not so bad. It's not so bad at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeebus is looking at my death note and he's panicking because he's like, "Is that my name?" And I'm like, "No."
Well, I don't have numbers on mine, so it's like a little awkward.
Yeah. Well, sometimes. Who's Tanowin? Who's that? Oh, it's Urati. Like, that's their government name?
Yeah, these are their government names, unfortunately.
Yeah, shout out to players. I think Ravensburger Playhub might, I probably won't, because, to be fair, you put your cool name. I'm Katie Lorekeepers in, and I don't know how to tell you guys that. That's not on my driver's license.
It's okay. My name in that is it's just Jeebus. Like, I don't even care. They can't stop me.
Now we have Sarek PR saying, our personal record or Puerto Rico says Jeebus only plays turn 'em sideways decks. How do you feel about that?
Excuse you, Sarek. My turn 'em sideways decks also draw cards.
Sorry, coach. He does two things. This man is a man of two talents.
I
Like you
do
speak-
play turn 'em sideways decks, to be fair. That's not inaccurate. But that's only when they're the best deck, and then they're bad in the main event, and then I like crush it in side events. It's fine.
But shout out to Sherrick. I got to celebrate his birthday. It was at Gen Con. He's like, yeah, I'm going back to my hotel. It's my birthday. We're like, just your birthday? We got to take you to go see the lanterns, my guy. And we took him to go see the glowing lanterns gleam. And by that, I mean Buffalo Wild Wings. So, you know, what does everyone want to do on their birthday? Have some mott sticks with the pals. So here we go. John Silver going into Inkwell into Bobby.
What is Amethyst Coal? That's not a real deck.
I know. Amethyst Cole is
Get
Amethyst
out of
Steel.
here. Is that Blurple?
It's Amethyst Steel.
Okay.
His name is King Cole, and I was talking.
All right. That's not helpful.
All right, we're going to choose and discard a card, and we are choosing to do Tipo because we're going to favor Sail the Azurite Sea in this matchup. He knows that if he does Sail, he gets to draw a card versus Tipo. You do not get to draw a card. And he says, listen, you're going to be doing Blurple stuff over there. I'm not too afraid. I'll take a few turns to develop my hand and make it look exactly how I need it to. In the meantime, you do what you're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And what I'm going to do is try to get the perfect card. Oh, Chad, I can't write in my notebook. He has it. But Chad, who is, I believe, Amethyst Steel. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Chad just won his match. So,
Yeah.
guys, gals, pals, Chad just said, guess what? 50% of the top, 100% of the Amethyst Steel in the top 8 or 16 converted to top 8. How does it feel? Really good. That's exactly what you want
Oh,
to
look
hear.
at this bracket. I'm so good at this.
Oh, man, I wish my name was Zach B. Burple.
Right?
Hi, I'm Zach B. Burple.
Well, I didn't know if I could
I
put
know.
the symbols in there, so this is what
No,
we
this
get.
is better. It's better. But honestly, Zach B. Burple.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do for now. I know this is like the
People see
worst.
this? Or no, we can see it.
They can't see it yet.
Okay, good.
Okay, so who won already from your?
It's right here. I already put it.
That's too much.
I
work
know.
For me.
So people who won is in the first bracket we have Mitchell. So Mitchell, he won.
This is not helpful for me.
All right.
This
All right.
is-
All right.
all right,
I can't see anything. I'm blind. Okay, so we got Royal Card here.
I know how to make this like do the next bracket.
Man, I am so.
I'll figure this
I'm
out.
so proud of you, Chad.
I'll figure it out. It's okay.
Wait, no, Mitchell lost. Wait, no, Chad. No, Chad won. Chad is. Oh my goodness, guys! I need to tell you this. If you were watching a match and also getting excited about the meta, you might say things that people are going, "Are you okay?" And the answer is no. I'm so excited about what's happening right now.
I need to make an account real quick.
I hope DeCandio is watching right now. And honestly, I say that every time I'm casting and watching Lorcanas. I hope DeCandio is watching from wherever he is, which I imagine is some kind of like castle made of cards. And yeah, he says his DeCandio classic is hopefully being a classic. Hey, did you remember aggro? And the answer is you can't forget aggro, guys. It's still here. It never went anywhere. I'm still standing. So this match might be a long one, guys. So I would go ahead and get a little comfy because this game is game 2. All the other 8 matches are complete, so 7 matches are done. This is one that is outstanding, and Kolpos needs to do what he can to stay in this game. He has to use all his resources very, very well. He cannot afford a single misstep in this matchup, so he needs to do what he can to keep up with what Ivan will be throwing at him. And Ivan has shown he is ice cold. He's got ice in his veins, and he has answers for every question. But we are going to go ahead, sail, ink 2 cards, play Pleasley turn that Bobby, who just quested for 1 before he departed into the inkwell. And just like that, Kolpos has 6 ink. And Ivan's like, well, I have 3, so judge. But that's unfortunately how the game works. You're allowed to do things that the card says. In this case, he did sail. He inked for sail, inked for turn, and inked with Pleakley. And with that, now Ivan needs to keep up. And so as a result, he goes ahead and plays a Tipo, inks Bell for turn, and I believe now he's deciding what he wants to ink with that Tipo. Now, it is a May. You do not have to ink with Tipo. They can't force you to do it, even if someone tells you they have to. But we then move on to, it doesn't look like he's inking with it. Or he's thinking. You must think before you ink. That's something they say all the time.
There's definitely a better bracket that I could have had for this, but this is the one that I have. So
Yeah. And the good news is chat's covered right now, so if you guys are really mad,
yeah, I don't care. Call your senator if you hate it.
Don't do that because there's probably bigger pressing issues. I don't know what's going on in the news. I haven't watched the news in a while because I'm busy moving. But I imagine something's going on in the news more important than I cannot see. Katie can't see chat. But here we go.
Humble's Corey, right?
Yep, Corey. Well, yes. Yeah, Corey is humble. And he's humble? He's not humble. That's like a little joke.
I mean, yeah, right.
But here we go. We got a double TPO, which is interesting, right? I don't know if he would have done double TPO if he wasn't feeling the Kopos pressure. He's like, I don't know what you're up to, Kopos, but you're scaring me so bad. I think we see, Kopos, please. Is that head so high or dig a little deeper? Or vision? I don't know. I see Clarabelle. I think it's develop your brain. Oh my goodness, I can't. I feel like every time I get close to seeing it, he moves it a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
He's saying, like, I don't want you to know. I don't want him to know. I don't want anyone to know. In fact, maybe I don't know. But either way, we got another TPO. We got a Tripo here on the board, but one is in the Inkwell. And he's going to go ahead, pass his turn with 3 cards in hand. And did he not play a card that turn? No. Wait. No. Why? No. That can't be right. That can't. Chat, I can't see what you're saying. I feel disoriented because I'm pretty sure.
I'll move it over here. It's fine.
Well, yeah, he just drew and passed. Yeah, the one who won. The one who, that's quite fun. I like that. The one who won, that is really fun. But that is interesting. Kopos had a spectacular start of just going resources, resources, resources. And he's like, I need answers. My goodness. Yeah, he knows exactly what Kopos is doing. He's ramping to Clarabelle. Such a good point because he knows Ivan. So there's 2 end games here, right? We have Kopos who wants to get as much ink and cards he wants to get as much ink as possible, and he wants to get answers. He wants to draw cards because he wants to get to the point where he can do Head Held High and Hades and John Silver's and Under the Sea. He can only draw cards a few ways, but one of the fun ways to do it is to ramp to the moon to play that Clarabelle he has in his hand. In the meantime, he's going to go ahead and take that Pleakley to go over to Tipo. And then he passes again. Jeebus, I know you're doing data, but what is happening? He's just not playing.
What he's looking to do is set up a turn. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
we're just sort of ramping. The clock is not that fast out of these decks. You don't necessarily need to be doing much more than just putting extra ink into the inkwell. Like, most of the characters don't really do that much in this matchup anyway.
My goodness.
And we're just leading into a world where now we can, look, the board is clear. We bounce it with Basil. Like, if our hand is just all 7 drops, we just ink until we get to 7, and then that's it. And then we're in a good spot. So I suspect that is what we are looking at doing here, if I had to take a guess.
My goodness. And it's honestly kind of crazy because we talk about, is he about to get Hades? Is Hades? That's one of my favorite plays in all of Disney Lorcana is when you get Maleficent Dragon and then they play Maleficent Dragon and you play Hades. But no, we're going to go ahead. To be fair, he's playing around that Hades, if we're going to be honest. He was like, I don't want to put out my 1 Clarabelle, and then you Hades me. So he played Hades. He's like, well, you got 2 Hades? That'd be pretty nuts.
I don't know if this is accurate for what
the answer is he doesn't have 2 Hades. He goes ahead and puts down a Dumbo. So both these players are kind of doing crazy things. Ivan might very well know that he might not know. I think he'd want to draw cards. I don't think Ivan is going to sacrifice winning just so he doesn't draw a card. But now that Clarabelle's out, she's going to do absolutely nothing. He's been trying so hard to get to this Clarabelle, and now there's 1 card in Ivan's hand. So now Kopos is going, okay, well, he has a Hades, so he has to decide, am I going to Hades? He's going to Head Held High. Is he going to do? No, he would not. He wouldn't. Right now?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Gets rid of 2 characters.
It's true, and he has 1 card in hand. I mean, Blurple, if you don't draw cards, this is not a top deck deck. It can, because you could technically get something like a Finders Keepers that can maybe get you 3 cards to keep you in the game. I don't think that he runs a Finders Keepers. That's really, he got an Elsa, Hypnotic Strength, which is going to make Elsa a 4/5, and
that's not quite enough.
Is not. So that was.
And they just send it back. So I mean, now in the driver's seat, Emerald just has. Because we under the seed there, not only did we take care of the Hades, so it stops the questing pressure, but it also makes it so that they really don't get to draw any cards with Dumbo. So now we're just going to pick up, like, answer 1 thing a turn. And that's really what you want to be doing out of the Emerald deck, is getting them in a position where we don't need to do that many things per turn, because there's just better haymakers out of the Emerald Sapphire list than there are going to be in the Amethyst. There's a lot more mid-rangey stuff out of the Amethyst. Yeah, Basil's insane here. Now we're going to make them discard cards going forward.
I guess when we have Zokan said the play level is pretty insane here, but you can't tell what because of what they're doing versus not doing versus doing. And that's really something that's really hard to understand about Disney or these trading card games is patience is so important. That's why aggro decks can be tricky decks because you're like, oh, you go fast. Yes, but you need to know when to go fast and when to stop going fast. You need to know when that Tiana needs to be sideways, when that Tiana needs to stay absolutely perfectly upright with the best posture in the world. And similar to this, you need to be Kolpos, who is not sweating too hard for somebody that didn't do anything for many turns. Now, we do have a Genie on board. We have a Dumbo, and Ivan is saying, you see that? You see that? I have 2 cards. That's a legal amount to shuffle. You can shuffle with 2 cards, and he's doing that. He's doing a 2-card shuffle. And that's all he needs to say in this game. He does ink that Elsa because now we have a discard on board. Whenever this character quest, chosen opponent chooses and discards a card at random. So here we go. He says, you know what randomized 1 is? It's right now. So that is so tricky because you have to ink it, play it, or know that it's gone forever. And that's kind of what's going on here. We see Hades come down, get rid of that Dumbo, send him into the inkwell. So now he even has a lot of ink, not a lot of cards. And suddenly, just like that, Kolpos went from being really not doing much to doing everything. And luckily, Ivan goes ahead, top decks a Dumbo. So I said Dumbo is not the most powerful card, but suddenly he feels really good because that Genie can go ahead, exert. We go ahead, we get a Genie into another Genie, and we suddenly have 1 more card. Now, that being said, 1 card is pretty bad. It sounds like it's not inkable because he didn't ink it, and we're about to pass into a card that can absolutely quest, discard it. And he's saying, how much ink do you have? And the answer is 5 plus 5, so 10 ink. So we are about to see that this whatever this card is, I'm going to guess it's non-inkable. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah.
It is.
It is
that makes sense.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything with it except put it aside for disposal later. And now we get to see what is Kolpos going to do? What kind of punishing magic will he do? And the answer is Under the Sea again. Oh my goodness. So Under the Sea it takes everyone to the bottom of the deck except Dumbo. But honestly, Dumbo by himself, not so scary. He's just a baby elephant. And honestly, I think I could pick him up. He weighs 300 pounds, but I think he looks light.
Dumbo is very, very powerful, obviously.
But by himself, a little less scary.
I mean, we're going to be picking up 1 card a turn. I think we can outquest them.
What if we
And if you don't use those cards, like again, just like we saw there, if they're stuck in hand, Basil's just going to get rid of them.
I know. So that's why Dumbo good. Dumbo good if he is the gasoline to an engine, but he is not necessarily going to win you the game just hanging out there. But he will draw 1 card here. And the answer is... Okay, we're going to go ahead and insert 4 for a giant spectral parrot. We're going to pay 5 for a second. We got a squawk of parrots here. And Kolpos is now going to not be able to discard anything because he played everything he had. So that probably feels good for Ivan, who's had to discard his last single card hands. But Kolpos has a much healthier hand size and much more ink. So Basil, like a bigger Stockman said, or Baxter Stockman says, really good when he sticks, 100%. So if you let him hang out, if you don't go instantly on-site Hades him, he will be great. Now, I will say with Hades in the meta, he can be scary, especially if you have Hades paired with the Madam Elephant that could Hades back into your hand and recur him. We don't have a lot of bounce, but we do have 1 bounce left, which is why you will see Madam Elephant in this meta. However, here we go. You're welcome. But you get a card, but it might be way too late because now... he's going to be able to draw 2 cards, I believe, off of You're Welcome.
That would make sense.
Okay. I think that's an approval, I think.
Because it does fully have to resolve before the Iago Vanish triggers. So if we do hit an Iago, they will draw the cards.
The Candio Classic winner says, always lurking, but this game is slow. I will say... They are controlling each other. They are saying, listen, I'll control you. You control me. Let's control each other. It's a Ratatouille situation where the control decks they're on each other's head. Now, we are discarding cards at random, and I think they did an odd or even situation. And good news for DeCandios everywhere. 2 Amber Steels. 2 Amber Steels made it into the top 16. Both of them converted. Amber Steel, be excited. I can't pause, okay? Jeebus is working, okay? I need you to know I'm not letting Jeebus talk. He's just busy.
I'm making sure that she's able to get all of her thoughts out.
No, it makes me sound terrible. Like, because
Right, no.
people are gonna be like, you know how Katie?
No, I'm trying to figure out a bracket, and I don't have all the stuff that I would use to normally do this at home, so I'm just kind of winging it, and it's a lot less ideal than what I would like, but I want to be able to make it so that we can actually talk about
Kaylee's
it.
husband, 69, is really upset. Okay,
I,
Kaylee's
I
husband.
get it. I mean, I understand. I'm awesome. And
Yeah.
you are also awesome, so it's like hard because you want both at the same time, but it's hard for us to both talk at the same time.
Oh,
So like,
okay. Hello Kitty, pause. Pause because of them controlling each other. Well, it's a ratatouille. I said it's like a ratatouille situation. It's like, I had a cockroach in my hotel room and he's ratatouilleing me. I took the roach and I put him on my head and he's been casting this whole time. Anybody can
is that
cast.
what it was?
Anybody can cast.
That's true.
And that's me. It's actually a little roach on my head.
Yeah.
Ramil. Here we go. We're going to game 3, everybody. Will Kopos go ahead? He was on, as we see, he was the 13th seed. Ivan was the 4th, which means Ivan was playing here. Ivan's slow roll just, well, here's the thing. Ivan knows his deck has, yeah, there's a roach in my hotel. It was really scary, Mom. My mom's in the chat. I like when she pops in. I'm like, hi, Mom. But here we go. So for those playing along at home, you might say, Katie, what does the top 8 look like? Well, we don't know. There might be one more blurple, might be one less.
I know what most of the top 8 is going to look like.
Yes, and tell him. He's here. He just took a seat. He just sat back a little bit, which I think means he's about to tell us.
So I have, this is what we got for what's coming up here. So we're going to have Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel.
Ugh, you hate to see it.
We're going to have Blurple versus whatever wins this matchup.
Okay, and that's Humble on Blurple.
That's Humble on Blurple. We're going to have 2 Amethyst Steels.
An Amethyst Steel Mirror, because we had
It'll be
3
an
Amethyst
Steel
Steels
Mirror.
make the top 8.
And then we're going to have an Emerald Sapphire. So one, at the very least, made it through versus a Blurple.
Yeah, and
Okay.
shout out to Atlanta native, Jeremy.
So as we look, we know that there were a lot of Blurples. Not a lot of them are making it through here so far. I mean, based on the numbers, it's not looking good for Blurple, honestly. Moving into our next sort of top 8 round here, with the amount of Blurple that we had, they just ran into a lot of mirrors, right? We got a Blurple mirror here, Blurple mirror here. And the ones where they fought against the various steel decks, they didn't necessarily make it through.
Someone said, I think it's fun to cast because it seems low pressure. I need you to know the amount of people who have been like, you're stupid, has been really high. It's a lot of
Oh, I mean, this part, the chat, that's low pressure. The pressure is on like doing all the other stuff and making it seem like it's low pressure.
Yeah, my goal is to make you think that I'm laying on a couch right now talking while I watch Lorcana. That is my biggest goal. But I need you to know, I am like, my eyes, I don't blink. I'm like, if I miss something, people will be like, you missed this. I'm like, I'm so sorry. So I will say to Sky Doll NOA, Sky Doi Noah, could be like a Spanish double L. I'm interested to know if you saw the whale shark. I saw a whale shark, but I did not see the whole shark because he took the day off and he was swimming in a way where you could not see him. You could only see his little tail every like 30 minutes. And I said, get out.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. But you know what's not unfortunate? The fact that, guess what? Blurple is big, bad, but it's not it's not going to make us big, sad, guys.
It is on the play.
Well, no, it might make us big
Here.
sad here, but I'm
It's
saying
just
like
in general,
yes.
yeah, it is beatable.
It is beatable, guys. I want you to know you can go under it, you can go through it. We're seeing somebody go through it. We've seen people go under it we haven't seen it yet.
We don't have a full meta breakdown, and we may not right away. Obviously, it's still
Yeah.
paper deck list. But
Paper 450 plus paper deck list, unfortunately.
that being said, like we don't know. Maybe there were out of the 450 players, what if 200 of them were on Blurple? Then the conversion rate is really not that incredible.
It's just
If
throwing
there's
Blurple at the
Yeah,
wall.
it's just like quantity over quality. I mean, that was
Statistically,
that was,
one Blurple must
that
make
was
it
the
through.
Ruby Amethyst for forever. You'd go into an event because it was so inexpensive because most of it was just pre-con, the foxes and the mims. You would see that it took more than half of all the top 8 spots constantly, but that was because so many of it was in the room. Like, yeah, if 10-12% of it converts, that's like the whole top 8. So
Yeah, and that's when we talk about how, hey, we have to be very mindful about statistics. It's not fun, but if you only have a tournament, there's 200 people, and in the top 10 or top 8, you see 2 Amber Steels, but only 2 Amber Steels showed up that day. Amber Steel's a really good deck.
yeah, then it looks great, right? But if you have a room that's almost every player is on a specific deck, and then some of them make it to the cut. Like, I'm shocked that that's what happened, you know.
So we can't post a deck list yet, but if you guys have any questions about the deck list, we do have all 16 in front of us right now, including the 8 that you will see in the top 10. So if you have any specific questions about the decks that we have, like we mentioned, we have 7 Amethyst Sapphires, we have 4 Emerald Sapphires, we have 3 Amethyst Steels, and we have 2 Amber Steels. So if you're saying, Katie, I must know if there's Pluto in those Amethyst Steel lists, you can ask me. I'll tell you. I'll do it. I'm really nice. But here we go. We've got the Basil, what Liam is calling a must include for anybody building this deck. And I do agree for the mirror and for other reasons. He's quite good at making sure that you can make short work. Support is a mechanic we haven't seen in a lot of metas, but it's kind of a little fun here.
It's hard to get support into your decks, right?
It's not the greatest mechanic, but it's nice when it works.
But when it's good, I mean, support is a very powerful mechanic. It just is tricky when previously we had so much removal, especially removal that dealt with readied characters, you know, things that took care of the whole board. We had Be Prepared, we had Sisu. It makes playing characters like, you know, various support things that may have been okay if you were able to actually leverage the support, a lot less valuable because we just didn't have characters that would stick around on the board. Now, because Basil being a 1-drop can come down, get you up to your next breakpoint. Like, support is, like DeCandy was mentioning here, a very good mechanic. It's one of my favorite limited mechanics, I think, in all of Lorcana.
It's a very augmentive.
Because it takes the numbers that are on your characters and it allows you to shift them around. You can take your strength, share it with something else. You're still able to advance the board, and then allow some of your characters to trade up, meet better breakpoints. Like, any time that support can be in your deck and good, it's awesome. And we're seeing it here a little bit. We saw some Ana this weekend, the hybrid Ana, which is just very, very powerful when it's working. And that's another character with support. I mean, the more that I think that this mechanic bleeds into decks, the more you're going to see these impressive breakpoints take over.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see people use it. Yeah, support is gas, letting your Elsa crack an opposing.
Like we saw a little bit of this weekend, which was really good. You know, even some of the cheaper cost Ana.
Yes.
And it just gives you, this one gives you the same effect sort of as the Basil, just letting you meet those breakpoints. But this one being the 3 support, in addition to drawing cards, like everything about it was just very, very good. But because there's no like generic board wipe, and there's a lot more individual character combat, you know, we're challenging more, we're getting damage onto characters through just normal means, then it makes the support a lot more powerful. You know, I wish we had a little bit more ability to either exert characters or challenge ready characters so that the safety of just not doing anything with your character is a little bit less. But we'll get there. I think.
We'll get there. Yeah, guys, don't panic. Now, I do have a couple of questions here. We have one of my favorite mechanics, support. Yeah, we just talk about support. We got so excited talking about support. And look at this board. Look at this board with support. It feels supported. Ivan says, you know what? I feel supported right now. Because the magical dream curve here is you're doing turn 1 Basil in a mirror. It's not always a dream curve for everyone. But if you would do Basil, then you do Tipo. Turn 4, you're doing Genie. Or no, sorry, turn 3 you're doing Genie, turn 4 you're doing Elsa, and then turn 5, you know what? Let's do some Bale Accomplished Mystic. Let's just throw some damage over here. So there's a lot of fun things you can do, and then turn 6, why not some Dumbo as a treat? By then you've got Evasive, so we're seeing a great curve here. Ivan is saying, I want to show you all my favorite cards.
I don't necessarily think that with this board state that this just says that Blurple has won in this spot.
No, because we know Kopos has some spooky stuff he can do.
Emerald has some really splashy cards that it can play once it gets to 6, 7, 8. A single Under the Sea, and it cleans everything up here. John Silver makes it so that we have the ability to give Reckless, which slows down the questing a little bit.
Yeah.
And then now, all of a sudden, like next turn, we can Hades, we can Basil, leading into an Under the Sea, and all of a sudden the board is clear. The game's not over. The Blurple decks do not quest very quickly.
No.
Let's make this abundantly clear. They don't have any reach, and they do not quest very fast. So we're at 6. It's not like we're living in the world where there's GOAT and where there's
No, the bursting
all
is
of all of
harder.
that sort of like lore bursty cards, they just aren't real.
They can't hurt you.
They're not real. They can't hurt you. You know, there are a few decks that I would consider to be the lore burst, full leaning into that sort of strategy because the cards do still exist. All of these pictures are already up on our
They are?
thing.
Okay, dang it.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, here's the
They're-
thing.
They're in Discord.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, sorry. He's watching me. He's like, why work harder? I was like, listen, I want to work harder and dumber.
I'll see if I can at least get the top 8 decks into Dreamborn quickly.
I
might
imagine
be able
someone's
to do that
working out there
next
because we're
turn,
taking a
but-
spectacularly long time on this round. So I imagine if I'm not out there and Sasuke's not working full time, I do see Sasuke TG. If that's him, Sasuke, please, we need you to help. Just kidding. You can have fun. I'm hungry. If if anyone hears me, a sandwich would be nice.
We'll summon something.
Oh, thank goodness. That's my favorite summoning. I get summoning sickness if I don't summon a sandwich. So here we go. We've got this wide board, and there's a song that you might hear. You might hear, listen,
Like, there is a Hades in hand. There is an Under the Sea in hand. Like, it is not. This game is absolutely not over.
Yeah, because I mean, we want to do heads held high with Under the Sea, but guess what? Even if we don't, we could still take care of Elsa, Basil, Tipo, which is 50% of the board right now. Now, if we do,
Like, get a Hades Dumbo and then just sweep the rest of the stuff next
Yeah.
turn.
so it's Ivan needs to keep drawing cards, and you might notice he has 2. So he has not been able to do a lot, and he needs. I mean, if I was Kopos, I'd be very, very interested in prioritizing cleaning up this board a bit because if he sings second star to the right or something like that, he can get in this game in a big, big way. So if I was Kopos, I would want to be punishing with 2 Under the Seas. It's not so bad. And he has an Under the Sea, which
Our whole hand is uninkable.
Yeah,
That
he has
is-
Bend to My Will, which is
That
hilarious
is a good point.
right now.
We are unfortunately stuck at 6, which
Oh.
is a disaster.
Oh, it's like it's bad. Listen, guys, listen. I told you I'm trying to look at everything at once. I'm not blinking. I blinked. It happened. So it's a disaster. But it's 1 turn away from being successful. Okay. Okay. I'm like this. So this is such a good point. So Bella Calic, this is something I said earlier. You can put Bend in My Will. It's a tech card that you are gambling high on. If that
Yes.
sits in your hand, it sits there heavy. The only thing that can get rid of it is Tipo, and otherwise it is just sitting there. And that's why Zan Syed and Jeremy, we asked, "Are you playing Bend in My Will?" He said, "No."
When these lists had access to like Hidden Inkcaster,
Yes,
I think that helped a lot.
but
Not
other-
only because it was, it replaced itself, but it also could smooth some of these like more awkward middle turns where a lot of your big bomby cards are uninkable.
Now, I will say it is also devastating that he just lost that John Silver because that John Silver could sing Heads Held High, which would be spectacular. We said he doesn't need to have a Heads Held High and Under the Sea double. But without inking that last turn, he's at 6 or is that 7? 7. So he could technically Under the Sea sing with John Silver, who is an excellent singer and can sing whatever the song Heads Held High is.
Yeah, I think we have 7? No, we only had 6. That's the problem.
Oh no!
Otherwise, we
He
could have
got-
Hades last turn. We only had 6 basically the whole time, and then we just get quested out.
And he
so.
did something that I love to say. Hey, if you don't want to ask somebody who won a game, there's one way you can tell. And then you step back and you see who checks the next card. If they start looking at the top 4 or 5 cards of their deck, they didn't win. I don't know how to tell you that, but if they're doing that, it's because something terrible has happened. So that is my favorite tell because we saw Kopos do that because he says, I know I put some cards in here that were inkable. I'm pretty sure I put a sizable amount. So Blurple Doomsdayer, I hate to tell you this, but you just got another Blurple in your top 8. So what is our breakup? We're breaking up with Blurple. So what is the breakdown in our top 8?
All right, let me see if I can bring it up here. That is what I'm going to try to do right now.
We have 3 Blurples.
So
3 Amethyst Steel? Is that right? Yeah, no. 2 Amethyst Steels.
I've got this up. I'm gonna add an image.
How do I tell you guys this? That there was in the top 8. Oh my gosh, I just erased it, so I can't tell you it. In the top 8, there was 63% decks with Dumbo, and in the top 8, it's 63% Dumbos. We went from 10 to 5.
Let's put this on a different scene.
This is big bad news for Dumbo's Doomsdayers. Dumbo's Doomsdayers are really eating so.
Okay, I'm gonna
good.
cut it over to us, and then I'm gonna add this real quick, and then
I'm just like twiddling with my hair. Hey guys, I need to let you know I'm Dumbo Doomsday prepping because I get it. I said all weekend like Dumbo's not that bad. He's not that bad, but I do want to let you know I can confirm with a certain assurance that Dumbo is in.
at least some of these decks, a
He's
couple
in
of them.
well, he's in 63 or 62.5 if you're doing math. It's 62.5% of the decks in the top 8, and he converted to 62.5% of the top 16. What deck is Jeremy B on? Oh, I know. He is on the same deck that Zan run because they play tested together and came to the same deck together. And that is going to be Sapphire Emerald. And so you might say, what kind of Sapphire Emerald? I'll ask you. I'll tell you. I won't ask you. You don't know. I'll tell you, though. Jeremy is running a Sapphire Emerald list. We've got Clarabelle, Clumsy Guest, Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower, Clarabelle, Light on Her Hoofs. We got Scrooge McDuck, the 4-cost, 4-cost 5/5 uninkable. We got Tipo, Basil. We got Baymax Giant Robot, John Silver. We got Basil Undercover Detective and Basil Disguise Detective. We got Basils everywhere.
Okay.
Here's the break it.
So here's what I've got so far. And this is kind of throw together. I would have liked to do colors and stuff, but maybe we'll get that for next time. Maybe I'll come up with a little better program to be able to do this. But so basically, we're looking at another Blurple mirror. We've got our Amber Steel mirror as well. Basically, we have 2 Sapphire mirrors and 2 Steel lineups against them. So we're going to have at least some Sapphire in the top 4, and we're going to have some Steel in the top 4.
Yeah, pretty much that's a forecast.
So we're getting that for sure, just based on the way that this sort of breaks down. I would like to see, ideally, maybe either the Emerald Sapphire and Blurple or the maybe the Amber deck. We get the Amber deck on.
The problem is, no matter what, there's going to be a Blurple in the final 4. I don't know how to tell you guys this, but you're going to see a few more Blurples.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that.
We can't Thanos snap it completely out, but we could see Blurple get obliterated in this round to only have 1. But
we'll see if we can't get the Jeremy matchup.
Yeah,
so
it'd be nice. It'd be nice
that
to see
on
him.
one of them at least, one of the 2 channels, and then probably the Amber on one of the channels for sure. But we'll touch base with them shortly here. I don't know if they're quite ready for that.
I don't know if they're emotionally ready for that.
Yeah, I'm not ready for it either. Let me get rid of the bracket here. I don't have this set up ideally for this, but good enough for now. So, I mean, let's talk a little bit about what...
Can we see the hand cam to see if they're... I don't know if they're going to slap down.
Yeah, I don't think that they're quite ready.
No, I don't think they are.
Yet.
I just
and I
don't know.
don't
I'm so scared.
I don't see any interviews just
we won't be doing
ready
interview.
yet. I don't know if they're going to grab them now or if they...
Oh, I'm out of here,
Because
too.
ours ran a little long, so...
Yeah.
I would say... AMS is Amethyst, and then Amber is just AS. So we have 1 Amber, and the rest of it is Amethyst.
All right. Amber, well, no, we have 1 Amethyst or Emerald and Sapphire, so we have 2 decks that don't have Amber.
We have 2 decks that don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
25%.
mostly asking about my shorthand on the decks. So
we're not switching? Isn't somebody? Are you guys supposed to come in here?
we don't have anything to do. We just got.
Okay, so we're
No
just going
interview?
to break
Okay.
and then we'll switch. Okay. So
Maybe we'll see if we can hunt down some food. We'll
we have to.
forage
Okay.
or
Well, what we're
something.
gonna do is we're gonna search. We're gonna make sure the people that are supposed to be in here come in here. That is important. But we might just leave these here empty and they'll be like, "What, you guys want Monster Arcana? I'm hungry."
Should I run the? We could run the shopping video again for anybody that maybe missed it earlier.
Yeah, we'll do that really quick and then we'll come out there. Because
I'll
guess what?
run this. This is really cool. If you didn't see it earlier, it's
Yeah, shout out to Liam.
pretty
Liam
great. Liam's
deserves
great.
all the flowers that has ever been given to
Yeah.
people. So shout out to Liam. You guys are gonna watch a little video we made yesterday. It's not live, just so you guys know. And then we're gonna come back in like 2-3 minutes, and then we'll
Yeah.
be ready for the next round.
We'll come back a couple minutes after that, and then we'll go to the next thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and click over to this. We'll see you just in a few minutes, and then we'll go on a bit of a break, and then we'll be back for the top 8.
We will.
Between rounds at Charlie's Collectible Show, and we haven't got a chance to walk around much. So, Brent, you want to go shopping?
Yeah, I want to see these enchanteds, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Got some Pokemon. Got a little Pokemon here. Some Slabberonis. Anything worth looking at? I'm not a Pokemon aficionado, man. Gorgeous looks, gorgeous looks. I am looking specifically for Lorcana. And it's tough because a lot of other cards look exactly like Lorcana. Not quite, not quite.
Brett, do you like?
You want to come down to Charlie's Collectible Show? You like listening to music, but in an old-fashioned way. I mean, we got Booker Irvin, we got all the hits, we got Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves, and my personal favorite, Epic.
Epic.
And that's what I'm hoping to pull in some Lorcana packs.
That's Miami.
The Miami Sound Machine. All right, gotcha. Wow. Okay. Oh.
Pretty.
This Kyogre, this prestige, dude, the Black Label 10s on CGC. The detail. Give me a flip. Give me a turn. I mean, if you want a backflip, feel free. Man, the detail on this hat is great.
This is awesome, dude.
So what? $100? $800? All right, Liam, we got to get out of here, man. I'm about to make a mistake.
It's beautiful.
I thought this was Hulk. What is this?
It's like maybe.
It's like Gulk. It's like it's like the Costco Hulk.
Maybe.
It's the Kroger Hulk. Hi, I'm Brent. Charles, nice to meet you.
Are you a pop collector?
You know, I'm not. There's pop collectors, and then there's like people who just have a few. I just have a few, but I would never call myself a collector because I think that denotes like, you know, you got a wall, you got a stash.
Yeah.
Oh, you're into, what is this? Cha-Cha. Oh, you're into the Umbrella Academy? Well, I have a pop for you and a pop for somebody who likes Squid Game, right? You a pop guy at all?
I have a few, but I wouldn't call myself a collector.
Yeah.
But I do love Animal Crossing. Tom Nook is my boy.
Were you playing a lot during the pandemic?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do we go this way? Can we go back
sure.
in that way? I don't know.
Sure.
And we do magic.
Wow, this is absolutely gorgeous
And
stuff.
then
Oh, they glow!
we do glow in the dark, and we do like micro glitter and shimmer paints.
Don't bother, I'm stuck. Oh. Big giant cards. A lot of anime. These are some of the most gorgeous playmats I've ever seen. This is probably my personal favorite.
These are official like Ravensburger Lorcana playmats that Mattify has taken and put a foil treatment on, so it's really, really cool. Dodge the tree. Cards.
Okay. Do you have Lorcana singles? Oh, yo!
Brent, there's some epic cards down.
In person
I've
before.
never seen one in person.
What do you think, man?
It's beautiful. The
First
gold
impressions?
embossing,
Yeah.
it's perfect. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
We'll show it off to the camera a little bit here. Oh man, yeah. Even as beautiful as it is on camera, it really doesn't do it justice. Like this thing, the way that the gold outline is across everything, I mean, oh.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
The Enchanteds, I'm kind of like, I mean, oh. Shout out Kendall. Aggro decks.
Aggro decks.
That's the aggro, the symbol of aggro.
Did you have a Dreamcast? Did you ever
Yeah.
play in your, you did?
I had
You
a
did?
Dreamcast, and I missed out because it was like, you can either get a Dreamcast now or we can wait a little bit and get a PlayStation 2. And I was like, give me the Dreamcast now. And that, they ran out of games to make for it. It was like a whole, yeah. Ooh.
I didn't know this existed.
You doing some shopping? You getting some Legos?
654. Okay. All right, so we just circled the shop. Brent, did you see anything you want to buy?
I saw too many things I want to buy. Mainly that Enchanted case. I'm sure you'll cut to the B-roll here. It'll look really nice.
Possibly.
That is going to, I mean, I want to buy them all.
Yeah.
I just don't have, you know, $9,000, unfortunately. Just
Wow.
burning a hole in my pocket.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Super fun to walk around. I'm gonna go take a look at a few more things, maybe make some silly purchases.
You need to buy that Magikarp hat, I think.
Maybe the Magikarp hat.
I think it's a good look for you.
We'll go see. We'll see. All right.
There is some food here. We're gonna go eat, and then we'll be back for the top cut, the top 8 rather. So we're gonna go smash some pizza into our face, and then we'll be back for a little bit more shortly.
We're back with an interview here with Sailor, whose name is, I'm going to nail it perfectly, Pierre-Marc Duguay.
Oh, that's so good.
Did I do it?
man.
Did I do it? Oh, high five. That deserves a high five. All right. Sailor, dude, you're playing the Emerald Sapphire. I mean, why? Why Emerald Sapphire? Why now? Everybody's talking about Blurple. It's Amber Aggro, right? We're doing the Amethyst Steel. That's the rock, paper, scissors. What made you go, no, I'm denying all of that?
Yeah, I'm out of the game, right? I don't want to play the rock, paper, scissors. I want to go closer to a 50-50 matchup, but also have one that doesn't rely too much on the draw because it's a very real thing in this new environment. And that's all made possible because of the only board wipe that we have right now, which is the Under the Sea being sang by a shift target on turn 4, right? So that makes the aggro matchup feasible for as long as you see the right cards, right? So, and I was able to do it both times in this tournament on the draw versus both the Ember Steel deck aggro, right, Tiana list.
Wow.
Yeah, they started like Aurora, Tiana, Daisy by turn 3. Wow. And I was able to win on the draw with that.
But they're very weak to the Under the Sea.
Yes,
is
basically.
Is that part of the reason why you saw that this was the perfect opportunity to bring it?
Yes, because there was a situation with the Blurple mirrors that I was not being comfortable with, is that we knew that it was going to be a lot of mirrors, and so there was an arms race about lowering the 1-drops, getting more second star to the right, and was basically getting more greedy about the list, right? As we call it, because then we're lowering our chances of winning the aggro matchups and trying to be better against the mirror, and then it becomes a lottery of like, do you have the right matchup for it?
Right.
And so I knew Ed was going to do it, and I knew a few other players were going to do it, and I was like, I don't want to sign up for this. Instead, I'm going to bring a deck that is very, very strong against Blurple, and as this line against aggro that if I get it, I'll win, right? And sometimes they won't get it either. I'll be able to play my John Silvers on turn 4 with the Pleakley.
Giving the reckless,
yeah, and then maybe I can win also like that if they have like a slow start. If they have the best start, I'm going to try to go for the Shift Clarabelle and Under the Sea and just, win on the spot, basically. And it works against Emerald Ember as well, the Sea Dogs deck.
Sorry for cutting off that interview midway through, but that's the thing about live content, Tubes. Like we want to bring you the most content possible, but things move fast here at the tournament, and they're shuffling up at the top table, getting ready to go.
For sure, yeah. This is going to be an exciting matchup. I did see Mitch earlier. He was playing. He's got a really fast Amber Steel deck, man. It's really fast. Like, he's doing a lot of stuff, and we got his deck list in front of us. Looks like a pretty good list. He's playing some Finn. He's got Fire the Cannons and Strength for his removal, 2 Fire the Cannons and 4 Strength. So, pretty good deck list. Pretty fast.
Yeah, and so it's a good note for the audience. The color combo on the top is not correct. Mitch is actually on an Amber Steel, as you see there in his hand right now. And as you pointed out, like, his strategy here is just go.
Yeah, getting
you know,
bodies
all
down.
gas.
Yeah, just getting bodies down and then just playing them over and over again and doing different stuff. Just trying to get that lore real quick, real early, and kind of put a lot of pressure on him. So.
And he's the lone Amber Steel player left here in the top 8. You're seeing over on the right-hand side of the screen there, we have the top 16, but it's actually cut down, and now I think there's 3 Blurple, 3 Amethyst Steel remaining. The other Amethyst Steel are in a mirror right now, so one of those will make it through. And then we have a Blurple mirror, and there's an Sapphire Emerald deck, Emerald Sapphire deck remaining, and then there's 1 Amber Steel deck remaining. So this is your lone Amber Steel survivor, fans.
I wonder if it's that one was playing Chromacon.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I'm not sure. Yeah, a lot of variants here to the Emerald
sure.
Sapphire lists. A lot of different ones. I can't remember which one Jeremy's on, but the one Amber Steel, or I'm sorry, the Emerald Sapphire remaining is Jeremy, who is Zan Syed's co-host. For his podcast, and he's on Zan's list. So if anybody took a look at that, then are we chat? You can hear us, right? Let us know if you can hear us. Yeah, I think you can. I'm not positive.
Okay.
All right, good. Thanks you. Thank you, Flash. Just want to make sure. All right. So here we go. We are off to the races, and it's turn 1 Daisy. That is the aggro play, right?
Looks like he might have another Daisy in hand though too. Wait a minute. That's a John Deere.
Yeah, and on the other side is a Hook Forceful Duelist. You're going to watch this deck go quickly. Now, there is, he as you highlighted, Tubes, he does run some removal. So in this matchup that, where characters matter, and there's that Nala. Nala, a card that I don't think was on, when I talked to players about the top cards in this set, Nala wasn't on the list of a lot of people's top 10.
You're right, it wasn't.
But it is showing up well in this tournament, and a lot of people kind of falling in love with her.
Yeah, for sure. This card's been like kind of doing really well for him. I saw a last game he was playing this card, and it was just really good, and just quests for 3, and just does what it needs to do. It's got, resist 1 if it's got no damage on it. It's a 0/2. It's just, that does what it needs to do, Give me a little bit of lore and just be out there, so.
Yeah, kind of the Piglet replacement for that 3 lore quester
sure.
now that Piglet's disappeared.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a lot of it here. But this deck is heavy on Ininkables. And speaking of Ininkables, we have 3 of them on the board now with Calhoun coming in. If you have to respond to your opponent's board and beat a deck that's trying to race, Calhoun is a good way to do it.
Calhoun's probably the best bet for you.
Absolutely. Mulan coming down now. That'll allow Mitch to draw a card, discard a card.
He drew a Mr. Arrow. That guy's pretty good. He's like a 1/2 resist 1, quest for 2. Really good card. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna play a Gym Deer.
Gym Deer 04 in
support.
Bodyguard to protect his high lore quester. So that's 5 lores worth of characters there. Since that Nala is undamaged, now being protected by that Gym Deer. And unfortunately, on William's side of the board, he does have some good challengers, both with 3, but neither one with enough to get over that Gym Deer in one go.
I wonder if he's got like a +1.
Yeah, Madam Mim coming down. Now this one, Tiny Adversary, this does augment his other characters. So giving all of your other characters Challenger +1 now, that is the perfect card in that scenario.
Yes.
I mean, that is the card you wanted.
Yeah.
Now, one of the characters able to get over Jim Deere, and the other one challenging into that Nala. Perfect card in this scenario.
William gained that 2 lore from that kill.
Oh, that is true.
I want to make sure he got it.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Tube's pointing out, the Calhoun will give 2 lore upon banishing a character, and so we should see that reflected on William's side of the board. It's just possible it hasn't been updated yet, but just a note for the audience.
Kind of debating what he's going to do here. That last turn probably is a pivotal moment for this whole match right now.
That is true. I mean, we talk about critical moments like swings. That Madam Mim right there. Mitch is on script, dropping that Jim Deere down. Everything is protected.
Yeah.
And Madam Mim coming down, completely changing the math. That Rhino is going to come down. Rhino 1/16 Wolf, and is going to give -1 strength, allowing Mulan to challenge it and banish that Captain Hook without being banished in return. And I think, is that the perfectly timed dock there? Yeah, inking that Pluto. Hand is empty, so we'll play draw 2 cards. I mean, stringing together docks is one of the very few card draw options left in these Amber Steel decks.
I really like having Pluto in this matchup a lot. I think he felt pretty bad having it's either that discard for Doc. So I don't think he really think he wanted to ink that Pluto. That Pluto's, I think, it's a very valuable card right now. He does have Tatiana though in his hand.
Yeah, we do see Tiana in there. Another Rhino in hand. That Calhoun now is going to challenge into that Mulan, left vulnerable there. We'll get another 2 lore off of that. We'll see if that's reflected in the lore total there. There it is, up to 4. So I think all of his lore now off that Calhoun. And we do see the Dumbo there, that card that everybody is afraid of right now or trying to pick up.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the optimal time to play it necessarily. But in this Purple Steel deck, I think you run it a little lower and earlier in curve than you do with Blurple deck where you're looking to use it immediately. So it is evasive, and there's just not a lot of evasive answers in Mitch's deck.
Well, he's also a 3/3. You can take out some stuff too, and he's got like you said, he's got good evasive, so you can kill like the lower animals, and then also draw a few cards. So that's really good.
That's true. Yeah, good point. Just a 3/3 stat line.
Yeah, 3/3 stat.
4/3 with that Madam Mim in play.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Mitch thinking about it. I mean, this is the point in the game where this Amber Steel deck wants to be already at 10 or 12 lore.
Yeah.
Just he's been shut down a little bit.
He has a strength in hand, so he could take out somebody on the far left there.
Yeah, so I've been. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think he's debating whether he's going to play the strength or he's going to play something else.
Yeah, that Dumbo is a tempting target.
It is.
Try to get that card draw out of there.
But that Calhoun just puts in so much work.
Calhoun too. That's true.
With the buff, it just takes these guys out, one shots them.
So one of the ways there's that Tiana coming play, and she's just going to sit. Talking to some Amber Steel players, one of the things they talked about, or that another Amber Steel player who almost made top cut and bubbled out at 17 was telling me is with his Amber Steel deck. Typically you think about running ahead with these lists and trying to race your opponent, but But one of the ways in a format without a lot of wide removal that he wins games is by just building up a board state of 10 or 12 lore
Yeah.
and just winning the game in 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, for sure. No, because there's nothing to get rid of our board wipe or anything like that besides in the sea. So that's definitely a good play. I could see that.
But this card is so brutal and against that strategy because Elsa coming down now, she's going to get an extra. Calhoun did the challenge there. She gets an extra 1 off the Madame Mim.
yeah.
So Madame Mim here, an incredible card in this matchup.
Putting in work, man. Just putting in work today with Madame Mim.
Yeah, it's and one of the reasons it's so pivotal is in the last set, everybody got used to the 4 willpower stat line being so important to get around Bell and other cards that do 3 damage. And so a Jim Deere was a very good card with its 4 willpower. So was Daisy Duck, difficult to remove, and even Rhino Power Hamster with his resist requires extra strength to remove it. And Madame Mim completely changes that math.
You're right, he does. Looks like he's gonna fire the cannons, and then he's gonna. The Rhino took out the Calhoun. Oh, is he gonna sing something? What's this? Strength. Okay.
All right.
All the cards.
Strength of a Raging Fire. We're gonna quest with that Doc.
Leaves
Okay.
him with no cards in hand, apparently.
Yeah, no cards in hand. Hoping to top deck a Doc here. Now
I
that
see a
Tiana.
Doc and a Dumbo in William's hand.
It's worth noting that Tiana now being exerted means that any character that challenges into any of Mitch's characters will receive -3 strength unless William pays 3 ink to prevent that effect from taking effect. So Tiana here doing a little bit of protecting the other characters on board.
Oh, is that a is that 2 Docs in hand?
I do see
Looks
it.
like 2. Oh, or that's a Happy. Is that a Happy?
I can't tell.
It looks like a Happy.
Either way, it's going into the inkwell.
Yeah.
It is a Happy.
Yeah.
And,
There's
there's
Dumbo
another
and
Dumbo
Doc.
and the Doc with an
There it
empty
is.
hand.
Yeah.
That's what you want to
That's
do in
usually
these.
yeah, for sure.
In these steel matchups. Funny too, because I was doing a video where I was asking people the top 10 cards like in Fabled, and a number of people kept saying Doc is like one of the best cards, and they kept reminding me, like, Doc's not in Fabled, he's just around, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, but Doc is so good
Yes.
in the meta now.
That's probably like my favorite card right now. I'm not gonna lie.
So Mitch playing Mulan here will quest for 5 with that Rhino and Tiana, and again Tiana guarding everything. So now William can challenge in and do a little bit of board control, which I'm sure he wants to do, but he's going to have to take a turn off from.
I wonder if he's gonna try and draw a card here. Oh no, he's gonna go for it.
All right, and he's going to pay 3 to get around that Dumbo effect there. So 3 ink.
Oh, and it's 4. He gets 4 attack because of the Meta Mim.
Madame Mim
Wow.
again, MVP of this matchup so far.
For sure. He's playing a pivotal role in this whole thing.
And now that Tiana's gone,
Oh, he can. Oh, because it doesn't resist 1. Wow. Wow, Madame Mim is just winning this whole thing.
what a sequence there. Madame
Ooh,
Mim doing
Calhoun
work completely
Doc.
changes the math.
Wow.
And a Calhoun and a Doc hit on, like, right at the right time.
For
empty
sure.
hand, drawing 2 cards.
Jim
Williams
Deere.
doing everything that you want to do in this matchup. Mitch just doesn't have the gas at this point. It's going to be very difficult to come back here. And there it is. There's the scoop. My goodness.
Wow.
So card of the match for me. Card of the match for me.
And we already know what it is, yeah.
Is that what is it?
It's got to be the Madame Mim.
It's got to
man.
be the Madame Mim.
It turned everything bigger than it needed to be, so it could just take out that pivotal moment where it took out Jim Deere and then able to take out another character. Is just changed the whole match, and just giving your guys +1 so they can swing in for 4 is just a big deal, you know.
It's exactly right. I mean, a lot of the math in the previous meta was built around getting avoiding that critical 3 damage. There's cards like Calhoun, cards like Bell, cards like Forceful Duelist, all of which challenge for 3, and even Smash 3 damage.
Yeah.
And so 4 willpower is a very, very important stat line, especially in the early game. And that's why Daisy Duck was so good. That's why Jim Deere is so good. And giving everything that +1 strength, it changes everything.
Exactly. Exactly. Just boosts everybody up where they need to be.
Up and get into game 2 here. You all heard me open my Celsius here. Got to keep it. Got to keep it going. Got to
yeah.
keep the energy going.
I'm drinking my Monster right now.
We're not affiliated or sponsored by Celsius,
Or Monster.
but I wish we were. Celsius, if you're listening, let me know. All right. All right. So taking a look here at Mitch's hand again. He wants to go fast. He'll be on the play again. I do see a Daisy Duck. We do have the Jim Deere. There's a couple Rhinos. So we have some early game stuff. There's a
Looks like
penny in there.
yeah, penny on the end there. It looks like it might be a Doc in the middle.
2 pennies. Yeah, that looks. It's either the Doc or the Nala. I
Let me
imagine
look
the
on, his
Doc
other
would be a
side.
send away.
So he's got 3 Genie Dragons, 1 Elsa.
Yeah, very.
Oh, 1
Indian,
Doc on the
nothing
phone.
early. Lots to send away there.
He kept a Doc and a Genie Dragon. He's sending back 3. Drew another Doc, drew a Strength, and I can see that last card. He's quick. He's quick. William's quick.
It's almost like he's played, like
Yeah, cards for
27 games of Lorcana.
Yeah,
by now.
yeah.
Man, this is going to be tense. So you are watching the first seed here against the 9th seed. Mitch piloting his way into a very favorable position here. If you're Amber Steel aggro, I mean, being on the play the entire finals is.
I'd be
definitely the way to
mulligan
do it.
for a Madam Mim or something like that. That's what I'd probably do.
Yeah, right.
He just makes, oh my god, and just let her sit there for the whole game.
Right.
Yeah. Like got some
All right, so-
Genie Dragons, got a Happy, got a Strength, got a Captain Hook. Lawrence, love that card.
Lawrence, great card. Not going to see him on the board this time. We're going to go Rhino turn 1 here.
And we're gonna shift. Looks like we can shift that next turn.
Yeah, that would be nice. I do see a lady in hand, so we are going to go wide pretty early.
Yeah, Tiana.
Let's see if Mitch can pull this. You know, teams. One thing I as a commentator, my favorite sayings is I never root for players. I'm always impartial, but I always root for a game 3. I love to see more.
No,
Lorcana,
yeah, of
you know?
course, yeah. No, I couldn't agree more.
So let's hope we see more Lorcana. But here we have the
Captain Hook.
Happy into the Inkwell there, followed by Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist. Set 1 card has stuck around thanks to a reprint in an earlier set. I will say I like this art better though.
I wonder if he's gonna do the shift. Is he gonna do the shift play?
Mitch with options. There are 2 1-drops we could play. Instead, it looks like we will see that shift. There's Rhino.
Now we're gonna quest.
Power Hamster.
Could Madam Mim come out and give him +1 and just let him take out that Rhino? if he
It
quests?
could, and I
Yeah,
think that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Beta.
what Mitch is playing around here.
Beta.
I'm worried about that Mim, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so that Rhino protected. He's over there hanging out until we see an Elsa later.
Yeah.
To exert it, but yeah, Mitch foregoing the lore. I think worried about Madam Mim.
And like you said earlier, I mean, we could just build up a whole board and just quest out, in 2 turns and try and win the game, instead of just quick trading a lot. So maybe just gonna build a board. Oh, here goes 2. Is this gonna be a Calhoun or something? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Madam
It was
Mim.
good. It was good. He didn't quest with it.
Yeah, chat pointing out 4 is still 1 short of the Rhino because Rhino to get resist 2.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So let's see. So Mitch playing very measured here. And there's the lady, followed by the penny. You're
Ooh.
right. Could have healed the Rhino if there was any damage on it, but questing here. So did forego 2 lore in the previous turn.
Penny Lady, that's good. Ladies just comes into play and just drops something like a 2-drop. It's just great, especially for Amber Steel.
Yeah, so resist 3 now on that.
That's a lot on a Rhino. Oh, there's a Genie Dragon. I've been seeing this card played a lot. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean it's seeing a lot of favor now. It's been in almost every Amethyst.
It's
Steel
just a
list that I've
solid
seen.
card, solid 3-drop,
3 inkable, solid stat line,
Yeah,
and really in this meta full of evasives,
Yes.
especially Dumbos.
It can take a Dumbo out
It can
and
take
live.
a Dumbo out cleanly. So a little dragon on elephant action. But back over to Mitch here. That Tiana's going to come down, protect Mitch's side of the board once it's exerted. Important to note, it doesn't work until Tiana is exerted.
Yeah. I wonder if he's thinking, like, maybe I shouldn't quest this turn. Maybe I should just quest with everything next turn, and then I get the exert, the ability.
Yeah, that is a line. I mean, so one of the cards you're afraid of when you choose to build up your side of board, as we saw last game, is Elsa, but she won't be available for a whole other turn.
Yeah, because he definitely went first, so he can't play a 5-drop.
So let's see here. Mitch kind of thinking about.
Oh,
we are going to sing Strength of Raging Fire. Take out that Madam Mim. I did so much work last game. Let's just get it out of here. And now back over to William. Mitch foregoing any questing there. So still sitting at 2 lore. But getting that Madam Mim off the board probably feels a little nice. And of course, he draws right into another one.
Oh my gosh.
But now having spent a whole turn to put it in play if he wants to.
Looks like he has 2 of them in his hand?
So let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Mitch still in not a terrible position. Building up that lore total. We have or on the board anyway. We have 8 on board.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna play both of them.
For
Oh, and he does. He plays 2 Meta Mims.
oh my goodness,
Oh,
everything
he's gonna
now.
strength.
Challenger +2
Oh,
and Strength of a Raging Fire,
Wow,
followed by oh my goodness.
just that Captain Hook into that gerbil.
Yeah, so 2 Mana Mims will do the job. And again, now the math much different. So what a sequence there. Mana Mim once again, I think the MVP of this matchup.
Such a good trade though, Hook into the gerbil.
Wow.
Rhino. Ooh, another Rhino.
Yeah, so having to navigate this now.
Mitch is like debating whether quest. He knows he's only at 2 right now, and the longer the game goes, the worse your position he's going to be in. He's all about the early game,
Yeah, just hoping now. I think that an Elsa isn't in hand. Now, William is low on cards, so we'll build the board a little bit. There's that dock. Again, at the perfect time. So, Mitch, I think the game plan here is just build up a little bit more lore.
Is that
try
another
to hit a dock.
dock? Wait a minute, that could be a happy. He hasn't inked yet. Plays another dock. He's a master. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Let's see. Okay, passing it back over to Mitch.
I was
Mitch,
like,
a little bit of
what
breathing
is
room.
that? Yeah.
Draws into a Tiana. But at this point, there's nothing else in hand, I believe. So at this point, just top decking, hoping that the cards fall his way and William doesn't draw into something that can remove his side of the board.
Oh, it's a
and
Dumbo.
Elsa would be devastating. But at this point,
I see William has Dumbo Jafar in his hand.
oh dear.
Just good bodies,
So at this point, I mean, there is an avenue where Mitch just builds up 20 lore on his side of the board, but that demo isn't going to help. That Genie with Evasive now, you can use it immediately, gain a lore, draw a card. That card draw is the important part here, because William's going to want to find ways to shut down and remove the ready characters on Mitch's side of the board. Looks like Jafar will be Ink, and we're getting a quest out of the Obedient Raven. Cheeky little card, Obedient Raven. Like,
Yeah,
you hate removing it because you give your opponent a card.
I know.
But you don't.
But he's getting lore though too.
It draws, it gives you
I'm
lure
like,
to turn.
I'm like, damn it, I gotta kill it because now it's gonna get another lore.
Now Lawrence
Dang
came to
it,
play.
it's just bad.
Yeah. 1,
So-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 lore on Mitch's side of the board. Again, if he can, there is a route where William does not draw any removal and he just builds up lore. Maybe draws a little removal of his own, but would love to hit a dock.
Is that Lawrence in play over there too?
That is Lawrence. Just
Okay,
played
I
this
didn't know if it
turn.
was in his. Oh no, his graveyard's over there. Okay.
Yeah, so Rhino now will challenge the Genie. Now, Genie kind of, again, innocuous as a quester, but that represents 1 card every turn that he can draw off the Dumbo. Now, Penny going to come in and clean up that Obedient Raven. It's going to give William a card. And we're going to get quests out of the rest of the characters. So, back over. Now, in order to clean up the board, William will have to expose his characters, forcing William, or allowing William here to do a little cleanup if he wants. I think we drew into an Obedient Raven on William's side of the board. Not
saw
a great
Cobra.
card here.
I saw a Cobra too.
Cobra would be
3
not
would be good.
terrible.
Yeah. Oh, we got 4. What do we got here?
For
Draw a
his
lot of cards.
Cobra amount. So let's see. Critical turn here, though. How William chooses to navigate this cleanup. It's worth mentioning again. Like everything in the board has Challenger 2.
Yeah.
Madam M does give Challenger to herself as well, and then gaining the benefit of the other one. Oh, it's that Genie. So, okay, great card. Oh, drawing into that Elsa. Going to love to see that next turn, but not able to do much with it this turn. So, feels good to get that card draw and get that evasive on the board, but it feels like a little bit of a tempo downer. Dumbo will go in, clean up the Tiana.
He's just got like a clean. He's just trying to clean house right now.
Happy Power Hamster loses.
Wow.
And then 1, 2. There we go. Again,
Wow.
Madam Mim doing
That's just
so much
turns
work.
the tide there.
Doing so much work. And then to fire the cannons. Do a little work, clean up that Dumbo, but not enough.
Yeah, you got to take out that Dumbo.
So Lawrence can do a little work. There's Madam Mims. And so Lawrence, of course, will lose his 4 strength if he takes damage, but Madam Mim is a 0-3 when she is challenged, so can clean up one of those Madam Mims and then still do some damage on the crackback.
Definitely. You got to fire the cannons on Dumbo and then clear out one of the Madam Moons. That's the only way to race this. Let's go, Mitch. Come on. You can do it.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, there's avenues back in, but you really need card draw. You really need to hit a dock here. So Mitch just trying to buy a little time at this point. There we go. We're going to wait. Okay, we are going to challenge the Metagame.
Oh,
Cannon's the other Metagame. Okay. And now we'll go back over to William. Those Metagames again. I mean, look at the resources devoted to cleaning up those characters. Really, really powerful in this matchup. It's back over to William. We know we have Elsa. I think we have 2 of them in hand now, it looks like. So most likely to see one of those come into play here. Dumbo will take an opportunity to draw a card, taking a look at what we get before we make our decisions. Another Genie is drawn.
I'll play another Genie.
And then Genie, draw a card. Drawing into a Hypnotic Strength, which could come into play here. Yeah, Hypnotic Strength, a fantastic card. Okay. Instead, it's going to be Ink. We're going to play the Cobra, discarding a card to gain 2 lore.
Are we going to quest here? We're going to
And
race?
Genie will quest.
Like
Okay,
we're gonna
William
race.
moving definitively into the beatdown role.
We're off to the races. He's at 7. I mean, he's still got time. Mitch is only at 6. Ooh, that's what you want to draw
okay,
right
that's
there.
what you need.
Liam, that's a good draw right there.
It gives you a little bit extra. Not a lot of ink to play with now, but I mean, 2 cards is better than 1.
Is that a Sven in his hand and a John Deere?
There's Jim Deere coming down in
Deere.
bodyguard. Looks like Lawrence will quest, go up to 8.
Jim Deere.
Unfortunately, I mean, if this is a race, unfortunately for Mitch, Will well in the driver's seat here.
He got a Cobra into that, like, Jim, and try and get rid of it. Ooh. I mean, he still has time. I wonder if he can just outrace him.
It's
4,
tough.
7, 11.
It's, I mean, the unfortunate thing, I mean, you can try racing. The thing in this matchup right now, though, is the card draw advantage is solidly with.
I figure he can, like,
Amethyst Steel
do the
deck.
2 Genies and then just start drawing cards with Dumbo and the other guy. Yeah, the Cobra. Oh, he's going to turn it sideways.
Elsa coming in.
So he's coming in.
Exert the dock.
Yep.
Cobra going to finish off the
wonder-
bodyguard there.
Elsa's going to live. Yeah, then he's able to finish it off with Dumbo.
Lawrence Dumbo.
And then, oh, yeah, just go ahead and
Double
finish the whole
quest.
team. Oh, no. He double quest, yeah.
Double quest up to 11.
And then Jafar.
Jafar coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the
Ooh.
board. That's just not enough. Drawing into a penny. And that's it. In 2 games, William takes it. That's our only Amber Steel deck getting knocked out the top. And, yeah, you know, Mitch had a great opening game 1. Opening game 2 wasn't quite as good. But I tell you what, Madam Mim, it just completely changes the math. All of your lines change when she's on the board.
Yeah, of course.
And it affects everything.
That's not something, yeah.
I mean, a great performance all day yesterday. Let's set her up.
Oh,
Here we
my
go.
gosh.
Now we're back
Yeah.
on camera. So when we're off camera, we get to, like,
Yeah, just
relax.
let him back a little bit.
But no, like, a great performance all day by Mitch. I mean, piloted his way in the top seat. And yeah, actually, he did it on the back of, like, just crushing Blurple decks.
For sure.
Just really ran through the meta. But not a great matchup into Amethyst Steel. Didn't see a lot of them early. Saw one here. And I feel like I'm repeating myself over and over. But this deck is built around, these aggro decks, and these cards are picked on based on very specific math. And when your opponent has a card, that they can get in play on turn 2, that completely adjusts all of that math.
Exactly.
It
Like
changes
the
everything.
Calhoun just went to town. Like, all his whole team just went to town and kept just doing those trades and everything. And the Jim Deere, you think it's going to end it, but then that Madam M gives it the +1, like you said, and just, like, he was able to clear the full field, and that just changed the whole game.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
I couldn't agree with more of what you said just now.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, in a longer match, Amethyst just has the card draw to go to the distance, where
For sure.
the Amber Steel deck's relying on hitting docks, and that's really
Sticking out early, you know? Yeah.
that's really it. So, oh man, so okay, so for those of us who are rooting for, I know a lot of people are the anti-Blurple right now. They're rooting for something different. We've just lost Amber. The good news is we still have an Amethyst Steel deck, progressing onward into the top 4. The bad news is we've lost our Amber Steel.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Just
it's
we
out.
saw it coming, probably a little bit. A lot of Amber still showed up here today, but we only had one in like the top 8. So again, you got to get that a game early. That's what Amber still has to do.
Yeah. So what do you think about the meta and then kind of the conversion rate? What did you see yesterday? Because this is the first time I've gotten to sit and talk with you.
I know it has been a while. I've been running around a little bit, so doing some
Doing
things,
production and commentating
yeah,
and interviews
doing
and deck
tech-
techs.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of man of many talents. Yeah, dude, I've been seeing some good lists. Again, Zan the Man had one of the best lists. That's like our first deck tech we did. He's running the Emerald Steel. I think that's right. And that looked really cool with the Baymaxes and all that stuff and the Ingenuity. I was kind of excited to see something like that because we all know it's a trifecta right now. We know it's Blurple, Amber Steel, and Purple Steel. So I haven't seen too much different in the meta, but it was nice to see that Emerald Steel. So. With other people too, we just interviewed somebody doing a Blurple, but they were playing like, a different setup, and that was Team Maelstrom, RD, and oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember everybody's name. I've interviewed so many people. So yeah, I mean, there's been a little few changes, like the basis of the deck of Blurple, but they kind of changed it up in their own way and put Develop Your Brain in there rather than playing Visions. They said it helps them early game because you found yourself always tapping out, and then you have 1 mana left over. You could just use that for Develop Your Brain. So there's been a few changes to the popular decks that I like to see that I could probably run next week because I'm going to PPG next week. So
All right. Are you playing?
Yeah, I'm gonna play.
What are you playing?
I don't know yet. I've been looking at everybody's deck, seeing what I could play. Maybe I'll get a list from somebody last minute and see what I can do. I got 1 Dumbo. That's it, though. So,
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, the good news is there's a lot of people only running. There's some people only running 3. So you only need 2 more.
I heard
perhaps,
you're
for a solid list.
supposed to play 4 that card, no matter what. No
Good.
matter what.
Good. There's some very good players on 3. But yeah, it could go either way. So yeah, no, it's really fascinating because I think coming in, the common wisdom was that this was a rock, paper, scissors meta, and between the 3 decks, the Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel, and then Blurple, those 3 decks would be competing for the top spot and kind of beating each other up.
Yeah.
What I saw was very different. It was a Blurple world.
It was.
With a little bit of Amethyst, with a little bit less Amethyst Steel, and then Amber Steel, not a lot.
No.
And it's very possible that all of the Amber Steel decks stayed near the bottom of the brackets, and we only saw a few filter to the top, but we did have an Amber Steel in the top cut. But it's a Blurple world. We were all living in it. The one deck I think that surprised me a little that I didn't expect to see so well represented was the Emerald Sapphire decks. Very good decks because, or a lot of players chose to bring them in, and the biggest reason I think is because there's a few different ways that you can tech them. Some of them, they looked very different.
Yeah.
If you look at Sailor's version versus like Zan's version, they're
yeah.
different. But also, if the 2 things you're worried about are Blurple and then a really fast, aggressive deck, if you can handle both those challenges, you're set up for success. And with Under the Sea, that you can shift a Clarabelle and sing very, very early to get around this fast Amber Steel aggro.
Yeah, with the Baymax, yeah.
With the Baymax, you're set up there. And then it also has the tools to deal with Blurple in the long game, especially for running cards like Bend to My Will or something that are just going to crush your opponent's hand. And then the Clarabelles. A lot of these decks are built around Clarabelles, where if the Amethyst deck wants to draw a bunch of cards, cool. I will draw cards as well.
Yeah, I love that deck. I feel like again earlier I think I said Emerald Steel, but I meant Emerald. With Zan's running, and like I said, I was like, you can change it up. Like if I'm playing against aggro, I can do Under the Sea as my main move. But then if I'm playing against something else, he can do the little rat detected that can make him discard cards. So
Basil.
Basil, See, I'm trying to get everybody all their names down.
No, you're good.
But yeah, no, that deck has a little bit of just whatever you're playing against, you can kind of swap yourself up and try and beat that matchup. So.
Yeah.
That was a very cool thing, to bring into this tournament, especially in this whole new meta we're getting right now. And this is like the first big event for it. So,
yeah, I agree. I think out of everything I saw, I would not be surprised if the Emerald Sapphire decks, if we see a little bit more of those moving forward, because it is a really fun deck and it is an alternate to the monstrosity that is Blurple right now.
Yeah, I did see an Emerald. Speaking of Emerald Steel, sorry, it's a different deck, but I did see an Emerald Steel Chromacon deck. And that was that was kind of interesting to see. He said that most of his moves, what he would try to do is bounce his dock back and then replay it again and draw 2 more. So I thought that was pretty cool. He was kind of in the top tables yesterday. I don't know how well he did yet, but yeah, that was a pretty interesting deck to see too.
That's a great point. There's so many different ways to build that color combo, and
For sure.
Chromacon like matches are wild. When,
they are.
Chromacons start going off everywhere.
They are. Yeah,
it's crazy. Some stuff they can do. But yeah, I think that's my big takeaway. But the other one is like Blurple is just good.
No, Blurple,
and it's not that Blurple is like is backbreaking in the way that like Bucky was when he was around, just like completely shutting things down on turn 3. That was oppressive. But like, it's just so consistent. It's good on the play. It's good on the draw. It has Dumbo is just Dumbo is not ridiculous. The problem is it's a must-answer card,
Yeah.
and if it sticks on the board in a deck full of evasives, you have to answer it or it runs away with the game. So it just has a lot of things going for it.
And in this format with like hardly any removal, you know,
yeah,
it just and you only got a few characters with evasive too, so it's like you got to figure out a way to get rid of it, like you said. And it's not that's a big card right now.
Yep. If Madam Mim's still around, like Dumbo is not as good.
Yeah.
If Be Prepared's still around, as we keep saying, it's not as good. But I do think overall impressions, Blurple very good. Amber Steel is fine, and Amethyst Steel is also very good. Very good deck, and it's well represented here in the top 8. And Emerald Sapphire is going to get a little more love, I think, in the near future.
Yeah, I think so too.
What do you think, chat? Oh, we like being the Liam, don't hype it up. We like being the underdog. Okay, yeah, fair. Okay. Nobody play Emerald Sapphire. Emerald Sapphire is the worst. Emerald Sapphire is the worst deck.
That deck is really bad.
That is really bad. Yeah, it's awful. Don't play it. There you go.
Even though we did a deck tech on it. Don't look at it.
Doing my part. Anyway, chat, what do you think? What did you see? We're waiting here for this round to finish up. Yeah, here's the deal. Like, when we made the decision for the deck to put on the stream, I was like, we were talking through, like, what to put on there, and we were like, Amber, people probably want to see the Amber Steel deck again.
Yeah.
Amber Steel into Amethyst Steel is not something we've seen. I was like, the danger is that match is over fast.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
And it was.
It was, yeah.
Purple Steel, let's go. Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel, also a very, very good list, very consistent, and some variation to it too. I saw a really fun version that actually bubbled out at 19, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Which ran, so the Treasure Guardians, everybody's loving those because of the illusions.
Yeah.
But then it also ran the Jafar, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's the
illusion one. That kind of like if you haven't
yes,
discarded an illusion.
The dual color.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's Jafar something ruler,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
But it cares about
Jafars.
illusions, and there's a lot of illusions in the deck. And I was talking to the player who ran it, and just give him full credit here, but very, very. He said the Jafars were doing work for him all day long, and so I'm actually really excited if that variant of the list and if the Jafars take off, because I do love. Yeah, so it's Alpha Bro TCG. Was running that version and did run those Jafars, and it was
interesting.
Yeah, it was really interesting, and I really like those Jafars in the deck, and he said they did work, so I hope that takes off, because anything with like a theme, like with Jafar and his illusions and like doing well, like when a deck with a theme makes it into competitive play, I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
One day puppies.
I was talking to they were playing Burple, Team Maelstrom, and they were like they were playing 4 Hypnotic Strength, and I'm like, well, they're like, well, in a world of illusions, this is a perfect card. It's a kill card, or it could take out like a Rhino. It could boost up a Rafiki, and I was like, that makes complete sense. So there is a lot of illusions right now, and I mean, Hypnotic Strength going to 4 is not a bad thing at all. So
yeah. The number of times this weekend that I saw a Hypnotic Strength used
on a Iago,
on an Iago Spectre Pair, happened every time.
Yeah.
It's like pay 2, kill a 4/6. I'm sorry, banish a 4/6 and draw a card. Okay.
Yeah,
totally fine. Seems fair.
that just runs away with the game.
Yeah, from a flavor perspective, I don't know how much I like Jafar's spell though, taking out his own illusions. Maybe a flavor miss, but there it is. Have the top 8 lists been shared yet? I don't think that they are public yet.
Not yet,
I have them here. The thing with this tournament is it's paper. We're all paper here, and so
scanning it in now.
Yeah, so they'll be online eventually. They're all paper, and we'd love to get them to you, but that's what we got. So, yep, they are open deck lists here though. So hopefully they'll be out shortly. If anybody has any questions about any of the lists or any players lists, let us know, because we have the info.
Wow, he played 4 Bell though too. Last match. That's pretty crazy. Usually I see like as a 2 of or a 3 of.
Bell accomplished, yeah. So so lots of love here, and so. In the top 8, we said this up front, in the top 8, Blurple very well presented, I think 30% of the meta, but I think it converted, actually it probably converted about the same. I have to do the math. There were 7 out of the top 16, so it wasn't, okay, so a little better into the top 8, but then, or the top 16, but in the top 8, I think there were 3 Blurple decks, and so converted probably about even, with Amethyst Steel converting about even as well. And then we had the two other decks, Amber Steel and Sapphire Emerald making up the other two. So what we see represented in the top 8, I think, is actually a pretty good representation of the meta, actually.
Yeah.
And the various power level of these decks, which is actually fascinating that they converted like that.
I see somebody saying, like, can we see the Emerald Sapphire list? We got that on the deck tech from yesterday. We did a deck tech on that.
That is true. There was a deck tech list
It was our
that'll be
first
out
one
there.
of the day, yeah.
Here was the question: what deck is Jeremy playing? Jeremy is playing the Sapphire Emerald deck. Emerald Sapphire list is still in it. I don't know if they are all out. Mixtape God, as you just said, there was a Blurple Emerald Sapphire match going on in the top 8. I don't know if they advanced yet because I'm stuck in here seeing what you see.
Oh yeah, and that's Humble. Yeah, Humble is the other one I interviewed. Yeah, Team Maelstrom. Yeah.
And Humble is playing Blurple. Humble's in the. Is he in the mirror?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll have to double check.
Okay. Can you show the bracket? Here's the thing. I'm good at a lot of things. Amity
But
TCG.
brackets is his weakness.
I'm good at a lot of things. One thing I'm really bad at is OBS, and I'm worried if I go over there and futz with it, I'm going to break it.
Dude, those
So
guys
I need
know
somebody
so
from
much.
production to come in here and do that for me. I'll see if I can do it. Dylan Brown is a former MTG and Nationals champion. That name is very familiar to me, and that is probably why. Yeah, fantastic player. Everybody here in the top cut is a fantastic player.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's
just 450 people. Like, I mean, you're playing like crazy, and you know, and you make it to the top 8. That's pretty impressive. This event is huge.
That is true. I mean, for those joining us for the first time today, and if you're just tuning in, this was a 468 person event. You had people traveling from Quebec. You had people traveling from California.
Canada.
We had Canada. Multiple Worlds competitors here. Multiple Continentals competitors here. DLC champions here. The room out there was stacked. And it was it was a heck of a competitive event. Top tier Lorcana, from start to finish. I'm gonna ask production. I'm gonna talk off camera and talk to production here for a second. Do we have bracket or anything available we can show? Okay. There's an old one that's not updated over there on the right, or somewhere. But yep, Tiago won an event last weekend with the same purple steel deck. He's been hot. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. It's an interesting world we're living in right now.
How have you liked? Have you got a chance to look at any of the vendors at CCS around here?
Oh, Charlie's great. Yeah. Yeah, I have actually. We ran a really fun video earlier of Brent and I shopping.
I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great venue. For those who haven't traveled out here, like Charlie's is in. It feels like a convention almost.
It does. It's like a tiny convention.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean everything from you have a lot of Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Some Lorcana cards, various other TCGs, but then you have other collectibles and video games, and then you have a dealer with vinyl records. So there's just a lot to see.
Yeah.
Right. A lot to see. Legos. I saw an Angel Lego set that I really want. All right. What are we doing here? There's the bracket. Are we still? Can people still hear us? Are we still good? I assume people can hear us.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the bracket as it stood prior to this round. We watched Mitchell and William there on the top. We know that Mitchell advanced. We have a Blurple match going on there, a Blurple mirror with Ivan and Corey. You saw Ivan the previous round on this stream, taking that match, and here he is in a mirror against Corey. Tiago down there against Chad in the Amethyst Steel mirror. The mirrors are always kind of a bummer. You like to see variety advance on, but I guess the benefit is we know that Amethyst Steel is advancing on to the next round. And then Tiago, of course, as people in the chat pointing out, won an event with his Amethyst Steel build last weekend. He's on fire with it. And then down to the bottom, you have Emerald Sapphire. Jeremy there, Zansied's podcast co-host, against Dylan. And everybody pointing out Dylan is a former Magic Pro Tour player as well, on his Blurple list. So a lot of talented players here. What do you see there?
I did do a deck tech on Tiago yesterday. His deck is pretty good. I saw he's playing like a little bit of illusion stuff like that. I liked his list. Really nice guy too, by the way. I never have this first time meeting him. I am, the Blurple mirror. Whatever happens there. I mean, I just don't want to see another Blurple and Blurple matchup. That's all. I don't think we will though.
Yeah, so chat pointing out, I'm getting the notes here from the chat. Sometimes it helps when chat's helping with production. It sounds like, if what I read on the YouTube chat is true, that Tiago and Jeremy advanced. So
nice.
Tiago advancing out of that Amethyst Steel mirror, and Jeremy advancing out of the bottom there. So we'll have an Amethyst Steel on Emerald Sapphire in the semifinals there, which means we know for a fact we will not have a Blurple mirror in the finals.
For sure.
And then on the top half, we'll have an Amethyst Steel and Blurple match. Once we know who advanced out of 4 and 5, Ivan and Corey, we'll know what that match looks like. And so at the very least, we'll have Blurple with a shot in the finals up there. But we may have, we could have an Amethyst Steel Mirrors final, or we could have that Emerald Sapphire in there. I don't know. There's still a lot of variety here.
There is a good amount of variety. Kind of excited. A little bit. I was scared that we're going to get like a lot of mirrors and stuff,
Yeah. Yeah. But Blurple, again, Blurple I think is probably about 30% of the meta, and it seems to convert about the same. I think Amethyst Steel is one of the decks really keeping it in check right now.
Let's go, Jeremy. Woo!
Yeah, Jeremy, a very talented player in his own right. I keep mentioning him as Zan's co-host because that's how people know him. That because he's very public about in that space, and I know a lot of people watch their podcast. I think they have 4 or 5K views just on YouTube every week.
Oh, nice.
And if it's on other platforms, I can't even imagine. Probably 10K views on other stuff. But because that's how people know him, that's how I keep referencing him. But very talented player as well. So Tiago, yes, Tiago is the guy that won last week's event.
Sure.
I drizzle. Yeah. He's been on fire with this purple steel deck. Somebody that you want to watch if you're looking about where this particular deck color pair is going, because he seems to know what's up. He keeps winning with it. Yeah. So is there a matchup that you're hoping for in the finals, Tubes?
Like we said earlier, I hope everything goes to game 3. Other than that, maybe Purple Steel versus Blurple. I'll watch it. Sure, I'll watch it.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure sharing the booth with you for a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think I want to go to very, very quick break here. See if we can snag an interview. Bring you something else before we get into the next match. I don't know. Any closing thoughts?
No. Just great event, and again, it was a pleasure working with you.
This is
awesome.
The
first time.
Yeah, make sure. First time. I think together. So make sure
if a lot of events together.
But you've been all over the place in the second stream. Everybody here knows. If you want to watch both semifinals matches, we will have them both running. One on this stream and one on the partner stream. 20 Lore Pro Stream 2 or something really intuitive like that. So you can watch either one. You can pick your poison and maybe watch both if one of them goes quickly. Split screen it and watch both.
Yeah.
And well, it's been a pleasure. Let's go to a very, very, very quick break, and we'll see if we can bring you something before we get into the semifinals. We're back. I'm here with Brent, and the semifinals are starting. We're going to go there right now.
Let's go.
That's it. Brent, how you doing? People don't want to see us. They want to see the table.
Yeah.
But hey, good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Do not believe what you are seeing on screen. On the right there is going to be Humble. On the left, I believe, is going to be William. Humble will be playing the Blurple that you have all been loving. But you know what? We got an Amethyst Steel player up against a Blurple. No more mirror match. If you have been wondering, at the toppest of the top levels, which is going to win? Blurple versus Amethyst Steel. Usually, you give it to the control deck. You give it to the Sapphire player, right? We think the Blurple is heavily favored, but the last few weeks has been Amethyst Steel. That is the story that has been going so far. And on the other table, I believe it is Tiago with the Amethyst Steel versus Jeremy Bertrioni of the Club Lorcana podcast. So yeah, we got a very diverse top four here with Amethyst Steel coming on top. As much as people are complaining about the Blurple.
Yeah, this is what a fantastic matchup, because as you pointed out, like the two decks that really at the top of the game coming into this match were Blurple and then Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Steel is a deck that it stands a fairly good chance into this matchup if there is a deck that does. So this right here is kind of what I think everybody expected all day yesterday to look like. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Me too. We're going to see what the seeds are here. It looks like the names are still getting set up. Apologies. We wanted to cut as soon as we saw the players shuffling up. Yeah, Liam was like, let's go. We're coming in. We're going strong. But we weren't quite ready for the match to begin. We're still getting a little bit of technical issues here settled. You're seeing Toops, who has been doing an amazing job casting alongside us this weekend. I mean, let's. Can we talk about the deck lists?
These are open deck lists. We can talk about them.
Okay, let's talk about them here. We got. That's William, and I'm just realizing I don't know Humble's real name.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the thing. I just looked through. I've got all 16 deck lists in front of me, and here's the thing. I know Humble's friend, but I've forgotten. And so I was looking through this list, and I'm like, which one is Humble? I forgot.
Hold on, I got it.
Chat's gonna help us out.
Corey. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Earth Shattering, for the update. He's quite. I mean, what a man! What a man, right? Who's and Katie and I were just joking about it outside. It's not enough to just know somebody's name. You also have to know what their Discord name is, as well as what their nickname around the community is. Sometimes they're all three different things here. Yeah. So Humble.
I was at a DLC once, and I didn't realize like that I was talking about Sailor for like 5 rounds because I kept seeing his name, like Pierre-Marc Duguay, and I was like,
yes,
I didn't know who that was, and I was like, oh man, that's Sailor. Anyway,
it took me a very long time, and I still don't know sometimes, but
yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look at these. Let's take a look at these deck lists here. I mean, it really doesn't. There's nothing really here that is striking me as something we haven't seen, but. Important to note, we got the 3 Rafikis. We're valuing those over the not Palace Guard. What is it? The Octopus. The Octopus man. Oh no, the Octopus guy. Is that
Palace Guard?
Is that Palace Guard?
I think it's Palace Guard. Royal Guard is the
Royal Guard. No, you're no. It's Royal Guard is the Octopus. Palace Guard is the yes. Thank you, Edge SKL. We appreciate you. Yeah, we're. All we are professionals here at CCS. We got 2-second start to the rights. We got the TikToks.
It's fairly standard.
Oh, and the Baymax, Armored Companion.
Yeah, so if there's a twist, it is the Baymax. You don't see those in every Blurple list. It is a way to give you a little bit of reach. It's a fun little card. It didn't see much play when it first came out, but some of these decks are running them now. I love to see it when they go off. So, 2 Baymaxes in there. And
let's see how much spice William is rocking on the Amethyst Steel here. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the Accomplished Mystic. We're seeing the Marine Sergeant Calhoun. A lot of the very similar things that we're used to seeing here. Genie Wish Fulfilled, Genie Satisfied Dragon, 4 ofs of each. I mean, those cards being absolutely broken within this meta. The name of the game for so many of these decks is evasive, and the answers for them. 1-drop Happies, 3 Jafar, Aspiring Rulers, 4 Jafar, Royal Viziers. These are the cards that give Challenger +2, as well as the cards that are evasive on your turn. And then we have the Madam, you were telling me about this Madam Mim Tiny Adversary.
Yeah,
what many
Mim.
people know as the Skater Mim.
Yeah.
How did the match go down against Amber Steel? Why was it so powerful?
Madam Mim. I mean, it just changes the math. I mean, Chad has heard me go on about this for a while, but I will say it again. The entire math of these aggro decks are built around preventing your cards from being removed by certain cards. It's one of the reasons why Chernadogs, for example, went to all of these 0-4 characters like Little John Camp Cook. He's an 04, like vanilla, right? Same with Jim Deere. He's an 04. Daisy Duck is so good. If Daisy Duck was a 1-3, Daisy Duck would not be that good. But Daisy Duck is a 1-4 because that 4 willpower stat line really, really matters. Because there's so many things that in the early game, like Bell Accomplished Mystic, there's so many things with 3 strength, and then Smash, which does 3 damage. It's 1 extra damage you need to get out of something like Strength of Raging Fire. So that matters. And when you change all of that math, and when you've designed your aggro deck to get around 4 things that challenge for 3, and all of a sudden everything challenges for 4, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It changes everything.
I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. The Rafiki makes a lot of sense to me now, because Rafiki into a into a Daisy Duck with the Madam Mim, Skater Madam Mim, also known as the Tiny Adversary. I mean, makes a lot of sense. We are getting off to the start of this game here. Humble, 5th seed. William, 9th seed. Do we know if that's correct? I believe that that's correct.
I think that's right.
Which means that Humble will be on the play. I mean, you kind of got to give it up. You kind of got to give it up. Humble, undefeated, I believe, is what Sailor was telling me outside. A team mate of Maelstrom, Humble's team, really showing up here at the CCS. R&B also shout-outs, Sailor also shout-outs, made it very, very far. Deep runs here. So let's see how this game pans out.
We are off to the races. Now, those of us, if you've been here, you saw William last round. This is the deck that you saw handle Mitch's 1st seed Amber Steel deck fairly well. Humble now on turn 1, not playing that. Why do I always blank out on who it is? The 1-drop support.
Oh, Basil.
I do that every time.
No
not playing the 1-drop support, instead looking Develop Your Brain. Oftentimes you see this when somebody's missing that ramp card on turn 2, or if you just don't have a 1-drop. But I do see the Tipo in hand there.
Yeah, and he did ink the Sell the Azurite Sea.
Okay.
So that's the thing. Some of these control decks, I'm used to playing on curve. I'm used to playing a 1-drop. I'm used to playing a 2-drop. I'm used to playing a 3-drop. But we start getting into the blurple stuff, and sometimes it's right to just go, you know what, I'm just going to develop my brain and pass the turn. And now William.
Yeah, the thing is, Basil is so impactful on turn 1, and especially in this matchup when you're on the play in an Amethyst Mirror. Because of that, it's the Genie Elsa math. It completely changes it. So when you can stick a Basil on turn 1 and it hangs out until turn 4 or 5 and then does work into another Genie or augments your Elsa, it's really, really good. And turn 1 is often the time you like to do it. So anytime I see a Develop Your Brain, I'm always thinking maybe perhaps the curve isn't right on, or sometimes players are just better than me and they want to do something else. So which is often the case.
Yeah, I don't always know. I don't always understand when they like ink the Rafiki and pass. You know what I mean? It's like why are you doing that? It always freaks me out a bit. But the Genie's going to come down here. Humble already off to a great start. I don't want to say neither, but this Happy is not going to by himself be able to trade into this Genie here. And at minimum, you'll have to 2 for 1 if you drop another Happy down. So Humble already coming out with a 2-quester that's going to be getting a lot of value here. First, we're seeing the... Did I see that right? He quested the Calhoun first.
Quested the Calhoun first. Yep.
Okay. I wonder what the... Usually when somebody quests something out first before playing anything, I'm used to seeing the Madam Mim snake or the, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm like, why did he quest that first?
Where's the bounce?
Yeah, where's the bounce?
But instead, we're getting Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down, a 3-4 evasive on his turn. A nice answer for that Genie, especially when it's paired with that Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary that we keep talking about. We'll see if that's a surprise card that William's waiting if that Genie becomes vulnerable. Back over to Humble though. Humble now, it's turn 5. Normally you have the Genie Elsa combo. There's the Elsa. It's going to exert the Happy, and Tipo going to go in, clean it up, do a little bit of work there. and passing back over.
And we still don't want to quest that genie.
I think Humble knows that tiny adversary is in that deck. In fact, is that it in hand there?
It
There
is
it is.
that- it
So
is in
what a
hand.
trap that he avoided there, because you play that adversary, that genie gets challenger +1, able to clean up that genie, that other genie pretty cleanly. So well played there. Genie now coming down on William's side of the board. Genie for Genie. It's the Genie Wars all over again.
And William just drew into a card that I think is critical in this matchup, which is the dock. He'll be able to empty out his hand, start thinking about that. Or was it a happy? I don't know. I believe that was the dock, though. Calhoun is going to get another quest in here. And, I mean, William off to an all right start here. We're good on the board. You know, we have some good board presence. But at the end of the day, you know, the longer that this match goes on, the bigger Humble's cards are, and the more ink Humble is able to acquire and then start playing down some of the stuff that he wants. Ooh, backbreaking play here.
Big shifts here. Elsa, Spirit of Winter coming down and going to exert 2 characters and then immediately challenge, removing that Calhoun from the board. That Calhoun who sneakily managed to quest for 2 lore over the last couple turns. And now both those characters will not be readied on William's turn. Huge play there.
Absolutely.
What a shift.
And now you quest out the genie because you're afraid of the Elsa questing for 3. So you're essentially what I think is being said is you go ahead and play as many Madam Mims as you would like. You need exactly 2 if you want to take out my genie with your genie. But if you only have 1 in hand, then this genie dragon is going to have to challenge. You kind of want to. You're going to have to choose, right? Because
well, they can't ready anyway, so it's a free quest this turn.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Free quest.
That's why the quest.
That's right. Free quest.
Forgetting for a second how Elsa works.
That's okay. There it is. The Madam Mim coming down here, changing the math on the board. Calhoun coming down as well. Another one, and there's a happy.
Happy that hits the
into
inkwell.
the inkwell. So happy to see it become ink there. But going wide a little bit here, and again, now we have that Madam Mim on the board. That does change all of the math. Keep in mind, everything now has Challenger +1. Madam Mim giving it to herself, as well as every other character on the board.
Little less powerful than the Lumiere that will give +1 strength just outright, you know, so that anytime your opponent challenges in. But Bell Accomplished Mystic is going to go ahead and take out this Calhoun, and I mean, we're going to take out the
so
Genie
good. This
Dragon.
is why Blurple is so good. It just has so many cards that swing the board state. Cheeky little play there. Bell just shifting everything over, getting rid of Calhoun. I don't care if you have resist, he says. When you're moving damage counters, you're not doing damage. So back over to William now to see a response. And we have just Elsa's galore in hand. Elsa, is that 3 or is that just 2?
I believe that is. I think that actually is 2 Bell Accomplished Mystics and an Elsa, if I'm not mistaken. So that Elsa will go down. We'll challenge for 3. Yep, into the Elsa.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that Madam Mim proving why she is so powerful in this matchup and in this deck.
Yeah, Madam Mim just doing work against Amber Steel, and we're seeing her play it used to great effect here. Just changing all of the math.
Yep, and then we're going to get a nice challenge in from the Genie. Does that mean that another Bell is coming down? We're going to put maybe 2 damage. Nope. Okay, we're just going to outright. That's it.
Into
That's
the
play.
inkwell. And now, just one thing to note again, one of the back-breaking cards in this particular color pairing that we see a lot of is Second Star to the right. Really powerful in the mirror, but a card that looms large in any match where you're able to sing it for free. And now with this Hades on board, it represents the ability to sing that card. Just something to keep in mind if Hummel draws into it. It's one of the ways that Blurple just runs away with games these days is by drawing 5 cards for free.
And now William drawing right into a Diablo. Nothing he can challenge into to get even a little bit of value off of that Bell. Sure, he can move that 2 damage to one of the other characters, but it's not going to do a whole lot. That Madam Mim is not going to be able to challenge in even and take anything out, even if you do move all of the damage. So William actually just in a very, very tight position here. I mean, not much you can do. Sure, you're going to get the Diablo out. Sure, you're going to get the Bell action, but now Humble has a full turn with 7 ink. He's going to quest for 2. I mean, Madam Mim Elephant, anybody? That's what it feels like. The 4 is getting exerted, and the Madam Mim Elephant comes down.
You called it.
I mean, yeah. Listen, man, you play enough Ruby Amethyst, you know when somebody's about to play a Mim.
Yeah, that's true. You can smell it.
You smell it.
You lost most of the bounce package, but this one remained. Dumbo's not the only elephant running rampant in the meta right now. This elephant making an appearance and finding a home in many of these Blurple decks, so... you see why it's used here to get an extra card off that Genie, and really impressive stat line once you get on the board as well.
And Humble, for whatever reason, doesn't decide to quest anything out on that turn. Maybe he's deciding that he's already ahead on lore, so it's not super important, as well as William is kind of dawdling down to his last few cards here. Looks like a Cobra, which is great to play. You will discard a card, gain 2 lore, but I don't think he's going to do it.
I don't know if, yeah, I think he's saving the cards. I do wonder if he's preserving that Hades. I keep thinking, anytime nowadays, like second star to the right math is on the board in terms of characters, like that looms large in my mind. Protecting that Hades protects that line. Of course, he has it anyway with 12, but you know, perhaps that's some of the calculus here.
And here's the brilliant part, right? I just figured out why it was that Humble did not quest either of those characters, is because you would be able to challenge into the Bell, only take 3 back on the Hades, and if William happens to have a Bell in hand, well, then you're moving that 3 damage and you're taking out, you know, a number of things. And that is actually exactly what is happening, because William has the Bell in hand. It's like Humble knows. It's like Humble is seeing through with X-ray glasses right now. What is the...
It's really, really fun. Like, it's just, Humble knows what he's doing. Another fun play here. Obedient Raven there, a great card. You quest with it. It replaces itself always, unless it's sent to your Inkwell, because then it's not banished.
Yep.
Humble using an Into the Unknown to send it into the Inkwell, not giving William that extra card. Lot of fun little play there. You usually see that, you're familiar with that interaction with cards like Mufasa or cards that have a banished effect, but I've never seen it used on a Raven before. I thought it was funny.
Humble just playing to all of the outs. And I mean, imagine a turn where he quests that Hades. The Bell puts 5 damage in, right? And then the Diablo Obedient Raven is able to put 1 damage in, draw, and replace itself. I mean, you maybe give William a slight chance, but Humble, with the stranglehold on that match, at every single turn was making plays that made me go, why is he doing that? And then it was like, well, in case William has exactly what William has. And what a masterclass, man.
There's just like, when you see one of these Blurple decks on curve, and to be fair, well, a lot of this is Amethyst, but when you see a deck on curve doing a turn 1 play, perhaps it's a develop your brain, but I love the Basil play. Turn 2 Tipo, turn 3 Genie, turn 4 Elsa, turn 5 Bell. And then perhaps, or you could go nowadays into a Dumbo and then immediately leverage your 2 evasive characters. Like, there's not a lot that beats that. It's just one of the more solid like lines in Lorcana. That curve is just so oppressive.
Absolutely. Some people might call it poison. Oh, the poison. The poison? Yeah, the poison specifically designed for Cusco.
Cusco's poison.
That's the one. We're coming into the next game here. Humble is up 1. That means that William will be on the play. And we are starting off with the altar like we always are. Do not let those 2 green stars next to Humble's name fool you. We still got a little bit more Lorcana for you. We'll see if William is able to pull it out here. This is a must-win situation for him.
That second star to the right isn't there.
That
wasn't a very good one.
You sang 10 right there. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Most people I know can only sing up to 8.
Second star to the right, yeah. So yes, Humble only has that 1 win, which is why we're going into game 2 here. So Humble on the play in game 1, being the higher seed. William will be on the play in game 2. This deck in this matchup, so much happier to be.
We are 1000% getting a lot of Humble love here in the chat. Let's go, chat. Everybody, wake on up. It is game 2 here of the top 4 match of the CCS 25K. We're going to start off with a Diablo. Let's see what Humble does.
Yeah, one note we didn't mention earlier too, Brent. All players in the top 8 do get an invite into the Charlie's like 50K Invitational.
Oh, that's a great
25K.
point.
The big Invitational, the big event.
The
top
50K.
8 gets you in. So all of these players already with their invitation, you're going to see them all in the big Charlie's event. So now just playing for that extra prize and that beautiful playmat, the bragging rights.
And the money.
And the money.
And the
There's a little bit of that.
sweet
There's
money.
a little bit of that too. So William's second turn following up with that Jafar, something Vizier.
Jafar, blankety blank Vizier, Royal Vizier. Here we go. And the Tipo is going to allow Humble to start ramping up. William, though, on the play. Let's see how much this changes. Just one slight order. I mean, a lot of people talking about, this set, it might be a little tougher to win on the draw, the play-draw disparity, whatnot, right? But if you're going to be one of the best here at the 25K weekend at CCS. You got to know how to do it on the draw, and we're seeing Humble off to a great start here. We're going to quest for 2. William, I mean, what does William do here? I think you just have to play the part of the beatdown, right? We're going to aggro. We're going to quest out as much as we can, see if we can,
Oh, interesting. Okay, so one of the indications here right now that we're a little bit off script, that Tipo there cleaning up that Diablo, but you'd love to play a Genie here. There's other things you'd like to be doing. Instead, playing a Madam Mim, getting that well-statted character on the board. We will send the Tipo back to hand. Tipo, after he's done his thing, oftentimes is convenient ink. Happy to have that back in hand. But yeah, a little bit off script here, so it kind of opens up a window. Now here comes the Dumbo. You'd like to have that when you can immediately leverage the Genie, but getting it out now, it invites a response from Humble. If he doesn't have the Elsa, even the Elsa would be enough.
Is not going to be enough.
So that Dumbo now able to be used with both that Jafar and the Genie gaining evasive on William's turn invites quite a bit of card draw there in William's next turn. So,
ooh, did you see the card that Humble just picked up?
I did not.
It is Into the Unknown. Yep, you got it. You got it. All right. Which means that Dumbo, if that Dumbo turns sideways, which it's hard to imagine a world where you don't want to draw 3 cards, gain 3 lore, right? I mean, if that Dumbo turns sideways, it is going to be an immediate target of Into the Unknown. Oh, instead, we're going to give it to the. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, so in this instance, one of the ways, if you don't necessarily want to spend all of your ink on your turn drawing with all 3 of your characters. What you want to do is play something and then use your remaining 1 or 2 ink to draw cards, perhaps if you want. You'd love to leave that Dumbo, though, up and ready and not exposed to a challenge from that Genie augmented by a Hypnotic Strength or something like that. Of course, an Elsa does still make it vulnerable, but you don't necessarily. You're playing around that a little bit. But in this instance, Humble just taking away that card draw from that Genie. And now here comes the Elsa, though, is going to pair with that Dumbo. Not going to draw cards, but instead going to be a challenger in this instance, taking out that Genie. And it's back over to Humble now. Board looking a little small, but plenty of cards in hand.
Not to. Here's the thing with this Madam Mim Elephant. It's going to dissuade William from. And he had the second Into the Unknown.
Into the Unknown. I got to learn more words in that song.
That's the only words worth knowing, man. That's all we need to know. Yeah, but that. Whoa, and a third Into the Unknown.
Oh my goodness! All of William's characters heading off to his inkwell, questing off into the unknown.
Yeah.
Now left only with that Royal Vizier, so not able to utilize that Dumbo really for any card draw.
Absolutely. And the thing is, you don't want to, people might be confused. Well, why not just turn the Jafar sideways and then, let it, that Jafar is only evasive on William's turn. So that will be just fodder for Humble and his Madam Mim Elephant. That elephant would then be able to transfer 2 of the 3 damage over. It starts getting messy. You don't want to put any damage onto that Madam Mim Elephant. That's just the name of the game. So it's such a powerful card, especially against Amethyst Steel, who has a bunch of these characters who, yes, have high strength, might have high willpower, but it's going to be hard to contend against the stats of this elephant.
Yeah, very well statted card. And in this meta right now, I mean, when we had all the conditional removal like Madam Mim and Brawl and all these cards that Be Prepared removed, you're left doing a lot of damage-based removal. And so that extra anything with high willpower becomes such a pain to deal with. And that's one of the things that makes like Blurple so challenging, because you have things running around like TikTok and Madam Mim with 7 in the stat line, and then you have Hades running around with 6. There's just a lot of willpower to deal with. And when you're relying on damage to do it, it's tough.
It is. And I was talking about how last weekend the name of the game was Amethyst Steel, right? These Dumbo Amethyst Steel decks came out of nowhere, kind of won everything last weekend that was reported. This weekend, a little bit different. Why? This Madam Mim Elephant. Now that people are onto it, now that people know that Amethyst Steel is the real deal, this Madam Mim Elephant comes in so much handy in this matchup specifically. Also the second start to the right, which we still have not seen from Humble, but we know. I mean, it's just one of those looming threats that if William isn't able to keep on answering Humble's board or putting up enough threats that Humble has to keep dealing with, right? That second start to the right is an absolute backbreaker, might even lose the game on the spot for William if he allows Humble to get it off. But the question is, are we going to see it? Humble now with 6 ink, funnily enough, he's playing the Sapphire deck, but he's played 3 Into the Unknowns. So he's given William more ramp than he has given himself here, but kept this board absolutely stabilized. A Dumbo will come down on the side of Humble. Dumbo and Humble rhymes a little bit.
Humble Dumbo. Humble, yeah.
This is the commentary everybody's been tuning in for.
It's day 2.
What rhymes?
It's day 2. Back over to William's side. So fun card over there. Jafar, Aspiring Ruler there. Fun Jafar card that we've seen mixed in a little bit in these Amber Steel decks. Not running all of them, but it does give Challenger +2. At this point, just a body on the board, trying to get as many stats as possible down there. So we do have that. I love that art, by the way.
Oh, it's gorgeous,
very,
isn't
very
it?
good. Tells a story.
Oh, it definitely does. I mean, the Hexwell Crown, we got all of the... I bet there's lore there that I don't know, but we'll get into a little bit of that later. Also, I'm reading the comments. This is still Humble up 1 game. You might see the 2 green stars there, but yeah, still a lot more Lorcana to be played here. William in a must-win position. It is up 1-0 here.
And now William here, inking that Cobra in order to empty his hand, playing the dock there with an empty hand, drawing 2 cards. I mean, if this deck is going to win, it wants to start stringing together docks, and he drew
into another dock.
And Strength of Raging Fire, which when you have 5 characters on the board, is pretty good.
Yeah.
Immediately sung by Dumbo there to remove the other Dumbo. You know, using the Strength of a Raging Fire to get rid of that card draw. Genie coming down now will draw Humble a card, and Humble is moving fast here. Another Genie.
Wow, okay, not bad. You sang that well with the force of a great typhoon, might I add. We're going to take it out with the Madam Mim Elephant, and now here's the problem. I mean, we do want to take out the Madam Mim Elephant, but we're going to have to make a trade. That Madam Mim Elephant is, I believe, 3/7. So I guess you could ram the bell in there, but you are still saving a little bit of lore.
So you do have a Bell Accomplished Mystic. We can slide some damage around to heal one of your characters. So yeah, let's see which way we choose to go. Getting that elephant off the board would be really nice for a couple reasons. So I think William here trying to think about the best way to do it. Yep, and we're going to see the Bell Accomplished Mystic come in. I assume we're going to see another one here.
Bell to, put it onto the Genie.
There it is. Slide that over. Why not? Obedient Raven into the Inkwell, and we're going to hit that dock again, drawing into a Calhoun and a White Rose. White Rose there is a 1 of in William's deck. There's not a lot of reach cards left. We do have the Cobras, and we do have the 1 White Rose, enabling him to get a little bit of lore. So even though it feels a little bit like William's been on the back foot for part of this game now, questing up to 7, I believe, if we did see a quest out of those 2, and with a kind of a massive board state here. So Humble hoping for some answers. One of the reasons getting that Madam Mim Elephant off the board is really important is if Humble does draw into a second star to the right, he can't sing it now. Azurite C being played here just to draw a card.
Yep. And that's never a good sign, right? When you see the Blurple player playing things like Sail the Azurite C just to draw answers, we're not finding enough.
Tick-tock coming to play here. 4/7 evasive. A really oppressive stat line here. Only quest for 1, but often used pretty much for board control. Just very well statted. Humble, it looks like scooping up a couple lore off of that Genie there, getting on the board here. Now it's 8-2. And back up to William for the response. With that wide board there, he did hit that dock last turn, right? So several new cards to play.
Several new cards because he activated the Dumbo right at the end of the turn, gaining the lore, drawing the cards. So William now with a huge advantage here on lore. This turn has 7 lore represented on board. Will be able to climb up to 15 if he finds that is the way to do it. I'm seeing 2 Calhouns in hand. That's not exactly what you want for this matchup. A lot of evasives on the board won't really help. The Genie seems to be in the right direction here. We got 2 Strength of a Raging Fires,
Strength of a Raging Fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters on board. You drop another one, you start singing, you can start doing some damage. That TikTok has 7 willpower. That's a lot.
Yep.
But when you have 7 characters on the board, here it comes.
There we go.
It's the Strength of a Raging Fire taking out that TikTok.
And now, I mean, you can't quest for 7. But
that's
we're going to
another
take
one.
The Genies, and now Humble decides to swoop.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
it.
this
Just
is
all of the control, and it's incredible how quickly that changed. It did feel like Humble was well in control, was fine for most of that, but William there, really, there's a couple turns. It was a span of about 2 turns where things really turned.
It was the turn of the dock into the dock. I mean, man, yeah.
The dock into the dock. Dock, one of the best cards in the meta right now. A lot of people have said, and I agree with those people.
Steel typically deals with a lot of issues in drawing cards. Dock, one of the few cards that you can key, and especially with I mean, not as powerful now without the bounce, but I mean, if you find ways to just keep chaining docks, at the end of the day, you're probably going to end up winning the game because you just get a wide board as well as draw.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, there's other card draw available for Amethyst. Now, we lost Friends, but Amethyst does have Genie, which draws you a card. And it also has Dumbo, which can draw a lot of cards. But Dumbo requires a setup. It requires you to maintain a board state to use it immediately or to let that Dumbo sit for a whole turn. And oftentimes, it's just not going to survive. And so Doc basically says, you know, pay 2, draw 2 cards. In the right scenario.
Yo,
that was really good.
I am looking at Humble's hand. He does not have any of the cards that you want.
Full 7.
We're going to see. Okay, he finds the Tipo. He finds the Basil, so it looks like we're going to be okay.
Okay, good. And I saw a Genie there, too. So at least we'll see a game. William here on the other side, I see the Diablo. We have the Jafar. We have the Elsa for turn 5. That's good. So shuffling up there. So good. I mean, it'd be great to see both these decks doing what they want to do. Let's have a good game. It is game 3. This is the semifinals. We're playing for a spot in the finals.
The final 2
of CCS
will be decided here. There's money up top. It's a $25K weekend. We're in the top 4 here. Do the stakes get any higher than this? I don't think so, Liam. Okay, and the players are off to a fast start here, getting the Basil out.
There's that turn. I love turn 1 Basil so much.
Right?
So much.
Yeah.
I can't even describe it. It's such a good play in this matchup.
I am wearing a Rescuers pin.
It's true.
Basil is from the Rescuers, right? Oh no, he's a different mouse. Mouse detective. Mouse detective. You gotta give it up for me though. There's a lot of mice.
Maybe he's in the same universe. Who knows?
He's within the same. Yeah,
it's possible.
He's a part of the Avengers next season.
Yeah, it's possible. You all didn't see the deadpan look in the booth here.
Oh, you did not. You missed it all. Oh,
that was good.
Liam crushed my soul. Let's see what William answers with here.
Humble right on script here with the turn 2 Tipo, inking an extra ink there. We'll see that Genie there next turn, most likely. Back over to William. And again, like Humble, nothing in the opener, in the opening hand, mulligan to full or alter to full 7. And now it looks like has pretty much the script for this deck in hand for the first few turns. In response, we're going to get that Jafar over there. It's a 3-2 stat line. It is evasive on William's turn. So you pair that with Madam Mim, and now it can deal with a Genie. So not a terrible card to play here. But back over to Humble.
I can't imagine Humble's doing anything but Genie on this next turn. Ink, play the Genie, draw the card, right? I mean, no quest from the Diablo. I guess it makes sense because then the Basil can challenge in, and then the Jafar is not going to want to, go into the Basil. A lot of these small characters also. Let's not forget that Humble is cooking with second star on the right. I believe he drew it in the opening hand. And Ed Chu on the other stream earlier today showcasing why having it in hand and just waiting until you have the 10 is sometimes one of the strongest plays you can have. Tipo being a 2 singer, right? Basil offering 1 as that singer means that now Humble can just throw down another character here if he has another Genie. Oh,
it's the Elephant.
Madam Mim Elephant.
Elephant coming down, bouncing that Genie back. We saw that play game 1. No, last game. And here it is again. That 3-7 stat line on turn 4. Pretty oppressive.
Yeah, and none of the characters on William's side are going to be evasive on both turns. Both the Jafar and the Genie only evasive on his turn, which means that Madam Mim Elephant will be able to eat them up. Do a little bit of Goblin if he turns those cards sideways. So really keeping William in check here is that Madam Mim Elephant. The Genie is going to come down. That's a step in the right direction. I think I saw the flash of another Genie in William's hand, which is also going to be helpful. Remember the Genie Wars? Oh, what a simple time.
Oh, the Genie Wars. What a Pepperidge Farm remembers.
And now Humble, Genie, right? Oh, TikTok. We're going to
4-7. We're just building up board states here. And this is one of the ways that you can go in this meta, which is both players just building up board states, looking for that, those couple cards that allow them to break through. When you don't have Be Prepared running around, there's not a lot of downside to just building up your forces and trying to wait for that moment.
And this is a crucial, whether William knows it or not, I'm sure he does, but will he have any answers for it? That TikTok and that Madam Mim alone will be able to sing second star on the right. Humble on his last 2 cards here, and you think, okay, well, card advantage is a thing. Maybe that's a part of it. Well, he's about to draw 5 fresh new cards and have 7 fresh ink, and that means that it's ripe for Hades time, right? It's about to be Hades Town in here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're gonna do. We're gonna play Sail the Azurite Sea here. Are we gonna ink something else here? I would assume that you would want to. Oh, maybe there's a world where Humble. Oh, maybe there's a world where Humble inked the second Star to the Right with the Tipo, because I'm assuming you would want to play it, right?
Oh, did he have it in his opener?
I believe he had it in his opener.
So the thing about second Star to the Right is it's fantastic when you can sing it, but you want to have you want to be able to immediately leverage your ink to play several removal cards. Oftentimes it's a Hades, and you want to have 10 ink, and you get play Hades followed by an Into the Unknown. We saw one Into the Unknown go into the Inkwell. So perhaps if he makes both his cards vulnerable by singing, it allows some really favorable trades on William's side of the board. So just biding his time here. There's really at this point no rush.
There is no rush, and I don't know if you saw, but I saw the flash of strength of a raging fire in William's hand, which means that with this amount of characters, we're one shy of being able to just cleanly take out this TikTok. That TikTok is about to be nothing. So we're going to pay 5. I'm assuming it's like an Elsa, right? 5th Spirit. Yep.
There's the Elsa. We're going to exert the Genie.
The Genie, yep.
Oh, Strength of Raging Fire. Oh, this is brutal.
2 in. Oh, no, and Humble on the back foot here. Everything was looking so good, but William just playing this absolutely perfectly, putting on a clinic of Amethyst Steel, and I mean,
in a world where you're building up your board state to 6, 7, 8 characters, Strength of Raging Fire
yeah,
it was good before. It's good on turn 3 or 4 to clean up little things, and late game where you can wreck things for like 7, 8 damage. It's just really good.
Yeah, I mean, William building up the board this big and then dropping the Strength of a Raging Fire. Look at Humble's face; it says it all. What do we do? RMB even shaking his head in the background there. Teammate RMB from Team Maelstrom. I don't know. I haven't seen what's in Humble's hand, but we're going to have to figure something out here. I mean, what can we even do? So many of these characters have evasive, so we're not going to be even able to touch them. This Madam Mim Elephant will be able to go into the Dragon. You're going to put 3 damage in, and then it's pretty easy to take out from there using Elsa and the Jafar. So that's not exactly the play that you want to go with. I mean, you're going to quest for another 1, but we are still early in the game. Let's not forget that. And this is one of the most swingy decks. Blurple, all weekend, we've been watching how much it can swing back and forth right when we thought that it was over, right? So I'm not going to count Humble out, but just judging by his body language, I'm seeing that he's got a difficult decision here. Okay, this isn't a bad start. So we're first going to challenge into the Jafar with the Elsa.
Keep in mind that Basil's there. And that Basil is where... This is where it comes into play.
Or take out
instead,
the Genie.
We don't need to. We're just going to take that Genie with 2 damage.
Totally makes
do a little board
sense.
control. And one thing I'm interested in, man, you'd think that William would be out of cards with that wide board state, but no, I think he has 2 left in hand, but running a little low. So Humble still has avenues back into this, but it's getting tight. So Basil here questing. I imagine we're going to see support on that. It looks like on the Tipo. Tipo then with that extra strength will challenge into that Jafar.
Okay.
Clean that up.
Madam Mim will challenge.
And then Madam Mim, not enough to take out that Satisfied Dragon.
I don't know. Yeah, that's tough. I wonder if Humble maybe mistook the amount of strength that would be needed. But I mean, I think you need to take out one of these Diablos, right? At the very least, get some lore off of the board, because if not, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into 9 lore next turn for William. I mean, yeah. I don't want to question anybody at this level of play, but I feel like that Basil's strength and support might have been better into that Madam Mim Elephant to take out the Genie. I don't know. What do you think, man?
No, it's at this level again. It's not questioning people, but sometimes you overlook plays. There is an alternate play that was available where Basil quests gives the support to the Elephant, which takes out the Dragon. Then say your Tipo takes out the Obedient Raven, and you have it preserved on the board. So not sure the decision there, but it is an alternate line available that Humble could have taken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, who am I to say anything?
No, and sometimes you don't
the
think about
match?
things until you're in the moment, but Humble is also a much better player than me. So,
Oh, the
all right,
dock!
beating Raven into the Calhoun, into the dock
No!
at the right time, and just the docks have hit at the right moment every single time these last couple games. So, Humble here, still a lot on the board. No challenging has been done just yet. We'll see how William chooses to address this, but look at all those characters over there.
I mean, 4 characters in one turn. All of these low to the ground Diablos. I mean, the Calhoun isn't great because now you don't want to turn your Basil sideways, or I guess, or even your Madam Mim Elephant. You think about maybe I don't turn it sideways because just a combination of the dock, the genie, and the Calhoun will not only gain you 2 lore but take out that elephant clean. And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here, Liam. It looks like Humble's back is against the wall. We are only still 7-4. But what do we do? So there's 2 damage on that genie. I think that the obvious one in my brain is you challenge the Madam Mim into the genie, take the 3 strength back. You force William to say, okay, I need to take out that Madam Mim elephant. But when you do that, you're kind of putting it in range of the Calhoun to gain some 2 lore, make an efficient trade.
Well, there's just nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a bell, so we'll be able to do some shenanigans there.
Yep.
That's probably the play into the genie. Then bell, accomplish mystic, move the damage over to.
What do we take out?
Probably. There's arguments for Elsa. There's arguments for Calhoun. If you're worried about the lore race, so we'll see which way we go here.
Maybe Calhoun, I'd assume. Maybe Calhoun. I don't know, man. Ooh, these players at the top. Mad for Cam is pointing out in the chat here, Purple Steel can definitely go wider than Blurple can control. That is one of the strategies, and William clearly showing an understanding of that strategy. What did the bell just?
Well, we'll see which way Humble chooses to go here. He's got something in mind, so it looks like we're going to slide 2 damage over and take out that Calhoun there.
Why wouldn't we? Oh, genius play. Genius plays. He took. Oh man, I thought it might. I was like, what's going on here? Now, what Humble is saying is, if you don't take out my elephant this turn, I will be able to sneak 2 damage away from the elephant every single turn and turn the damage on the elephant into an advantage for myself. Wow. Wow, a very heads-up play here from Humble, understanding that it might be better to just move the damage from one character to another and then put the leave the damage onto the elephant, putting pressure onto William, because now you kind of want to take out the elephant, but can you? Do you really want to use up that many resources?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So yeah, the decision here. I mean, do you
put
your
dock?
Hypnotic strength, though, so let's see which way we choose to go here. You can plus up one of those Diablos. I think drawing the card, it looks like that's the way we're going to go. William indicating he's going to give challenger something down. There it is. That's on the Diablo. That Diablo most likely challenge into the elephant here shortly. Madam Mim now giving everything challenger 1, so that Diablo now challenger 3.
Yep.
And then another dock at the right time. I think that's 3 docks this game on curve.
And he'll be able to challenge this other Dumbo or this other Diablo.
Look at that Madam Mim. Madam Mim is the star of this deck in this meta, in my opinion. One of them, at least. And now singing Strength of Raging Fire. Removing that bell. Just so oppressive.
The heartbreaker right here. I mean, the game is not over. Humble still has a shot to get in this. I don't know what the cards are or what the combos are going to be, but this looks dire. What do we have to take care of? First of all, we got to get that genie off of the board somehow. So Hades would be a not bad play. You know, if we had it, it looks like Humble does not. So we get the genie. We're drawing a card here. Oh boy, look at the confidence of William. Look at this aura emanating off of this man as he is seeing the board and he's watching as Humble is trying to draw, desperately trying to find an answer here. This, I mean, yeah, I got to assume you're going into the dock. You don't want to give an extra card into the Diablo. Yeah, you take back 1 damage, but I mean, how much are you even really doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what's being counted here, which means that William will get to 17. William, is there Liam, is there an answer?
It's going to be tough. One thing I've noted too, like Humble has not seen a Hades. I I think any game. I don't remember when anyway. Maybe game 1, but would love to draw that here. I mean, it is only removing one thing, but when you can remove a character, when you can send Genie to the Inkwell and then establish a 3/6 body on the board to do some work, really powerful. But Humble hasn't seen one yet. If there's a way back in it, you would have liked a Hades like 2-3 turns ago. But back over to William here. There's just not a lot against a wide board state. Now, if you can sing like second star to the right, fill your hand, do a bunch of things, that's something. But Bell now sliding damage counters around, removing that Rafiki, and just going to town, questing.
And the writing's on the wall here. Yeah, we're getting up to 17, and now Humble has to deal with everything. I mean, has to deal with just about everything to bring himself back in, and Sail the Azurite Sea is not the card that's going to bring you back into this match here. It looks like a GG's that we're getting in chat. Oh, a heartbreaker. A heartbreaker. Humble, a pillar of the Lorcana community, always in the chats, always putting out some wholesome content. But this Into the Unknown is gonna do a little, not a lot, and not enough.
And there's the fist bump.
There's the fist bump.
Yeah, fantastic play by, and nothing away from William either. Like, fantastic tournament navigated by him.
Absolutely.
Fantastic game. I mean, if you're going to take down Charlie's, going through a player of Humble's caliber is one way to do it. So a shout out to both players for an excellent, excellent performance this tournament. You love to see it. And William taking that match. I do think for me, you know, kind of the story of this game, if I could highlight 3 things. One is Humble didn't see a Hades, I think, all match. And Hades is such a just the instant removal as well as establishing a 3/6 body, especially when you're trying to do some board control, is just so important. Hades also sings second star to the right. It's just there's a reason it's gone from like a couple dollar card to like a $15 card now.
Wow.
Because it's up there. Because it's so powerful. It's so good in this meta. Humble didn't see a 1. On William's side of the board, hit the docks like at the perfect time every time. Found the docks, drew the cards, and this deck when Amethyst Steel is winning, it's because it puts on the gas by dropping cards, drawing a dock, dropping cards, drawing cards, dropping a dock. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
And then the other piece is that Madam Mim. Now, it wasn't as impactful in this matchup as it was in the Amber Steel matchup, but we did see it here numerous times, just changing the math. Diablo, for example, you pointed out, really innocuous card, 0-1 Quester, but at any time when it can get Challenger +1 and start to do some damage because of a Madam Mim, it changes everything. So,
and then as we saw with that hypnotic strength, right, turns into a Challenger +3. Now we're really cooking. You're making a trade, right? It's reminiscent of the crab.
Yep, absolutely. It's a crab. You turn Diablo into a crab.
It's crab the hard way.
That's right. Yeah, we have a crab at home. It's a Madam M Surfer and Hypnotic Strength. But yeah, it's a very I don't know. Great job by both players. Fantastic games. And everybody should be proud of how well they performed here this weekend.
Wow, and as many blurples as we saw, right? As surprising as it was to see the Emerald Sapphire decks starting to emerge here today. Chad is telling me we're doing an Amethyst Steel mirror match for the finals.
Yeah.
I mean, is Amethyst Steel inevitable in this format, right? We thought that Blurple had the answers. We have the second star to the rights, right? We have the Madam Mim elephants to deal with this new emerging threat of Amethyst Steel with the Dumbos, but I mean, this is a few weeks in a row here.
Yeah.
This is 2 weeks in a row early on in the meta, kind of defining it. Amethyst Steel might be the deck to beat.
Might be the actual deck. So what's interesting about it, in this particular format where we've lost a lot of removal, they really represent like 2 different strategies on how to take advantage of this be prepared lists meta. On the Blurple side, it can go wide, and we have seen it stack up a board state over time, but really what it's trying to do is go big. And you see it over time. There's a little bit of bounce, but you see it building up these big characters, like 3, 4 of them, and then, trying to deal with some removal and that kind of thing. What the Amethyst Steel deck does that Blurple can't is go wide. With docks, with Dumbos, with some other, with a few other cards that draw cards, we saw it there. You start stringing together docks, and all of a sudden your board state is 8, 9 characters. And even if they're all small, even if they're all little, like, if you have to use like targeted removal, to deal with every single one,
right?
It's hard. It's difficult. And also the other thing it does really well, you know, Amethyst and Emerald, I think, are known as the evasive colors, but Steel has a lot of conditional evasives.
Yep.
And one of the answers to beat, you know, some other decks is with just like pure evasives. That's why Genie was so good. It just ran away with games. And why Diablo was so good, it had evasive. People couldn't deal with it. Well, you've given Steel all of these cards that have evasive on your turn. And so that strategy of out-evasiving these purple Steel decks just doesn't work.
Nope.
Because it always has more evasive. Now, evasives on your turn, but offensive evasives than you do.
Yep. Seeing the Jafars, seeing the Genie Dragons. I mean, some of the players were calling it way ahead of time that this really seemingly sort of mid sort of Genie Dragon. I guess it has evasive on your turn. It only costs 3. It's
That's
sinkable.
fine.
Yeah.
That's
Why
fine.
is that? Why is that going to be such a threat? It is huge in this meta because it cleanly takes out Dumbos, and then you're a Hypnotic Strength away, or a Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary away
tiny adversary.
from taking out a Genie. So, I mean, Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Steel. Very great job for both players here. I mean, as this meta shapes, I'm wondering how much Amethyst Steel we're going to be seeing over at the DLC coming up. Or perhaps if you're around the last weekend of September, we're doing the Lone Star Open over in Waco, Texas, a 10K weekend. 20 Lore Pro in combination with Nexus out there in Waco, Texas. Please go check it out if you want to play. I mean, Liam, you got any you know of any tournaments that are cropping up around?
You know, there's a lot of fun ones going on. Now, next weekend in Denver's PPG, we're going to be there with 20 Lore Pro commentating. Check it out. It's going to be a big event. It's a CCQ, the first one that we've seen in North America, allowing people to get an invite to Continental. So take a look at that. The weekend after that is a fun little cheeky tournament up in Dallas, Texas. It's the Diet Coke Invitational. The entry fee is a package, a 12-pack of Diet Coke. Nothing else. If you come with Diet Pepsi, you won't be allowed to play. Diet Coke gets you in.
Yeah.
And there's some fun prizing there. I'll be there with Aaron. We'll be doing some commentating, and it'll be a lot of fun. And after that, as you said, it's Nexus Gaming in Waco, Texas, Central Texas. So a lot of big tournaments coming up there.
Yep. And if you win the Diet Coke Invitational, you actually win a case of Dr. Pepper. That's what I've been told. And then if that's not enough for you, you know that we're going to be seeing
more?
You, Liam, at the DLC in Milwaukee. Well, there happens to be a fun night because the DLC, you know, you want to come in on Friday. You want to get everything sorted out. There's a little bit of, there's some on-demand events. There's some fun tournaments out there, you know, getting ready for the big DLC. However, Thursday, if you're around, go check out World Class Cards. They are putting out on Thursday, October 23rd, a fun night with World Class Cards. We're talking DKP. We're talking Frank Karsten, right? We're talking I already said DKP. He's so good, you got to say his name
he's
twice.
So nice, say his name twice.
And the entire world-class crew is going to be there. It's going to be a fun night. I believe there's going to be costumes. I believe there's going to be karaoke. You're not going to want to miss that. So go out and party. Have some fun before the big DLC. You know, take a little time for yourself. That's what I say.
Yeah. I'm going to throw out one other event.
Please.
But just 'cause it's fun. It's not a tournament, but
It
if
is
you're into
the
Lorcana
Diet
and
Pepsi.
art,
Yeah.
it's the Diet Pepsi Invitational. It's happening the weekend. Yeah.
In Liam's garage. Be there.
And if you bring Diet Coke, you will not be allowed in.
Yeah. Sorry. Please.
No. So it's another event that I like to shout out in Pennsylvania, if you're in that area. There's going to be Legends Expo, which there's no Lorcana tournament, but there's going to be at least 4 or 5 Lorcana artists there, including Grace Tron, who's flying in all the way from Vietnam. Very prolific Lorcana artist, one of the nicest people. You can go to that expo. You can get cards signed, cards sketched, and meet some amazing people. I'll be there. And that's the same weekend as Nexus. So go to Nexus. If you can't go to Nexus in Texas because you can't fly down there and you're in the Pennsylvania area, check out Legends Expo near the end of the month. What else is going on?
Oh boy, I don't know. I think we've hit every big event that's going on in the next few weeks here.
I'm sure there's some that we missed. Everybody's going to yell at us. What other tournaments should we shout out, chat?
Don't you remember? There's a
10
million K over at the
Yeah, right. Don't you remember the other? Yeah, I don't know. There's always, we always hear about these big events that are being run. You hear about PPG, you hear about CCS, SSG, some of the others. But there are always like 1Ks being run here and there, and other. I think Glass City is another one that's going on in the 27th, 28th in the Detroit area, I believe. I think that's a 5K. So Detroit, end of the month. I think it's the same weekend as Nexus. So a lot going on that weekend.
Yeah.
But there's always a lot of fun Lorcana events going on. So yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thrilled that SoCal, which has not been known for their wide, big Lorcana events, just had a 180-player event last weekend celebrating the release of Fable at the LGS's, the Orange County Collectors Expo 6K. So shout out to you all. Shout out to SoCal for showing up. JDZ showed up. I got to cast a few of the matches. It was a whole lot of fun. So Lorcana events are popping up all over the place. What's up?
Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn, who's sitting 5 feet to my right, posting in the chat about the tournament in Omaha, Nebraska at Krypton Gaming.
Yeah.
What date is that, Katie? Same as the others.
Yeah.
27th, 28th. There's so much Lorcana going on. No reason not to be excited. So thanks, Katie, for throwing that in the chat.
If you need some practice before the DLC, I mean, show up to one of these tournaments. Why not? Have some fun. Let's go. Liam, as somebody who's been making content, who's been following this extremely closely since the very beginning, and I mean the beginning, right? You've been in this for so long. What does this mean to you to see the community, to see almost 500 players here, 450 plus players here today at an event that is not a DLC, that is not, you know what I mean? Like, how are you feeling?
It's a lot. It's an interesting mix of emotions because none of us who are in the content space are doing it. Like, here's the thing: doing content does not pay like anything. In fact, it costs you money. And so all of us in the content space do it because we love the game and we love the community. And none of us are doing it because we don't see like the full potential of this game. It's Disney. It's a brilliant game. It is a hobby which brings people together in person, allowing you to meet like really cool people and spend time with them. Lorcana is amazing. And so we see the potential. So on the one hand, I'm not surprised that Charlie's is able to put together an event with 400 and some odd people at a not official event coming out here playing the game. And on the other hand, as somebody who started making content when all we had was an announcement about the game, in 2022, to think back on like where it was then when nobody knew about it and where it is now and seeing like a room full of friends out there that I become very close to. I don't know. So on the one hand, like the journey is not surprising. On the other hand, like it's really emotional to see how far it's come and to know how far it has left to go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't know how far I'll go. Sorry. Sorry to
Into the
undercut
unknown,
such
maybe.
a sensitive moment.
Into
But
the
man,
unknown.
Liam, I mean, you're showcasing exactly why we love this game. It's the passion, right? It's the heart of the players. You can feel it on the floor when you walk around. People are fist bumping each other. People are giving hugs. It's not always just about who's going to win, who's going to lose. Ultimately, we're going to have one winner, right? We're going into finals next. This is going to be huge for one of the biggest Lorcana tournaments of all time here at 25K here at Charlie's Collectible Show, Stone Mountain, Georgia. I mean, I just want to set up the stakes before I say that even though we all come into this card game knowing that there's ultimately going to be one winner for the weekend, right, on the main event, we're all here and we're all celebrating this game that we love, and it's so much fun, and I'm so thrilled to be here. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are there sitting at home supporting just by watching, just by being in the chat, just by being active, no matter what it is that you're saying, right? I'm seeing a lot of people saying we should ban this, we should ban that. I get it. I get that there's, we've been burned. I've been burned by that Prince John and Bucky combo before. We have the Diablos, right? Let's not forget what this weekend means, what this game means to all of us. And thank you all for being a part of the community, for being here, and for really supporting all of everything that's here, because it's being built off of the backs of the fans and the people who are willing to be a part of this community, play this fun game. And Liam, it's been an honor to sit next to you here. I think I got to give up the spot in a little bit for Katie to come in for the finals. So you will not want to miss that. But until then, I mean, are we cutting away? Do you know? Have you heard anything? Are we?
Let's see, where
are we
at out
chilling?
there?
Yeah, where?
Oh, we got to do this.
So let me go ahead.
We're gonna do a hot swap.
So let me turn this over to Katie here, and we will.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do a hot swap here. And we're gonna
Yep.
get somebody from production switch this over. You're gonna see it live. This is what we do. This is live. Brent, you're amazing.
You're amazing, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. We're gonna get to the finals.
Here I was vamping all sentimentally, thinking, okay, the finals are probably going to be in like 15, 20 minutes. I think Katie said that she's seen them shuffle up the cards. So, and Katie just left. So maybe a little bit more vamping.
We need production to come here and ship it.
Yeah,
Switch this over.
Yeah, production is so excited.
We'll do it live. Yeah, we'll do it live.
We'll get it in editing. Katie, you swapping me out? All right, come on in.
Do it. Yeah. This is how we do. We always like to go to like a break or something so you don't see the swap. But here's the swap. Here it is in action.
This is what we do. Even if we
Katie.
don't show it, we're doing it.
Yeah, we're
honestly.
doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it live. We're
But
gonna get you this match.
if there was a way, I mean, I saw Ink all weekend. They did like the very fun like Oldsmobile front seat where they had like 3 people across. So it's quite fun where it's like you're going on a road trip together. But we're back. I'm back. I was out there. I didn't really go far. I was quite out there just watching the matches. But I think Amethyst Steel might win this thing.
That's a solid. I think they have a 75% chance to it. Yeah, no, Amethyst Steel.
I was like, wait, I was like, my math. I was like,
it's a question of who's going to win it. Man, I'm so excited for the finals here as we wait for production to come and switch us over to the table. But here's the thing. This is Charlie's. This tournament has a storied history in Lorcana. You've heard me talk about it. This tournament has been won by the likes of Zan Sayed, Brendan DeCandio twice. Here's a fun fact. Brendan DeCandio won this event so many times that the Lorcana team had to pull him off the competitive circuit and hire him to keep him from winning this event. That's where he put Diggy Diggy Hole on the map. It's where Lucas Serrano went through his mentor, Kendall Burdett, with Ruby Amethyst, to win the event at 15 years old. This is an event where Christopher Baxter, last event, put Brooms on the map in Amethyst Steel, which we then saw appear in Worlds. This event has a storied history, and somebody today in this next match is going to get to write their name into Charlie's Collectible Show history as the most recent winner of CCS. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah. Now the biggest thing is, what will they name this funky little deck? Because that's the real thing, right? When you win, you get to say, well, this is
name the deck.
Yeah, you get to be like, what's my favorite meme video? And it turns out for Candio, it was Diggy Diggy Hole. So you have to use this power great because I mean, unfortunately, Blurple, Bleen, you're out. Now we could have Amiel or Amethyst, but I don't think we're going to go that way. I have both the deck lists pulled up, and we're kind of looking at it here. What are the differences? Things that stick out to me right off the bat is the White Rose disparity.
So one White Rose being run in William's side of the board. The other one is the Treasure Guardian over here.
Yes.
That is a card that's popped up quite a bit in Amethyst Steel list here, but it's being run on one side here, on Tiego's side, and not on the other.
And I wondered, I was looking at that last night and wondering if it's a situation. The last CCS that we did, I was remote, you were not, but I remember it was a broom situation. And we interviewed the man who won that, and we said, hey, how'd you land at brooms? And to be fair, I did talk to him at dinner last night. He was very excited. He was just very tired in that interview. He's like, no, I love brooms. I was like, you seem like you were sad about it. Turns out he wasn't sad. He was tired. Honestly, we get confused with that all the time. But this is a situation with the Treasure Guardian. It's something that I wonder if they looked at how many illusions they had, and they said, well, I kind of have to. Because it says if you have an illusion character in play, you may draw a card, and if you have 40,000 illusions, well,
it's basically play a card, draw a card.
Yeah, so and it's a 4/3/3, 4-cost, inkable 3/3 that quests for 2, which is nice. So looking at how many illusions here, we have a lot.
Well, so and one of the notes, one of the reasons you probably run it, Raja Ghostly Tiger, I believe another illusion being run over on Tiago's side of the board that's not being run on William's side. So yeah, talking about that critical mass of illusions, those Rajas give you a couple more.
And then Palace Guardian, is that
Palace Guard spell? Yeah, that's true. The Palace Guard Spectral Sentry, that one drop being run over there on Tiago's side of the board and not run on Williams.
So it's almost an illusions deck.
It is. Yeah, it's very illusions heavy. And actually, a fun thing about this list, I said this earlier, but there's another Alpha Gaming or Alpha Pro TCG ran a version of this list where it was so illusion heavy. He also ran the Jafar, the dual purple steel, amethyst steel Jafar that also cares about illusion. So it is really fun. So this is a mirror, but it's not a true mirror. You're going to see some differences. I think we've highlighted already, like 14 cards that are difference between these two lists, which is pretty significant.
What a profound amount of Jafars we had. I typed in Jafar, and I was like, well, it's time to see how many Jafars we have.
There's
And
a whole
the
set
answer-
named after him.
Yeah, he returned. And honestly, I do feel very bad. I don't like to say I feel bad for Jafar, but I do. He had a return, but we were very busy. We were talking about a lot of stuff when he was returning. But yeah, there is one Jafar here, just one. I wonder if that's for flavor or for winning. It is a good challenger. It does get challenged. It's the Jafar Spiraling Ruler. When you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger 2. We know this is a challenge-heavy meta, so that does come into play. But part of me just wonders if it's just... oh, there's 3. Okay, so never mind. There's 1. We're going to see a Spiraling Ruler probably no matter what.
Yep.
And then we have Royal Vizier, which what a term that is here. That is one where you got evasive, a 3/2. So there's a lot of Jafars coming at you. I'm trying to see which one is the one you're referring to, the dual color one. Is it this illusion?
It
one?
is the High Sultan of Lorcana.
What the flavor there was that was the Upset Champ card, right?
Yeah, actually it was.
Yeah, whenever this character quests, you may draw a card and choose to discard a card. If an illusion card is discarded away, you may play that character for free. So part of me does wonder if that would be something fun to spice in. But in this case, the players didn't, so don't worry about that too much. We do see Dumbos. I don't know how to tell you guys this. There's a lot of Dumbos.
Dumbo matters.
63% of the decks in the top 16. And then you might say, hey, what is that number? I believe that was a total of 9 that had Dumbos in it. It was a lot of Dumbos, okay? We had... a lot, and that's okay, right? Because we had 7 plus 3, so 11 of them had Dumbos in them. And so if you're wondering, like, if Dumbos are going to dip in price, maybe not. But now we do know that cards are coming back into the stores. I've heard people say, oh no, they actually are getting boxes at my LGS. We know that the wide retail release happened on Friday, so people are starting to get their hands on cards. So more pachyderms are coming, but we do know that people are probably going to want those. And then people are asking, how many genies? Well, that's such a great question. There's 2 genies in this deck because we have Genie Satisfied Dragon and Genie Wishful Thinking. So you might say 8 in each, 16 total. But that is a Genie that gets evasive, Bug Catcher, which is normally kind of burst of speed on other cards. But for him, it's Bug Catcher. And then we also have the Genie that, the classic, the inkable or uninkable one that draws a card.
And here we have, we're getting off to the races here. Just shout out real quick to Joachim. Greetings from Switzerland. Watching us. It's very late over there, so thanks for tuning in. And I also wanted to highlight Brendan DeCandio, again, former champion here in the chat, saying the way to summon him out of retirement is when somebody wins 3 SSG or CCSs in a row. So
yes. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so a lot of you guys need to step up here. Because
Yeah.
we've got some people with 1 under their belt. We got a handful.
That's
Today
true.
we're going to have 1 more.
That's true. So let's see. We're waiting another 2-time winner. And yeah, Brendan, thanks for hanging out with us in the chat. Always a pleasure.
It's always exciting when he pops. There's certain figures, like every once in a while, Disney Lorcana's Twitch channel will say hello, and I'm like, Rochelle.
Yeah.
I
high
suspect.
impact. Spessy in the chat as well over there from the
Spessy,
UK.
you guys are staying up late. Is there like a European sleepover right now? Where you guys, are all,
maybe,
you guys have
maybe.
popcorn, and you're like, I'm not going to bed until this tournament's done.
Shout out to Spessy as well for joining us for the finals here.
Yeah, and if you guys are just tuning in, we had a spectacular top 16. Now you might say, Katie, I heard that Blurpool is a big bet. It is. There was 7 Amethyst Sapphire decks. There was 4 Emerald Sapphire, which was an unexpected. They said there was a big 3, probably big 4 now. We also had Amethyst Steel, which there was 3, 2 of them made it all the way to the final 2. And lastly, there were 2 Amber Steel decks. So, there's some lessons you can take from this. It's obviously not the world's widest open meta, but it's not the world's closest meta. And 20% of the Blurple players made top 16. I don't know how you knew that. Well, no, this is a different tournament. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, how did you know that? Because I don't know that. But it's a good point, though, that conversion rate is something we're all going to be discussing after this weekend. But we're getting to the point where we're about to start playing some cards here. Diego has the higher seed, and he's going to go ahead and ink a Diablo, play a Diablo. Shout out to Lorcana Villain, who's also casting a tournament this weekend, and Diablo is one of my favorite things he says.
Diablo.
Diablo.
All right, over on the other side for the 1 drop, it is Happy, card that gets evasive on your turn. 2-1, so here we are starting to build these board states. This mirror is going to be super fun to watch.
It is, and it's going to be a wide, brutal beatdown, I think, because, this Happy here, he's not so great right now, but he might just stay upright until we get a chance to get something with on the board that he needs to take down. He is known for being boostable by this hypnotic strength, and you can get him to possibly come across the board for some kind of genie situation. But you must keep in mind that also now there's a Calhoun on the board. You might be saving him because you're too scared to turn him sideways.
Yeah, Calhoun, a fantastic card in this matchup. We see one on the other side as well. Both players probably looking for those here. Both these decks want to go wide with lower to the ground characters, and so Calhoun is something that really shuts down a sneaky quest. It makes you think twice about questing with that Diablo there, as I'm sure Tiago wants to do. So fantastic card to get out there in turn 2. And here we see that Genie, Satisfied Dragon coming down. A 3/4 who will gain evasive on Tiago's turn. Does well to shut down other evasive characters, pretty well statted. And also you can pair with Dumbo for some sneaky card draw.
And I love
Look at this mirror.
I know. I love it when you're in lockstep, like, you go, but it's a little bit different. There's a happy. So I think William was saying, do it, play a Genie. I double dog dare you. But it is so interesting. Calhoun is such a good board minder where she gets down on the board, she holds her fist, and it's almost as she's saying, hold the line, because it's pretty much what she does. And here we go. The Genie is on the board, and we're just going to keep going wider. And I think that's going to be, I didn't get to watch everything in the last 2 matches, but I think there's a lot of going wide. Oh, there goes.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I was going to say is I think what starts to swing this game is the player who finds and uses their strengths early on to shut down some of the key characters on their opponent's side of the board. So Tiago with one there, getting that Genie Satisfied Dragon off the board. But there is a Dumbo. You like to see that oftentimes. Now, I've seen it played a lot more on curve in these Amethyst Steel decks. Oftentimes in the Blurple decks, you wait to play it later, and I think it's still better played on turns 5 or 6 when you can immediately use an evasive character. But here, it's being used not only for the card draw, but also for the stat line. In a game where your opponent's going wide, you're going wide, you need to maintain a board presence. So that Dumbo coming down here, 3/3 on the board with evasive.
Yeah, I mean, this Dumbo, somebody just asked in the chat, hey, are there Dumbos in these decks? And the answer is yes. Of the top 16, 11 of the decks has Dumbo in them. 3 of them were hanging out in Amethyst Steel, and you're looking at 2 of them right now. So Dumbo has had a great success this weekend, and let's just see another one. Let's put another Dumbo down as a treat. But this Dumbo's different. This Dumbo's played off curve, and we're seeing why.
Yep, there it is. That's the difference here. When you can play this Dumbo off curve, you get to immediately use it. That Genie now drawing a card with Dumbo's ability. And Tiago with a little bit of card advantage here.
Yeah.
Managing to hit that draw. Back over to William. Now that Dumbo does stick around, we'll be able to use it, but then vulnerable to the challenge. And that Genie Satisfied Dragon is a Dumbo eater.
He's very
let
hungry.
it.
Yeah, I mean, he is ready to take on any Dumbo. He is not evasive on your opponent's turn, but suddenly he is now floating around looking for Dumbos when you pass that turn. And Tiago has had 2 things, Tiago had 2 things William doesn't. That was strength, and that is a very good card to have. And as we can see, it took out part of the board. And this is something where you have to match and match step on these kind of matches. You have to make sure you're drawing cards. You have to make sure you have a response. And all it takes is falling out by 1 card draw or 1 character on the board, and suddenly it's a lot scarier, and it's going to change the math. So
yeah, as William thinking about this.
And I will note, they were playing pretty fast, and these are both pretty aggressive style decks. I mean, there's a little bit of mid-ranginess because when the mid-range happens. But I mean, you mentioned, I heard you talking to Brent about how one of the things that makes this deck very different is it can kind of go wide over and over again. It's got kind of the benefit of what Amber Steel has, and we saw a couple of in the top 16, is that it can just replenish. And decks like Blurple and even the Emerald Sapphire, they can't really go that wide that fast. And so you're going to see these boards kind of explode over and over again. If it's not exploding, they lose because they will not be able to keep up with their opponent. They don't have anything to deal with it like they used to.
Yeah, it goes wide. It especially when you string the docks together, it can draw a lot of cards, but it's very, very low to the ground. And so as you're drawing cards, you can dump things out very easily. But if there's a card to help counter your opponent's wide board state, Elsa is one of them. It's one of the best catch-up cards in the game, immediately exerting a character. It's got Rush, and here we go. Bam, bam, bam. That Calhoun finishing off that Diablo there as the last piece in this bit of removal. William will gain 2 lore out of that, although Tiago will get the card. And all of a sudden, look at the swing in that board state. Amethyst, just one of the reasons the Amethyst is so good is it has so many little catch-up cards. Elsa is one of them. Bell Accomplished Mystic is another, where it establishes a body while allowing you to do some removal. And that 2-character swing, even with that 1 interaction, is kind of big. And so these Amethyst mirrors tend to be very, very swingy. And here we're seeing Raja Spectral Guardian, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is that Raja you mentioned. That's one of these illusions that one deck has and the other one doesn't. And one of the things about illusions that makes them a little bit different is they're going to be a little bigger per size than you're on curve, with the downsides of Vanish. But this is a kind of meta where a lot of players said, I'm not afraid. Steel's not as strong as it used to be. We don't have as many actions to look out for. And so, like you mentioned, it's very swingy. The mirror matches tend to be swingy until one opponent runs out of gas. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at here is which opponent's going to run out of the proverbial gas, which is going to be card draw first, and then will they be able to catch up? And that was a great turn, but they have to stay in lockstep this entire time. And here we go.
Yeah, and Strength of Raging Fire that used there to finish off that Genie after it dealt with that Dumbo. So board states now, a little bit of parity there, but back over to Tiago, who will get to rebuild. Great turn from William there, great couple turns, doing a bit of control. And that Raja Spectral Guardian, as we mentioned, one of the differences in these two decks, Tiago running them and running Heavy Illusions while William is not. And there is that dock. And in this mirror, what you're going to see is the player that stands the best chance of winning is the one that manages to hit those docks, to string together those docks. In fact, I'm willing to bet at the end of this, the player that played more docks is the one that will win the game. We'll see if that thesis, or the whole match, let's see if that thesis holds up.
Now.
But one of the keys to victory here.
And the only sometimes with dock is they're clumpy. I will find that when I want a dock, suddenly three
They hang
will
out
show
together.
Up. They do.
Dwarves hang out together.
It's a clutch of docks, I call it,
There
you
you
know. And so that's the only downside. Now that being said, you can play a dock, no docking. You can say I'd like to play a dock. It's a may. You don't have to do it. But he's a body. He draws cards, and honestly, in this kind of matchup, going wide can matter some more than drawing cards. So, as you mentioned, as someone in the chat just said, Doc keeps the train rolling. He's a conductor and a medical professional.
I think a clinic of docs.
A clinic of that's quite nice.
A clinic of docs.
Oh,
my vote. But here we have the Dumbo coming in on the other side of the board. If Tiago's going to start stringing together docs for card draw, may as well get some of your own card draw online. That Elsa there looks like it. Okay, we did use the Dumbo to draw a card with that Elsa. It looks like. And on the other side, again, we did get that Palace Guard down, so you're seeing the illusions there in full, well, not full force, but several illusions down. Seeing, again, the differences in this deck with Tiago running heavy illusions while William is not.
Yeah, these illusions are so interesting, because, I mean, we talk about deck parent, what did I say? Oh, no.
No, it just chat sometimes gets fire comments. I tend not to watch chat, but
a group of docs.
RoboBear, a group of docs is called a brick.
I quite like that.
There
actually.
you go.
Yeah, that is.
That's clever.
I imagine they rotated out A Whole New World specifically because someone once had a game where they had 3 in their hand, and
Yeah,
they
like
said, we
never
got to
discard.
rotate this out. This is actually trash.
Cards, no good.
But now we have a very interesting board here where we're still kind of keeping that tempo with each other. However, this is a pretty nice trade here, or not trade, challenge situation where he's able to do some chipping away here. Damage is pretty good if you have a bell, and boy, he does.
My goodness, there's that bell used to great effect, moving that damage over from the Genie. You called it, Katie.
I know. I'm like, I feel it. I feel that damage.
Like a savant. And here we go. All of a sudden, this board state really impressive from Tiago. And that's the thing with these Amethyst decks. There's so many little combat tricks and fun little catch-up cards that it can very, very quickly move from. And so when I talk about catch-up cards, I've been using this term all day. What I mean is there's not a lot of cards in Lorcana which allow you to change momentum of the game. If you're in the beat or the control role, to shift and go into the beatdown role. But some of the cards that allow you to do it are cards that have an effect on play, which have an effect on your opponent's board while also allowing you to establish a body. And it's one of the reasons that Emerald became not quite as good this set. Like, for a very simple matter, it lost Kit Cloud Kicker, which was a tempo killer against aggro decks and against Genie, and it allowed you to put a body on the board while removing a threat from your opponent's side of the board. And there was plenty of powerful cards that were susceptible to it. Amethyst just has a lot of those tools. Elsa the Fifth Spirit is one, incredibly powerful. Bell is another, which allow you to put a bigger body on the board, a high willpower, and in the case of Bell, higher strength character on the board, and then deal with your opponent's characters at the same time. And that's one of the reasons that why in Blurple and in Amethyst Steel you can see these really swingy board states, because these catch-up cards allow you to establish a body while reducing one of your opponents. Hades is another one, by the way, which puts a big body on the board while removing one of your opponents.
We saw one that might be close approximation to the catch-up card you're referring to of Kick Cloud Kicker. We saw somebody in the top 16 run stopped Chaos in its tracks, which is a sing-together card that lets you bounce 2 characters with 3 strength or less to each player's hand, or to the player's hand. And that was an interesting one that I saw people use. But anytime it's on a body, we say something on a body, something that just means that you get to do it and the body's there, which is generally always going to be favorable. You want to have something on a body, you want to have a song, and then action is the worst case scenario for doing something. But here we go. He took a little bit here to decide what he wanted to do, but he went ahead and rushed in that Elsa. We have a Calhoun on board, and he is humming along.
Oh, there's an Elsa of Tiago's own there. Bell is going to move in, finish off that Calhoun, take 3 damage in the process, but plenty of tools left to deal with the rest of this board state. That Dumbo now susceptible to the challenge of the Genie, going to finish that off. And that Elsa there, looking a little lonely and afraid. It's not going to be there much longer because Elsa on Elsa there, 2 damage on that Elsa. And all of a sudden, Williams' board is clear, leaving the way open for Tiago to just start questing. And gosh, Katie, this looks kind of oppressive.
Yeah. Does anyone have any grab your swords available right now? Maybe 2, but no, that card has been rotated out. So William says, okay, that was scary, but listen, you went first, you were the 2nd seed, and that's a little bit expected in a deck like this. Not 100% likely. I mean, no deck is usually like 100% it wins all the time against another deck on the play or on the draw, but it does help. If you're saying I have to go, and then you have to respond over and over again. I'll say... Oh, man, sorry. Someone just, Steven just said, he doesn't read chat. He won't see that I think he's handsome.
Oh,
that's quite nice. I like when we got nice people in the chat.
Oh,
We
yeah,
really
I
do.
appreciate that. Nobody, like, very few people take the time to write nice comments. Everybody, the mean comments are always there, but I appreciate
The nice ones are, yeah, like
sometimes.
somebody said, like, they're like, oh, Katie's here. I'm like, I am here. I mean, it was
Aw.
my mom, but, like, I was happy.
Yeah, but still.
She knew where to find me. I
Still.
think, yeah, so she's just making sure my flight was okay. And I'm here, Mom. I did it. But I will say that this kind of match is a little bit interesting. I'd like to hear. I'm hoping that we get Brent interviewing possibly Tiago and William, because I'd be very fascinated to find out how is the play draw in this mirror. We haven't seen this mirror. I guess we did in the top. There's one mirror of this. It wasn't these two, obviously.
There was. I didn't get to see it, though.
Yeah, and so I do wonder, is it something where in Blurple you hear it matters a lot, but we've seen it doesn't always go that way. But I do wonder how much they fear that. Oh, Steven told me I wasn't supposed to tell you. He said that.
No, that's fair. All right. So it was 10-10 in Metaverse, and I appreciate that. So here we are going into game 2. The pressure is on. Tiago was on the play in game 1, having that 2nd seed. That gives him the play draw pick in this match, and you're always going to pick the play. Shuffling Williams' deck here, we're going to go into game 2. This is Tiago's chance, if he can steal a game on the draw here, to become the latest CCS champion. William here trying to claw his way into a game 3. Keys to this matchup, again, I think that Calhoun on turn 2 is a great way to shut down early questing. But again, I will highlight Doc as a card that's key to this matchup. Whoever finds and strings together the Docs stands a really good chance due to the card advantage it gives them. And then Strength of Raging Fire with one of the very few targeted removal options that we have left, and the only one really in this matchup here. Whoever finds that and has it to use at the right moment to take care of a high impact character on his opponent's side of the board also, I think, is favored here. So let's see. Yeah, let's see how this goes.
And I do have a little quick thing to say. I mean, this is game 2. I mean, this could be the last game. I always hope it goes to best of 3. And someone did ask best of 3, best of 5. It is best of 3. And what a past day and a half this has been. We've had 9 rounds, 450 people to get to the top 16. This is the finals of the top 16. These players are playing. This is a $25K. The first place gets $7,000. How many Dumbos is that? Like 10?
Yeah, maybe at the end of this weekend it might be like 2.
Yeah, you can get 2 Dumbos for that 7,000.
That's true. $7,000 or 2 Dumbos.
Yeah. So incredible stuff here. These winners, I mean, this is a huge prize pool. I mean, I think Ed was saying that this is like one of the largest prize pools for a tournament. I mean, now DLCs obviously have things that are worth a lot, but as you guys know, sometimes you get a card, it's hard to sell it, but cash is cash. So I'm sure both these players are quite excited because no matter what, they're going to win a sizable chunk of money. And like I said, they don't have to wear their place out of, they're rich. If you think about it, they already have 4 Dumbos. These people are doing great.
That's true. That's true. Dumbo stocks on the rise.
Yeah, they're driving up the stock of there, then
Driving
they
up
might
the
win a
stock price
prize.
of the
But
Dumbos.
we're altering here, and I just want to say, what a weekend. This is my first time here. Incredible. And Liam's he walks in, they're like, oh, it's Liam. They open the door, they know. This is my first time here. It's been such an honor, so fun, and I cannot wait December. If you want to be here, it's December. I believe it's the same dates as these dates, so the 5th or 6th and 7th, 5th, 6th, or 7th. Look it up, and you'll be able to sign up. I would recommend. It's very fun. It's a very fun couple days, and there's lots of heavy hitters here. My goodness. We look at these 2 names. You might say, well, I haven't seen them win a DLC. That's because every time we say we think we know all the major players, new ones come up. And this is a classic example of 2 new faces. So.
Yeah, and Tiago, one of the players I know people keep mentioning making a name for himself, like in this particular meta.
Yeah.
Finishing. We've had 2 weeks of Fable now. Tiago showing very well with this color combo in SSG, and now coming here, carrying it into CCS, into the top 2. So both these players performed fantastic this weekend. And yeah, really excited to see them both at the top here.
Yeah. So here we go. We're starting off with one of my favorite cards to open with, and that's a Diablo. Will we have the double Diablo? No. Or new Palace card, which is kind of fun because he can go ahead and challenge into that Diablo and
not really feel anything. But Diablo is an interesting card because it can hang around for a very long time. But I don't think these players will accidentally let the Diablos hang around because they both know how problematic a Diablo can be if you don't take care of it right at the beginning.
Yeah, interesting. So I want to take a quick break to talk about something that I completely missed when I was looking at these deck differences, which I think could make a huge difference in this matchup, and that is William is running 3 copies of a card that I've been raving about, Madam Mim Tiny Adversary.
Yes, I've heard about this, a little broom one.
A little broom one, which Tiago is not. And we've seen it used to great effect in multiple matches of Williams against both Amber Steel and against a Blurple deck in his last matchup, both times having a big impact on the game. And in this particular matchup where both boards are trying to go wide, that Challenger 1 across your entire board can make a huge difference and change the map completely. It turns Diablo from an innocuous 0-1 into a Challenger 1. So that's a card which we didn't see last time. But if I'm looking for cards here that are keys to this matchup, that is one that I think we could see used later in this game to great effect if it comes out. So it's a card that I wanted to highlight because it's impressed me so far this tournament, and it's one that if I think you're going to play in an event that you should be aware of because it can surprise you in this color pairing, or if you're running it, it can be used to great effect in certain matchups.
It's very interesting you say that because I was at locals for Rain and Jafar and somebody held up this card and you're like, you understand this card's going to be a huge meta card one day. And I said, why are you telling me this? But then I remember I cast. And then I felt now like this was maybe like Jafar in a costume or something. Somebody very powerful was telling me that because here it is in these lists. Now we haven't seen it quite yet, but we are still going turn for turn, laying down these cards. We do see a card that has been very, very, very popular in this deck for many sets, and that is Giant Cobra, which lets you burst a little bit of lore, which is quite nice. It's nice to get some lore without having to turn sideways. And we keep going along here. We've now got Dumbo. Dumbo in turn 4, like we said, not always the way place you want it, but certainly finding a matchup where you just need to keep going wide every turn.
And this is really fun because you're getting to see right here on the board, like one of the disparities between these two decks with this illusion-heavy bent to Tiago's deck, that Treasure Guardian coming in, seeing the illusions, drawing a card, and you're seeing, multiple illusions on the board paired with that Treasure Guardian. Also, Tiago drawing that Strength of Raging Fire, leveraging it here to take out that Dumbo before it can be used. Again, one of the keys to this matchup, who has the strengths to remove key cogs to their opponent's machine. Tiago finding that strength at the right time to remove that Dumbo before it does any damage.
Now someone, looks like it was, someone in the chat pointed out that William here is a very powerful player down in Florida. So I said this is up-and-coming players. They're already come up, but this is winning Charlie's. That's something. That's another level. So I'm excited to see these named here. But here we go. We've got that Bell Accomplished Mystic, and we're just keep going a little bit wider. But man, Strength of Raging Fire. We don't have a lot. We lost Zeus. We lost Let the Storm Rage On, but we still have strength, everyone. I still have the strength. And here we go. He says, I have another.
Again.
He's like, I'll show you. Do you know my favorite song? I'll show you.
Bell
having
three
strength. He really likes it. Okay. Right.
Yep, there it is. That is such a devastating thing to see if you're playing against in this matchup right here. Tiago finding 3 of them. Now you are using a card to get rid of a card. You've got to find some card draw. But there's that Madam Tiny Adversary. And with that dock, again, so
happy,
2 cards that definitely difference makers in this matchup. That Madam M, pay attention now. That changes all of the math here. For both Tiago and William as they consider what their options are. And then William, again, hitting that dock there, using a lot of his cards to go wide on the play, but hitting that dock at the right time to refill his hand. All right. This is a match.
It is. And my goodness, I mean, you just have to keep making sure you stay in lockstep with your opponent. And in this case, that Strength of Raging Fire, it's funny that he found 3 because I was talking to Sailor about when we were in the top 8, about like, who do you think is going to win? And somebody said, you think Tiago's going to win based on the matchup? He's like, no, Tiago's just built different.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those things. He's like, it's not necessarily a guaranteed win because of the decks, but it's pretty good because of the person that's playing it. And we saw that here. Triple strength is quite good. We're going to see William do his best to clean up this board as he takes in that Jafar into Palace Guard, but he's going to probably keep chipping away here.
And there's that Madam Imp being used again immediately. Jafar able to clean that up. And yes, it's exposed to the Challenger and the Crackback, but that Challenger right away making a difference. This card is potentially a difference maker in this matchup. Let's see how much difference it makes as we get into the late game.
Says that he won last week in SSG. This man is on. That's true. That is quite the double weekend. If we see him in Denver, everybody watch out. But here we go. What is he going to do next? I mean, he could put down 2 characters. That'd be keeping the pressure on, but he's going to go ahead and ink and lay down this one, which is a quite one. And he says, I heard you talking. I heard you talking about Madam M, and I would like to get rid of her post haste.
Yeah, so Elsa now coming down. Fantastic card to draw at this point in the game. Challenging in there. We will use Calhoun to clean up the Madam Mim as well. That'll be 2 lore off of that for Tiago. And then another quest here, Treasure Garden questing for 2 in that Cobra, a 3rd. So just, again, all of the catch-up cards on Tiago's side of the board. I mean, it's really, this matchup is really tough when your opponent draws 3 of your 4 targeted removal cards with those strengths, and then you have the Elsa, right on time. It's tough.
Yeah, I think we're about to get Doc o'clock, and that is, oh, see, there we go. There's the Clinic of Docs, or rather the Brick of Docs. Now, he could have played a Doc and then played the Doc to discard and draw 2 cards. Now, he likely didn't because he just feels like he's going to get better cards when he goes ahead and saves that ink for something else. So now we're going to see, did he get what he wanted? And he does. He gets that Madam Mim, which makes that now a 1/1. And he can go ahead and send that bird into the Treasure Guardian. And right after it, send the Doc, which is a pretty expensive trade.
It is. You do get a card out of that Obedient Raven. I'm willing to bet that he was just looking for that card, looking to get something out of it. We do get the Happy in play now. And it'll go back over to Tiago, who's managed to accumulate 11 lore at this point. But getting that Treasure Guardian off the board feels pretty good. Tiago, though, down to 1 card here. So thinking about the play, if Tiago doesn't draw the right cards or any card draw in the next couple turns, it does give William a little bit of space to get back in here. That Madam Mim does make those dwarves just a little bit more threatening. And enough to get over Calhoun's resist. Again, it changes all of the math.
Yeah.
Tiago here questing for 3. And that Raja being played there, so just off to the races here. William now, Tiago, empty hand, drawing and top decking. William now has an opportunity.
I will note that DeCanio was in the chat saying that he thinks that support is one of his favorite mechanics, and somebody said why, and he said because it's basically changed. It makes people challenge. This is a challenging meta, so I think things like support and things like challenger here we see anything like that gives you challenger, you support, anything other your characters is people need to reread those cards because as we've seen that little 1, it's just 1. But it's enough to change the math and make your opponent, who they built their deck based on what they think you're going to do, have to do things a little differently.
Yeah, to that point about support, just take again, for anybody tuning into us here just now, if there's 2 cards that have impressed me that kind of took me by surprise this entire tournament, it's Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary in this color combo, and then Basil, Practiced Detective as the 1-drop in Blurple. This card makes such a huge difference, and you wouldn't think so, but that sneaky little support that you can get on the board on turn 2 makes a huge difference in that deck sometimes. And to your point, Katie, and Brennan's point, in a challenge-heavy meta where strength really matters, support and these challenger mechanics are really important. And this is a great card to play here, speaking of challenging.
Yeah, you got a challenge
You
in
get that Elsa, you exert that, now you're going to...
3/5 now.
Look at that. There you go. Again, Madam Mim, look at the effect she's having on the game here. All of a sudden, Tiago down to only 2 lore on his side of the board. Still pretty good when you're sitting at 14, but oh my goodness, and he draws a Doc off the top deck. Oh, he was down into top deck mode, hits that Doc. If he was hoping for a card, if he was praying for a card, that was probably the one.
Yeah, my goodness.
Oh, goodness gracious.
He's good at drawing, guys. I think, can you be good? Is there Metafy on how to do that?
Oh, my goodness. Hitting that Doc. All right, so here's the 3 cards. We get Jafar here, a 2 lore quester here, which is what you want in this scenario. And William's got to be shaking his head. You're top decking, you draw into the Doc at the right moment. He will get to respond here, but there is game on the board on Tiago's side. Don't use the word, Katie.
Lorthel.
No.
There's Lorthel on board. Luke is going ha 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 somewhere because listen. In this house we say Lorthel, but we don't always. He has story on board if you're a specie, or you could say he has game on board if you're a purist. Either way,
I like
20 is incoming.
We're gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that. That's what I'm gonna choose.
We got game on board.
But, oh my goodness.
I like either way. He's got. How did you do that on board? Now we will say that this lore total we're looking at right now 16. The conversation was very different a few weeks ago. We go goats, snakes, and we would be saying all these things. Now there's Cobra, there's White Rose. It's a little bit different, but with a wide board, you don't really need the goats. You don't really need those lore bursting cards as much because honestly, you're saying, William, try to get rid of all this right now. Try, and it's hard.
So I think it's funny. We're lining up characters here to challenge, I assume. Having that Happy lined up against that ready Jafar tells me that there's something in William's hand we're about to see. Here it comes. It's Elsa the 5th Spirit, which is going to exert that Jafar.
Yeah, he's like telegraphing.
Yep,
he's like, I need
right
you to
there.
know. I don't know how long I'm going to be around, so I don't care if you know what I'm about to do. And the answer is he's going to go ahead. But they're doing the math here because Jafar here Okay, so don't worry. He went ahead in that Elsa, or no, okay. Rather that Doc was able to take care of it by himself because he's a 2/2. We have the Elsa Spirit going into the Raja, and together these two are going to go right into the Cobra, which feels bad because Madam Mim has been doing so much work, and her last will and testament is to take out the giant Cobra.
You got to do what you got to do. It feels so bad to lose that Madam Mim. Again, seeing its effect there as it allowed was it Elsa to get over that Raja willpower there, and so and another goodness gracious into an Elsa. I mean.
You had to do it to him, though. You had to do
that's
it to him.
That's what you want. It has evasive. You clean it up. Like, again, the perfect card to draw if you drew it there. And just the heart of the cards here with Tiago this game. William here, still a chance, draws the Genie. It's not game on board yet, but we're going to play a Jafar back over to Tiago here. Oh my goodness, and he has the Cobra in hand, and he draws. He has the Cobra in hand. That is game. We said it's not game on board. It is game if you have the Cobra in hand, and you draw into a card to discard. My goodness.
That's one of the hottest hands I've seen.
I know, one of the hottest. We talk about hot hands opening packs. That was hot hands in the game. I mean, Tiago, a fantastic player, a fantastic deck builder. Both of these players, incredible. I've got to watch William on stream as well. Give William his credit. Like 4 different times this weekend, and every time he's impressed me, overcoming Blurple, overcoming multiple different tech types to make it into the finals. But Tiago, I mean, he had... just having every card you need in the right moment and playing it all beautifully. 3 strengths, hitting the docks, and then I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably. I don't think Williams is as excited about what he just saw because to us it's like that was crazy, but I think Williams is going that was crazy because every card he's probably like as long as he doesn't have because you do that as a player you go as long as he doesn't have this, as long as he doesn't have this, I'm fine. And every time he did that, he said pass, and he goes, what if I got that? What if I told you right now I have that one you didn't want? So that was really insane. And I do wonder, we saw this in Amber Steel where, you had Amber Steel Song and then you had Amber Steel Diggy Hole. Now I wonder if there's going to be different Amber Steel archetypes, like if this is going to be called Amber Steel Illusions, because I mean, there was just so many illusions in there. Will we start seeing those subtypes? Either way, Dumbo didn't do a lot there. Dumbo was not doing as much as he does in Blurple. So if you guys are afraid of Dumbo, I'd be more afraid of the other stuff.
Dumbo barely mattered in this matchup. So you're right, like very scary in Blurple, not used as great effect here, but definitely a card you should run if you have it. But
nice
anyway.
to have, need to have, who knows? But as far as the deck list goes, Snake Ships, we're going to go ahead and get that up as soon as possible. I will say we've done a rest to kind of tell you the differences. I mean, the big differences that we saw in this matchup was the lineup of the one you mentioned, the Madam Mim. One had Madam Mim, one didn't. We saw Happy. I don't believe they both have Happy. And there's a different amount of illusions. Treasure Guardian was in one list. So once those lists are up, I would definitely take a look at it, especially if you're interested on what one you want to run. And there are key differences. And man, that was. I think we're gonna probably cut to an interview, and I hope we do because what a run that was.
Yeah, we will. We will bring. I guarantee they're getting set up with the interview out there. There's probably applause going on. Tiago Santana is your latest winner of CCS, writing his name into the CCS history books here, and then William Cole, again, fantastic run by him as well, into the finals of this event. Hold on a second, I'm just getting the word from production. Do we have an interview?
And if we have an interview,
I heard it.
Big if we do, because man, these interviews have been very fun. Hearing the players, we've had a lot more interviews than we have we've had deck techs too. Tupelo was doing those deck techs, and it was very fun. And if you go back to yesterday's stream of the video on demand, either on YouTube or Twitch, you can see Tiago do a deck tech. So
that
make
is
sure
true.
To scroll through that to find his deck tech on why he picked what he picked.
No, that is true. It's a great point. So keep an eye on 20 Lore's YouTube channel. Because all day you can either go back in the video on demand and find the part of the tournament, or I know they're going to chop them up and publish them on their channels. But they have done deck techs with a number of different players here, including Tiago with his Illusions deck. And so you can see straight from them their thought process behind the decks, why they chose what they chose in this particular tournament. That will be available, I'm sure, next week. So keep your eye on 20 Lore Pro's YouTube channel for that.
Yeah, and I mean, someone did point out, does that mean Tiago's going to win PPG Denver? I don't know. If he's showing up, I'd be scared because it sounds like he got SSG, then he cracked his knuckles and said, more. And will he crack his knuckles a third time? I don't know. Apparently he is on a warpath here, so I'm very interested to see if we have that interview and if whoever's interviewing is about listening, is he coming to PPG Denver? Is he coming to Milwaukee? You're scaring us, Tiago. But in a good way, because it is exciting, because guess what? It wasn't Blurple, but it was one of the big 3, but it might be big 4 now. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think after this weekend it's the big 4?
Oh, big 4, I don't know. I assume the 4th you're talking about is Emerald Sapphire. It's a fun list. A lot of very prominent players brought it in here. We did see it crack the top 8, Jeremy bringing that in. Zansayed was on at this tournament. Sailor was on at this tournament. It could be. I think there's a very high skill level to that particular deck. And so I think a lot of players are going to bring it in, a lot of very experienced players if you had time to test it. The thing about that deck too, though, is there's a lot of variance to those particular builds. If you look at Sailor's list for this tournament versus Zan's list, they're very different.
Yes.
And they're trying to do slightly different things. And they're also teched against different matchups. One of them teched a lot more heavily into the mirror and the top end, and one teched against aggro. And so... yeah, I don't know. It could be the big four, but I think I don't know if it's gonna be the big four. I think you'll continue to see a sprinkling of them in.
It takes a couple times, I think, for something to be truly.
Yeah.
Because right now, because this happens, right? Like in the meta where things are pretty predictable, people will start playing decks that very predictably play well into what they think will be there. So it will take probably one more weekend, and we do have to look at the results of Ink to see how that shook out. We know that Amber Steel won inking, which is kind of crazy. So Steel, we talked about this weekend being a Sapphire weekend, then why is Steel the winner of the two big tournaments?
So I'm just looking at production. Do we have the interview ready?
All right.
Let's hear from the winner himself.
Quick question. Did you win with Purple Steel last week?
Yes.
Hi, guys. Sasuke here. I am joined with the winner of CCS, Tiago. Congratulations, first of all. And I understand that you won last week with the same, well, style list. I don't know if exactly the same list, but how's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I got to practice way more for last week than this week, but thankfully a lot of the practice carried over to this week, and got lucky when I needed to and was able to take it down.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, so this week was a lot of illusions. It felt like Palace Guard, Raja. I mean, we saw it getting value there with the Treasure Guardian. So that's a very interesting piece. I don't think a lot of people really looked at that and thought of it as a serious contender for a card. What turned you onto it?
I mean, I think it's like obviously not a game-breaking card, but I think it's pretty integral to like the game plan that you have in a lot of these matchups, where so many of your cards recycle themselves. Like they give you a body and then they draw you into another card, which gives you another body. And with the lack of like removal spells and efficient answers that people have in this meta, it lets you go super wide, and it lets you quest with like 9 characters when they have 4 characters to challenge back. And so you'll have a handful of characters surviving the next turn to quest again. And we don't have a ton of like lore gains, so you really need to make these boards where your guys are questing multiple times because they're all one questers.
Okay, makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of Purple Steel myself. I've been playing it since set 2, and I mean, it's changed a lot over the years, but it still kind of maintains that core mid-rangey feel. Do you feel like you were a little bit more under the meta, or were you just like straight mid-range still feeling that?
Yeah, I think I was dead in the middle. I think Purple Steel's pretty tricky right now because it's really hard to build a deck that's good into Amber Steel and into Blurple, and now with these like blue-green decks that are coming out, which make you go even smaller, I think the way to build Purple Steel is not by building it to go under these Blurple decks. Like, Blurple was by far the most represented deck here. Among the best players, it was even more represented than in the general population, so you really have to have a game plan for Blurple, and I think trying to go under them when they have Rafikis and Palace Guard and Basil and Madame Mim Elephant, it's really, really tricky, and you just have to try to manufacture a game state where they can't keep up with how many things you have, and so I think you really have to just like build the deck very, very able to go into the late game.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, any key cards that, like, besides obviously Dumbo, that you felt like were integral to kind of your game plan with the Purple Steel list?
Yeah, I mean, the deck is always going to be built around these, like, really the strongest cards in the meta, which are Genie, Elsa, Strength, and Doc. Those are really what the deck revolves around. Everything else is, like, sort of fitting in what plays the best with these cards. And so Genie makes you play a certain way, and Doc especially makes you play a certain way. So everything is kind of filtering itself around that. You get your curve, get some top end, some burn for the late game, and yeah, I think the Dumbo is a nice addition. It really helped me in my top 4 match against Jeremy, but I've seen people have success without it, and that's perfectly fine.
Great. So, you know, you won last week, you won this week. I mean, this has been a good month for you. Are you planning on going to Denver next week? Like, what's the game plan for you?
As of 20 minutes ago, I'm planning to go to Denver, right? They're like, you have a bye, do you want to go? I was like, yeah, okay. I mean, I bought my ticket for this tournament 10:40 p.m. on Thursday and flew out 6 a.m. on Friday, so it was very, very impulsive and last minute. So I guess I'm doing it again next week, but we'll see.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it.
Again. And any shout-outs you want to give before we send it off?
Yeah, shout out to my dad, who was always testing with me, and he first got me into playing this game. So big shout out to him. Shout out to everybody who practiced with me. Shout out to the buffers. Shout out to my house, Kendall, RMB, and Corey. We started the tournament off like 16-0 between the four of us, and at some point we were like 20-1 or something. So we were killing it. And I was going to play Blurple today, but since we played some practice games on Friday, that really convinced me to play Purple Steel. So, yeah, shut up.
Fair enough. All right, well, thank you, guys. We'll bring it right back to the casters and leave it at that. Good job. Hey, and seriously, man, congrats. That's
I love live production. You know, some of the best moments are the ones where you see, you know, I don't know, fun little behind the moment stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people heard me yesterday go, I don't think Ravensburger likes the turn Baja Blast. And I was like, well, I mean, it's probably they don't. I mean, I don't imagine if they work with PepsiCo, but possibly. And we don't know, and they probably won't speak on that. But I will say they probably like how this tournament went because it was fun. My goodness. We saw lots of fun little things going on here. I saw somebody say, I wish I could have seen this deck list. Like we said, if you go into the stream yesterday, you can find a deck tech on Thiago. And like we said, keep an eye out on YouTube because we'll be able to see what he was up to. But I think we might see him again. Probably doing some more things. He might be a name here because, as we know, there's a lot of names we didn't know, and then they won this, and then we're like, we'll never not know their name.
They are now CCS champions. Yeah. Some other admin notes. First off, thanks to everybody who joined us from the French stream, joining us here all the way from France. It's late there, so anybody who tuned in, you're awesome. Bonjour. And yeah, we love seeing you here. As Katie said, definitely keep a lookout for these deck tech videos that are coming out. If you're interested in the list, I'm sure a lot of these will migrate over to Ink Decks as well. You know, they always do. Those folks at Ink Decks are really good at scooping up the very latest from these tournament results. So I don't know how fast they're going to make them over there, but I guarantee they're going to make them over there. If I were to advise you to take a look at certain lists, as Katie pointed out over and over again before this match, take a look at the differences between these two lists, the Illusions variant versus the non-Illusions variant. It's important to take note of. Also take a look at the aggro list that was run into the top 8 by Mitch. And then the other thing I would do is take a look at all of the Emerald Sapphire decks that performed well here. There were a couple different variants. But if you're looking to catch up in the tournament in the meta, you can pay attention to Blurple. There's a lot of Blurple lists and all that. But if you've seen a Blurple list, you generally know what they're doing. But if I were to look at others, I would look at those specific lists. Anything else that people should study up for?
Well, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, we talk about Blurple, but if you're playing Blurple, you're going to play the Mirror. We saw that 7 out of the top 16 were the Amethyst Sapphire build. And I think it's going to be, how do you want to do it? I mean, we saw some decks. We saw Haymaker with a Monstro and a Magic Feather. I felt like I was like, I'm not smart enough to come up with that. And it is him that had that combination where you make this
flying whale.
Yeah, you make the whale fly and then you just kind of use it as a battering ram.
I've seen about everything,
but I've never seen a whale
fly.
And you might have if you watched one of his matches. And I think it really is. It's really how you can't choose everything in these decks. You have to pick what is my little secret cool thing. For example, Zan, no bend to my will. Some other players had bend to my will. It's a different deck. But I think it's very, very important to look between, listen to the player interviews. A lot of them have Metafies and YouTube videos and Twitters. Make sure you go and look because, I mean, there's not really a right answer because you will find the meta. There's so much variance where you can never pick the truly right deck. But if you understand why they picked what they picked and how you like to play, it'll kind of let you know what you should build. And I think a lot of these players sometimes hold back a little bit because there's always one more tournament that's a little bit bigger and they're testing things. And sometimes these tournaments they're willing to use as testing grounds for that big bad tournament they fire off. And we have 2 big ones coming up.
That was I was wondering if you were setting up the segue, and that was very good.
Thank you.
That was very good. All right, so let's talk about those 2 tournaments.
Nothing but net.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about him. Go for it.
Well, I mean, gosh. I mean, literally, me and Liam are going to go home tonight, and then we're both going to see our little houses and go our families and go, oh, I love you. And then we're going to put our hat back on and head back out because we have PPG Denver Pro Play Summit. My goodness. So that starts on Friday, and it is going to be spectacular. I mean, my goodness. And so that's going to be in Denver, technically Aurora, which is right by the airport. And that is going to be, I believe, a 15K. And there's a 5K sealed, by the way. 5K sealed. Have you seen such a thing?
No, I have not. But I love sealed. It's my favorite format. So super excited
fun.
to see that. And not only that, it's a big prize pool event, but also it's the first CCQ that we've seen in North America.
That's
so
a big deal.
A lot of players will be going there to try to catch their invite to the North American Continental Championship. It's the first third-party event, I think, in North America where you can do that. So a lot of the top players will show out for that. If you're looking at going, again, we've told you some of the stuff you should study from this weekend. You still have time to make adjustments, and I hope to see you all there. After that, Katie, if people are looking to play in another event that's not PPG Denver, where else can they go?
Well, you can take a little bit of time, not much though, because I mean, it sounds like the weekend after that, that's the Diet Coke Invitational. But then the
DCI in Dallas,
of course, the classic. And then if you're in Texas and you're like, well, I'm still around, I want more. You have the Lone Star. I believe it's the Lone Star. Well, how many Ks do we have for that one?
There's multiple Ks. It's a 10K weekend. That's
10K
right.
weekend,
10K
yeah. So
weekend.
it's effectively like 2 5Ks, which those are kind of fun. I know some people are like, well, it's a weekend, not a one, but it's kind of fun because if you don't do well at one, you can do well at the other. I've seen players do well at both, which is always very scary to see when that happens. But that is going to be in Waco, Texas, and 20 Learn Pro will be streaming that tournament as well, which is very exciting. You'll be there, right?
I will not. I'm going to be at Legends Expo.
Yeah.
I'm actually taking the weekend there to go to Legends Expo in Pennsylvania, which doesn't have a tournament, but there will be 4 Lorcana artists there, including Grace Tran flying all the way in from Vietnam. So if you're in the Pennsylvania area and you like meeting Lorcana artists, I will see you at Legends, hopefully. But if you're not there, you should be playing at Nexus Gaming.
And if you're not there, you could be up in Detroit. My goodness. So, like, there's this next week, this is going to be we're all going to see each other and be like, I think I'm tired of seeing all these little Lorcana players. I don't think that's ever being true. Every time I see Lorcana players, I'm like, my friends is like going to summer camp. So I will be at Glass City. You might be like, oh, you're commentating that? No, I'm playing. I can do that. I'm scared, but I'm excited. I see people out there and they're moving around. They have their things. I'm like, they don't make me do anything. This is a joy and it's a thrill. But I'm very excited to get to play. But Luke will be casting, which is quite fun. Luke is normally the player and I'm normally casting. Get him in the booth. I'm getting out there. ICL co-worker there. And so then there's like this other thing coming up. It's called the DLC.
Yeah.
Disney Lorcana Challenge. Disney Lorcana Challenge. My goodness. So
and Katie, you will be making your debut as an official Disney Lorcana caster at that event. I'm so excited to see you there.
I can't believe it.
It's going to be amazing.
People are like, oh, so you're a DLC caster? I'm like, pending. Because it feels like it's
soon.
even though it's been announced and it's happening, I still feel like maybe I'm going to trip and then be like, oh, we have to get the alternate. I don't know. It's so crazy and such a high honor. Everything about this weekend has been such a high honor. Being at CCS, being in the booth with you is always like a crazy honor because you went from being on my TV in my kitchen as I make dinner and that you're just part of my living room and now I get to work with you and it's insane. And then like I'm like interviewing Zan Syed, who I remember being like, oh, he's the Pride Lands guy. I mean, back in Pride Lands, it was just amazing. And I'm standing there asking about his desk tech. And that's the most magical thing about this game is they live in our computers, but these are real people and these are real friendships and they've all really changed my life. And I come to these events because I mean, the friendships I made here, insane. So DLC is going to be, I'm probably going to be a best. I'll probably be the whole time be like, I can't believe I'm here. They'll be like, she's crying during every match, but I'll do it.
Yeah, crying's my thing. You
yeah,
can't,
right.
You can't
But I mean, they say never meet your heroes, but honestly, meet every single one of your Disney Lorcana heroes. It's the most amazing community. From the artists to the people who make the game, the casters. You'll never meet a community like it. It's life-changing. So very happy about that.
Totally agree. And speaking of going to events, the last one we'll mention is Charlie's is holding their next event in December. If you saw our videos behind the scenes, you saw Katie and I do our walkthroughs of the event.
Yes.
You saw Brett and I shopping. Like, if you want to come experience it for yourself and compete here for this prize pool with these amazing players, hopefully we'll be back. Check it out in December. I think it's the first weekend in December.
Yeah, it's the same dates, but in December.
Same dates in December. You could be here too and try to be a part of Charlie's collectible show history. Take down the tournament yourself. Maybe bring Brendan DeCandio out of retirement by winning 3 in a row.
Some people already have 1 on their punch card.
That's true.
People have already done that.
2 more, and he'll come out of retirement. So yeah. So hope to see you here then. Put it on your calendar.
And we call it a qualifier because you're qualifying for the Invitational, which I believe is like a 50K. Yeah, 50K, which is insane. Excuse me. I'm going to see. I'm so excited. We're good.
With that, thank you all so much. Last couple things we're going to say. So again, deck list should be up shortly. I see a lot of you asking for them. Here's one thing I was like, if you really, really desperately need one of them, like in the next day or two, send me a note. I'll see. I have the top 8 at the very least, or I have the top 16. But I'm sure they'll be out there everywhere. But there's my offer.
Are you talking
all of
to
you.
anyone on Monday?
Well, I don't like pitch my but on Monday,
want to.
take a look at our show. We'll have, look at that right now. Already on Discord. On Discord?
All of them?
Look at that. 20 Lore Pros already got them up.
goodness.
So we'll have them. Yeah, they will be out there. Check out 20 Lore Pros Discord. They're there already. You can still send me a note or whatever. I will have a show on Monday. I've asked a couple players to be on. I think these are all pending, but we might have Mitch, who ran his Amber Steel deck into the top 8. Fantastic player. Talk to Sailor, who might talk to us about his Emerald Sapphire deck, and I'm going to go see if I can line up Tiago as well. No promises there, but tomorrow we will be talking to some players with my co-host Senulus, who is up at Inc.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, Zenulus, another. So Team Maelstrom, they showed up and showed out. I took a picture of like the top tables, and it was just 3 Maelstrom jerseys, and then we had Zenulus, Wonder, Sky, and Kurt up at inking. So that's a team that they said we all are going out this weekend, and where we're gonna go out and show up. Bad news, guys. We got notes that Decandia, you have to do 3 in a row. So it's actually all on Tiago now.
Yeah, it's on Tiago.
It's all on one person.
All the others are wiped. So Tiago now has to win 2 more in a row. Brendan Decandio comes out of retirement for Clash of the Titans. It'll be a lot of fun.
Man.
With that, wanted to send some big thank yous out there. Big thank you, first of all, to the production crew here, 20 Lore Pro, and those who made it happen. You don't see it, but there's like 5 people running around out there constantly at the top tables. There's 2 streams going on. There's multiple foreign language streams. Shout out to all the foreign language casters casting in Chinese, in French, in Spanish. Sarek over doing Spanish, all these different languages. The 20 Lore Pro team works very, very hard behind the scenes to make all of these streams possible, to provide you deck text. So shout out to all of them. If you're not subscribed or following 20 Lore, you should be. Also, shout out to Charlie's Collectible Show for putting this whole thing on. Shout out to the judging crew. We have a whole huge team here of professional judges who've done DLCs, and they help to make this event run as efficiently as possible. This event does not run without these folks giving their time to make this a success. I'm going to keep going. You want to shout out? You want to take over?
I mean, it's going to get bigger and bigger. We're going wider, and that's going to be the players out there.
Shout out to the players.
Yeah, just playing and being great. My goodness, the amount of people who came up and said, "Oh, I'm so happy to see you here," and to give stickers and bracelets or just say hi or make eye contact and wave. I mean, it is great, and they played their hearts out. I mean, the amount of people who were on the bubble that just kept playing because they wanted to bubble in. One of 40 people bubbled in, and that's crazy. They had 18 people had the same score, and it's just crazy to watch people who are how dedicated to make these tournaments as fun as they are. And then lastly, you know who I'm going to thank last.
I think I know who you're going to thank last.
Is it viewers like you?
It's going to be viewers like you. You know, we keep talking about how amazing the Lorcana community is, and that includes you, all of you watching out there, because if you're not watching, we're talking to ourselves.
Which we probably still do. I think that's it.
True.
That's the downside is there's one viewer and there's my mom and be like, well, I'm doing it. But it's not that. There was like 500 people watching just in Twitch at one point. I think there's 5. Yeah, just hanging out with us. And that is amazing. You guys make it. The chat makes it. This is all one of my favorite things to do with my weekends. People are like, don't you get tired? I was like, it's like Taylor Swift. I get tired, but I never get tired of it.
That's true. And let me just double check with the production that we don't have anything else. We doing anything else? All right. Thank you all so much. Hey, we will see you all. Subscribe, follow. We'll see you all next weekend on this stream in a few days for PPG Denver. Pay attention to 20 Lore Pro. We'll see you there. Katie, it's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much.
Always. It's been great. And I cannot wait to see you guys in like 3 days. So I'll go sleep a few days and I'll see you guys.
All right. With that, happy questing. Enjoy Fabled. Yeah.